This is a collection of the videos I did on the first 5 generations of Pokémon. There'll be another video later this month, so just be patient and watch these again for the 100th time, like I know you will. I'd also like to mention again that while the video is not sponsored by them, I have recently joined Nebula and would appreciate your support over there because it is an awesome platform I truly believe in. Now then, enjoy the ramblings.
Hey, little buddy, want a ride?
Pikachu!
Yeah, whatever. I'll be right back.
Where can you catch all 150 Pokémon? On your Game Boy, that's where. Pokémon for Game Boy is here. With both packs, you can catch them all.
Pokémon, as a series, has seen some remarkable changes since the late 90s. No more is it about 2 trainers striking out on an adventure to challenge the Pokémon League, to befriend Pokémon and trainers alike, to catch 'em all. It's about wormholes, parallel universes, world-ending stakes, and Mantine surfing. It's humbling to travel back and imagine a simpler era, one less tainted by feature creep. Not to say everything about modern Pokémon is bad, there's simply a difference in design philosophy that's a little hard to fully understand until you turn back the pendulum. Pit the latest Pokémon game up against the first, the latest season of the anime up against its debut, the current designs up against the originals. So much has changed in over 20 years. Generation 1 is primitive by comparison, but no less iconic. What it established for the series going forward can't be adequately explained in a few paragraphs, which is why this video exists. Because I'm weird and want to make huge videos dissecting each generation of Pokémon in an effort to convince you I'm smart. This will be the first part in a larger series discussing the debut games of each generation, and maybe some in between. I have elected to ignore the remakes for now in favor of not letting my thoughts get too out of control. This video in particular would be 3 times as long if I tried to cram in both of its remakes, and I just don't think that's necessary to get my points across. At some point, I'll be making a video on every single Pokémon remake, evaluating their best and worst aspects, so don't worry. These remakes will get their time to shine one day. For now though, I'd like to focus on the premier titles. In this video, we'll be discussing the generation that started it all. Red, Blue, and Yellow. You're watching a Pokémon retrospective, Generation 1.
You can't catch all 150 Pokémon by yourself.
So close.
You need a friend to train with. Hitmonlee! So you can grab a link cable and a friend with a Game Boy, and with both packs you can catch them all.
To say the series exploded in popularity upon the release of Red and Blue in the States would be an understatement. By the time they released, the incredibly successful Nintendo Game Boy was nearly 10 years old. Games like Super Mario Land, Tetris, and Kirby's Dream Land ensured this long lifespan, and remnants of this success can be felt in the Switch today. For as great as these games were, however, none of them necessarily fit the system. Super Mario Land was Mario on the go, who could argue with that? It was successful, it put the Game Boy on the map, but couldn't you theoretically get that same experience on a home console? Same with Tetris and Dr. Mario. Great puzzle games for short, on-the-go bursts, but do they necessarily take advantage of their hardware? Is there anything inherently you lose when you play Tetris or Dr. Mario on a home console? Even games that saw their debut on the system, like Kirby, have since been translated to home consoles seamlessly. While Kirby is and always has been popular on handhelds, at the end of the day, it's still a 2D side-scrolling single-player video game series. Then, out of seemingly nowhere, Pokémon. On the surface, a single-player RPG where you catch and train 150 battle monsters to defeat other trainers and challenge the powerful endgame league. It's spread like wildfire from the word go. You've got over 100 unique creatures to find. Charizard is a cool fire-breathing dragon, Jigglypuff is a cute pink puffball that likes to sing, Pikachu is an adorable mouse that shoots electricity from its body. These designs are memorable for different reasons. People would want to catch them for different reasons. These creatures not only exist in the same universe, they can battle alongside each other. Collecting Pokémon is special because there are so many to call your own. Ultimately, it's your decision which monsters you'll bring with you on your adventure. right down to your first Pokémon being framed as this big event in your small town, picking from 3 iconic starters. You might have vague ideas about what they'll turn into from the box art. You might not have any idea until you train them up and watch them evolve from a cute water turtle into a beast with water cannons on its shoulders. The idea that there are 150 different creatures out there to catch, train, and love is nothing short of exciting. Why do you think the anime was so centered around catching them all? Yet, it's the decidedly multiplayer aspects of Pokémon that make it a handheld game. See, Nintendo aren't dumb. They knew the Game Boy had a huge install base, which meant dozens of kids across the world primed for the Pikachu heroin injection. They paired this knowledge with a devilishly genius idea. Split the game in 2, list both at full price, and create very small differences between them. You can only catch Growlithe in red, and you can only catch Vulpix in blue. If you wanted to catch them all, register every Pokémon in your Pokédex, fulfill both Professor Oak's and your desire to catch them all, you'd have to trade with another human being. It's very unlikely you own both red and blue with access to 2 Game Boys and a link cable. Let's say you're a youngin' in the late 90s with Pokemon Blue version. You've caught as many as you can possibly find. You finally wrangled Ninetales, Magmar, Pinsir, but you can't seem to fully complete that Pokédex. Luckily, you're a kid, and you go to school every day with other kids deep into this nationwide Pokemon fever. Kids who bring their Game Boys to school, who likely report their previous day progress not unlike a book club. It's here you learn about the monsters you missed. Arcanine, Scyther, Electabuzz, with a bunch of other kids learning the exact same thing about your Ninetales, Magmar, and Pinsir. You get some deals going, you complete that Pokédex, and boom, you've actually caught them all. How did you do that? Outside of playing the game, where did you learn about the location of certain Pokémon in a game with random encounter rates? Some as low as 5%. This was before Bulbapedia, by the way. You didn't do it by yourself, that's for goddamn sure. You went to school every day, you traded both Pokémon and information with other kids, until you saw it all. This is the secret sauce. Pokémon is a social event masquerading as a single-player video game, and that's exactly why it's still a big hit. If it had attempted to appeal to any other demographic during its debut, it wouldn't have become the monolith we now recognize it as. The majority of Gen X parents didn't play video games at all, let alone on Game Boys with colorful little battle monsters, and they certainly didn't bring their games to work or social gatherings. Spare time likely existed in brief pockets of sleep and television. This is an idea that only works under a specific set of circumstances that just so happen to repeat themselves every generation, every 10-year age gap, every 1-year age gap. Every kid can get behind Pokémon and its social aspects. Let's think back again for another example. You're that kid who owns Pokémon Blue. What else do you spend time with after you've defeated your rival on the Indigo Plateau? Well, there are still battles to be had with other kids. Pitting your most powerful Pokémon against your friend's most powerful Pokémon, locking eyes day after day, getting to see new moves, new Pokémon. Imagine if you went to Cerulean Cave one night and found Mewtwo. Your best friend has no idea what a Mewtwo even is, but you have one now, and you show it off. You brag a little. You battle them with it and completely mop the floor with them, because Mewtwo has godlike stats in a generation where psychic types are fucking broken. Sorry, what? This feeds into a sense of both game-created and player-created Pokemon mythology. Finding Mew under the truck near the SS Anne, wondering what the hell that flying bird was in the first episode of the anime, and attempting to decipher whatever a Peekaboo is supposed to be. Those are just the popular ones, popular myths before the internet communication age. Countless other stories, rumors, and legends exist across the world that some of us still don't even know about. This is the wrong generation, but I remember reading a Pokemon Emerald strategy guide with my friends back in the day, and we thought that some coffee stain was actually a Manaphy egg hidden at the battle frontier. These games were so mysterious to the underdeveloped mind. This is a story that only my friends and I remember fondly. Imagine just how many different stories like that exist. How many hundreds of thousands across the globe? It's magical. Early Pokemon enjoyed several years of uninterrupted wanderlust, with kids obsessively playing Pokemon, talking Pokemon, collecting Pokemon, trying to find Pokemon that didn't even exist. These are powerful nostalgia agents. I'm fairly certain the design goals for Pokemon were to create a game that allowed for this social intimacy at its core, surrounded by an RPG crust, and it was a resounding success because their priorities were extremely well placed.
To become a great Pokemon trainer, Ash must catch as many as possible by battling his own Pokemon against other. Once the Pokémon has been weakened in the battle, Ash can catch it within a Pokeball. The captured Pokémon become loyal to Ash, who must choose the correct type of Pokémon to use when battling with another. Like a rock, paper, scissors match, it's all about strategy. There are 15 Pokémon types, including electric, flying, bug, grass, fire, and water, to name a few.
Pokémon was a game designed to be a social experience from its very inception, with just enough endearing designs and Backbone's rock, paper, scissors gameplay to carry the experience for children. Red and Blue don't strike me as games that were meticulously designed or tweaked for a single-player campaign in the same vein as Final Fantasy. Part of this might be due to the limited memory available to Game Boy cartridges, but I'm sure just as much consideration went into the potential primary demographic. Each Pokémon can only carry 4 moves, trainers can only battle using 1 monster at a time, and can only carry 6 in a party. Most of your potential strategy comes via a set of 15 types that each have individual matchups. The Elemental Trio is a fine example. Fire beats grass, grass beats water, and water beats fire. Easy to understand and perfectly balanced across the 3 starter Pokémon. It's when you venture onward that it isn't nearly as clear-cut. Some of them are natural, like fire burning grass, water putting out fire, the earth grounding electricity, and because of that, these are the easiest to learn. The more ethereal types, stuff like Psychic and Ghost, are more confusing because they don't follow any logical through line. Why is Psychic weak to Bug? Simply because Psychic needed a weakness. Through this vast array of strengths, weaknesses, and immunities, we reach what is, on paper, a balanced in-game meta. Except rarely is anything as good as it is on paper. Psychic and Dragon clearly dominate the type chart with virtually no matches because they were weak to types that were simply no competition. The Dragon type is a less severe example since it only affects the Dragonite line, but I'm going to use it to demonstrate a larger issue. Dragon types were weak to both the Dragon and Ice type, with the caveat being that the only damaging Dragon type move in Gen 1 was Dragon Rage, a set damage move that never changes its attack power, even when it's super effective. In reality then, Dragon became the most defensive type because it resisted fire, water, electric, and grass with only the Ice type as a weakness. The Ice typing is held by a whopping 5 Pokémon, with Ice type moves learned by level up obtained at or around the level 50s. That means there are only 5 Pokémon that benefit from same type attack bonus with Ice type moves, a concept which means that if the move you're using is the same type as the Pokémon using it, the move does 50% more damage. Here are your options against Dragon-type Pokémon. 1 of 5 Ice types, or 1 other type that can learn Ice Beam or Blizzard. Only once, because TMs are single-use items. Use up Ice Beam or Blizzard on the wrong Pokémon, or just never find those TMs in the first place, you've just lost a crucial weapon against the Dragon-type. Again, even though that means Dragonite, paired with its near legendary tier stats, has virtually no weaknesses, this at least isn't a problem that spans multiple Pokémon. In fact, as future games would come to show, Dragon types are supposed to be limited in number, extremely powerful, and kinda rare. This sheer strength can be dismissed on that front alone. No, the more blatant problem, and the reason I feel this whole type system was maybe cobbled together haphazardly, is the Psychic type. By far the most comically overpowered type of any game in the series for a myriad of reasons. Like the Dragon type, it only has one weakness: Bug. In this case, there are far more Bug-type Pokémon than there are Ice-type Pokémon, though here's the kicker. Bug types usually have horrendous offensive stats. Bug types existed mostly to give the player an early look at how evolution works, and to give them a bit of an edge early game with a strong, fully evolved Pokémon. Beyond the 2nd or 3rd gym, their usefulness often wanes. In Generation 1, there were 3 offensive Bug-type moves: Leech Life with 20 base power, Twin Needle with 25 base power plus a potential second attack, and Pin Missile with 25 base power plus a random chance of hitting anywhere from 2 to 5 times. There is not a single Bug-type move with more than 50 guaranteed base power by these calculations, so you basically need Pin Missile and a lot of luck. Problem: only 2 Pokémon are capable of learning Pin Missile by level up: Beedrill and Jolteon. Beedrill learns it at level 30, and Jolteon learns it at level 48. Beedrill is also the only Pokémon of the 2 that benefits from same type attack bonus. What about Twin Needle then? Seems like a safe second, right? The only Pokémon that learns Twin Needle is Beedrill. It's cool, Beedrill has a signature attack, but this means that Leech Life is the most common bug-type attacking move. And the fun doesn't end there, oh no. Not only is there not a single bug-type TM in Generation 1, two of the objectively strongest bug-type Pokemon, Scyther and Pinsir, cannot learn bug-type moves. I'm not joking here. They are bug-types that, for no discernible reason, don't learn a single bug-type move. Think about that one for a second. Psychic types though, oh, they have Confusion with 50 base power plus a chance of confusion, Psybeam with 65 base power plus a chance of confusion, Dream Eater, which does 100 base damage to sleeping Pokemon, and Psychic, which does 90 base power and can be learned by Venonat, Venomoth, Kadabra, Alakazam, Slowpoke, Slowbro, Drowsy, Hypno, Staryu, Mr. Mime, Mewtwo, Barterfree, Clefairy, Clefable, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath, Ghastly, Haunter, Gengar, Execute, Executor, Chansey, Starmie, Electabuzz, Magmar, Lapras, Porygon, and Snorlax. Fighting and poison types have it very rough this gen. Must suck to be a Team Rocket grunt. Oh yeah, remember good old Beedrill, your frontline fighter against psychic types, your stalwart defender against the most broken type of the first generation? It has a dual type shared between bug and poison. Bug types do not resist psychic at all, but poison is weak to psychic, which means the best defense against Psychic-type Pokemon and moves is itself weak to fucking Psychic. Oh boy, the mere existence of the Psychic type throws the type chart into complete disarray, however well balanced the idea may have initially been. This discourages certain types of Pokemon, and in a way, it kinda defeats the purpose of having such a wide selection in the first place. These first two games only really have battles in them. There's no contest side mode or anything like that. Making a team is integral to the experience, and when there's such a clear imbalance, it makes some choices far more appealing than others. Though it isn't wholly the fault of the type chart, it's also down to how the game uses it. Unfortunately, good designs do not necessarily equal good utility. I love the design of Ponyta and Rapidash. They're your average horse, except their manes are on fire. Simple, hilarious in a way, but I've always connected with them as a pyromaniac. I want to ride one. Sucks then that Ponyta and Rapidash are physical-based offensive fire types, just about the worst thing you could possibly do to these poor bastards. Types are broken into two groups, physical and special. Entire typings are given classifications for the calculations that go on behind the scenes with clashing stats. For instance, fire-type attacks will be special by virtue of their fire typing, so the power of the attack will be based on the attacking Pokemon's special stat, and subtraction occurs based on the receiving Pokemon's special stat. Let's take a level 40 Rapidash using Ember against a level 40 Kadabra. Through a set of calculations that are super fun and interesting, we come to the conclusion that Kadabra will lose a minuscule amount of health due to the special stat difference. Now, if fire was a physical type, Rapidash would rely on its base 100 attack stat, which would help it far more. Alas, many Pokemon were cursed with this mismatched type-to-stat ratio. Flareon has the exact same problem. High attack, no fire-type moves to take advantage of it. You can't have a Psychic type that is primarily a physical attacker. I mean, you can, no one's gonna stop you, but it will be incredibly ineffective. Similarly, you can't have a Rock type that is primarily a special attacker, not even a dual type between Rock and Ground. This is fine in and of itself, but how about we further scramble this mess of a type chart? Take Kadabra with a 120 special stat. We aren't even talking about Alakazam yet, bear in mind. Compare Kadabra to a physically defensive Pokemon like Onix. Kadabra is so much better than Onix, for so many reasons, but let's focus in on one particular disparity. Onix has a very respectable defense stat at 160, while everything else is pitiful at best. Kadabra is in a similar boat, with its 120 special stat. The difference here is that Onix only has one good stat, while Kadabra technically has two. Onix will tank physical hits like they're nothing at all, with the trade-off being that it can't fire back. Kadabra doesn't have a trade-off, because it fires off special attacks at 120 while also defending special attacks at 120. Let's say you use a physical move against Onix. Yeah, he can tank it, but he won't be sweeping you anytime soon because its attack stat is so low. If you use a special attacker against Kadabra, it will tank the hit and then decimate with a counterattack based on the same stat. What this essentially means is that special typings are objectively superior to physical typings in most instances. Types like water, grass, electric, did somebody say psychic? These types have more going for them than normal, flying, or ground, and it limits your Pokemon choices quite a bit. It isn't to say you won't use a physical attacker, since it can bypass special Pokemon fairly easily, just that special Pokemon end up being more useful in more situations, and since types are classified as either physical or special, that means entire typings will end up more useful than others. There's a reason Alakazam is so good. There's a reason you don't see a lot of Onix or Golem. There's a reason you see Starmie and Cloyster. There's a reason you don't see Beedrill or Butterfree. All of this is child's play compared to the many other issues that exist in Gen 1. Speed being proportional to your critical hit rate, meaning that faster Pokemon get more critical hits. Moves like Focus Energy, cutting your critical hit rate instead of doubling it. Moves like Wrap and Bind, preventing you from attacking, easily stun locking you. Moves that raised your stats so high that your numbers would roll over into lower numbers. This stuff is insane. I understand that bugs and design quirks are an inherent part of the process, and you're never going to be able to quash them all. I'm more surprised by the sheer quantity and severity of some of these issues. Take Wrap and Bind, for instance. They can attack anywhere from 2 to 5 turns, dealing a small bit of damage over time. Neither Pokemon can do anything until Wrap runs its course, and the opponent is still going to be doing damage that entire time. It's like an extended variation of Fury Swipes or Pin Missile. Not only can it be frustrating to sit back and slowly watch your health drop, if your Pokemon is slower than the opponent, there is absolutely nothing stopping them from deathlocking you. Erica's gym has a ton of Pokemon in it with the move Wrap, and there were several points where one of my Pokemon simply couldn't act out of this broken Wrap lock. The issue could potentially get even worse when sleep enters the picture, which in Generation 1 takes away your entire turn to wake up. Theoretically, this means that you can be sleep locked and subsequently Wrap locked at the same time. It punishes you severely for having slower Pokemon, and a surprising amount of trainers throughout Kanto have the move on at least one of their Pokemon. These problems often branch out into the overall level design.
To become a great trainer, Ash has to capture all of these amazing Pokemon creatures. And there's a lot he's got to know in order to catch them all.
Gotta catch 'em all!
That's why Professor Oak gave him his first Pokédex. It's the newest model with the latest digital technology that will give Ash instant Pokemon information with greater clarity and better reception than ever before. I need to upgrade my model.
I want to take a look at the first area, which I count as the length of time spanning from when you first get a Pokemon all the way up to obtaining your first gym badge. Your first choice is between Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. For this first area, the only 2 sane options are Squirtle and Bulbasaur, unless you want to have a really bad time. What Pokemon can you catch before going up against the first gym? Pidgey, Rattata, Nidoran female, Nidoran male, Spearow, Caterpie, Weedle, and Pikachu. What are the good options against Rock-type Pokemon? Well, Pidgey and Pidgeotto are normal flying types, so all of their moves are resisted by the Rock typing. All of Rattata's moves are once again resisted by the Rock typing. Caterpie and Weedle are in pretty much the same boat. Pikachu's not only extremely rare, but I mean, have you watched the anime? Not a great pick. Butterfree is realistically the only option that makes sense, because it learns Confusion and Poison Powder for some reliable special damage and status ailments to whittle down Brock's team. But even then, there's no guarantee that Butterfree will even last that long with its piss-poor defense. Plus, I recently learned that status ailments don't mean anything, because gym leaders can instantly heal them on a whim. Moral of the story here is that your early game difficulty choices are easy, or grind until it becomes easy. Squirtle learns super effective moves against rock types, and so does Bulbasaur, leaving Charmander in the dust. Now, I don't expect Pokemon games to be perfectly fine-tuned with a smooth difficulty curve, as that's practically impossible. Unlike other RPGs, Pokemon has an unprecedented amount of variables to account for. 15 different types, even more type combinations, type matchups, 150 different Pokemon you can control, and the player chooses to do whatever the hell they want with any of those Pokemon at any given time. Asking any team of human beings to perfectly balance a game with that many options would be hell on earth, and I will never demand perfection of any Pokemon game. I actually like the idea that your Pokemon selection affects each game's difficulty organically, meaning you struggle at different points depending on what team you build. I started with a Charmander on my most recent playthrough. caught a Caterpie, and trained it up to Butterfree so I could stand a chance. The fight itself was refreshingly challenging for a veteran, and even got me to develop more interesting strategies to survive. But I do have limits. There is a point at which I draw the line, and this is one of those cases. This is the beginning of a video game, where you're meant to learn and absorb the mechanics in order to use them for the rest of your 20 or so hours beating gyms. An especially salient point given that this was the first game in the series to not have a single worthwhile option outside of your starter against a typing that is primarily physically defensive is frankly absurd, and means that any poor soul who picks Charmander is in for an unholy amount of grinding. The worst part, though, is that there are only 3 or 4 trainers in Viridian Forest to fight for a sufficient amount of experience. The rest of your grinding will be done against wild Pokémon, which give less experience because they're wild, and even less because they're much lower leveled than anything in Brock's gym. I had no idea what I wanted to use against Brock, so I had to just grind up all the Pokémon I had that wouldn't die in 5 seconds, so that they could hopefully lower Onix's attack faster than they die trying. Fun fact, did you know that critical hits disregard status changes? When I lowered Onix's defense around 5 times, critical hits were suddenly a huge detriment to my attack power because the calculation is done on the base power of that attack, disregarding all defense or offense changes. You can bet this led to my death in more than one endurance battle. This is a cyclical frustration until you're high enough level. You start off with a limited amount of money, there are only 3 or 4 trainers which are currently your only source of money, and whenever you lose a battle, some of that money just disappears. Maybe you can cheese some of the fight with potions when Brock's Pokemon aren't one-hit KOing you, but those potions are finite use items that don't respawn after a team wipe, and if you lose enough times after continually saving the game, you won't have enough money to buy more potions. When you're out of money, you're out of options. This is when the grind kicks into high gear. Grinding to absurdly high levels outside Pewter City, running back and forth from this patch of grass to the Pokemon Center, yeah, I think there might be a problem here. It's not even just that your Pokemon take a lot of damage, it's also that they do little to no damage thanks to the type matchups. When a move is not very effective against a typing that is highly defensive, that health bar will not budge, while they naturally coast through the fight with normal damage even when they're lower level than you. Type matchups matter just that much to a battle. The solution, I feel, would be to not start the game out with such a highly defensive typing. Instead, perhaps using the normal type would have been a good compromise. While it may not teach you right away about type advantages, it means that no matter which starter you pick, the early game won't be split between 2 radical difficulty extremes. As a base single-player RPG, it still works past Pewter City since there are a lot more Pokemon and thus a lot more options. Your Charmeleon's also gonna suck against Misty. The difference here is that you have at least some reliable options. Unfortunately, you kinda have to put up with a lot of uninteresting filler in between gym leaders. The stuff you do in between Brock and Misty is on rails. You go from point A to point B, which isn't inherently a bad thing. But trainer battles are rarely, if ever, challenging, and random encounter rates are really damn high. So what you quickly realize is that all you're doing in between gyms is walking through hallways, getting interrupted constantly by wild encounters and trainers, until you finally, maybe, get challenged by the gym leader. Making monotype bosses will railroad you into learning type matchups for sure, it just doesn't always make for a challenging fight. If you have an answer to a gym leader's defined typing, you win. Lieutenant Surge is located in Vermilion City, right next to the Diglett Cave. Diglett is a ground type, meaning it resists all of Lieutenant Surge's Pokemon, and so if you go catch a Diglett, the deed is done before you've even begun. The fights that often matter are the ones that don't follow the rules of their own supposed skill set. Lance, the final member of the Elite Four, is supposedly a master of the Dragon type. Is he though? 2 of his Pokemon aren't even Dragon types, they merely resemble dragons. This is obviously because the Dragonite line are the only Dragon types in the first generation, but this also made for one of the coolest fights in the entire playthrough. Why? Because his team was unpredictable. All of a sudden there was a water type, a rock type, no longer could you sweep him with ice type moves. Compare that to Blaine, a team of 4 pure fire types. Gee, I wonder what I should use to beat him. The only time in Generation 1 that I've ever struggled against a gym battle is against Brock, at a time where my options were severely limited. Even Sabrina can be challenged after you've already completed most of the other gyms, giving you time to raise your levels. Despite how much I've rattled on about this, I don't mind too much because I've never exactly needed these games to be Omega Shenron Dark Souls hard. I'm only mentioning it because so many people insist that the original games were challenging and that the new ones pale in comparison. Generation 1 is certainly buggier and more frustrating, but that doesn't really make it more difficult, just kinda makes it more time consuming. Enemy Pokemon have really odd move pools that don't take advantage of their strengths, and I can't even begin to discern how their AI is programmed. Sometimes they come across stupid, and other times it's as if they cheated, which is probably because they can actually read your inputs in this generation, meaning they can basically read your mind? But I guess that's offset by them selecting Agility for the 18th time in a row because it's a Psychic-type move, and they're programmed to use super effective moves even if those moves don't do damage. Playing for footage, instead of building a team, I decided to just use Pokemon as I got them, to encourage myself to experiment. Even without creating a team that would cover my weaknesses, there weren't any in-game challenges that made me want to pull my hair out, which I guess is all I can really ask of any Pokemon game, really. I want a majority of the encounters to at least make me think about what I'm doing on a deeper level. I don't need constant team wipes or anything. Unfortunately, Generation 1 has just never struck me as a particularly thought-provoking entry in the series until maybe late game. It's especially grating in some of the long, confusing dungeons you're forced to slog through. It's one thing to plow through a place like the Pokemon Tower, a fairly short set of rooms with a few trainer battles. It's over and done with before you know it, and there's even a neat little story about a dead Marowak. On the other hand, Silphco is a frustrating nightmare of a dungeon, built around memorizing warp tiles and battling trainer after trainer after trainer. In most future Pokemon games, I would be okay with a long dungeon like this, but in Red and Blue it's difficult to defend due to the myriad of weird issues it has. Trainer AI is unremarkable, meaning that any fight you get into leads to an audible groan. A limited inventory means you'll constantly be deciding which of your valuable items to throw away, leading to a bunch of time spent in the inventory menu. Since you usually have to fight most trainers in these games to keep all of your Pokemon at a sufficient level, that means you're going to have to battle around 30 brain-dead trainers that almost all have the same Pokemon. I can at least commend this dungeon for having an interesting gimmick, unlike Mount Moon and the SS Anne, but it's hard not to notice that Silphco is just a longer, more tedious rendition of the Rocket Hideout in Celadon. That dungeon was 3 floors long, had a decent spin tile gimmick, and still had the boss battle against Giovanni at the end. You don't really need Team Rocket to do much more than that. They're already spread across the Kanto region causing trouble, and the gym leader fight with Giovanni is a good enough end to his story. I don't think you needed to fight him on 3 separate occasions to drive the point home that they're troublemakers. We don't need hours of useless trainer battles. We don't need hours of wandering around in caves that have nothing in them but strength puzzles, dear lord. The act of playing through Red and Blue is sometimes akin to trying to shave your beard by plucking out each individual hair one by one. Oh, dear God.
I wanna be the very best, like no one ever was. To catch them is my real test, to train them is my cause.
Do Ash and Misty have what it takes to be Pokemon Masters? Only if they can capture as many as possible while battling Team Rocket's treacherous tricks. Catch all the action, each day, right here.
Pokémon, weekday mornings at 6:30 on Fox 43.
It's clear that Red and Blue weren't trying for anything new in terms of typical RPG design. As I just mentioned, there's a limited inventory, a frustrating trope of pretty much every older RPG. Progression is often halted in strange ways, like a guard who needs a drink to prevent you from entering Saffron City before you're supposed to. Then again, there are interesting roadblocks like the Sleeping Snorlax because it allows you to fight and catch a new Pokemon you can't find anywhere else. It seems like anything you do regarding these colorful creatures is always going to be an inherently interesting roadblock. You run into a flaming horse, and why the hell wouldn't you want to catch and raise it? The design of Ponyta and Rapidash are appealing. This classic design philosophy is key to the success of the first generation. I have a lot of favorite designs. Pikachu is a pretty popular one, but I think Raichu's design goes a bit underappreciated. Its tail is a sharper thunderbolt at the end of a wire. It uses its tail to ground itself and protect it from the higher voltage that's taken into its body, most likely as a result of it being more powerful than Pikachu. I like the moodier color choices accentuated by the darker orange and brown. It creates less of a contrast than Pikachu's pure yellow, black, and red, but I think it just makes it cuter. Sandslash shares this same kind of brown to offset the darker yellow, and you'll find that most Pokemon in this generation weaponize that simplicity in their design. Sandshrew is an armadillo, Meowth's a cat, Haunter's a ghost, Vulpix is a fox. I guess you could look at this design mentality as a little too tame. I mean, there's a bird, a rat, a bat. It's no secret that lots of these designs are based off our real world, just as Kanto is based off our real region of Japan. I can sorta understand that complaint, but I think we'd lose a connection to these monsters if they were too far removed from our reality. Personally, I've never had a connection to Digimon, precisely because their designs felt too imaginative and busy. That's not to say their designs are bad, I just never connected with them the same way I did Pokemon. Without even the smallest identifiers, like Ponyta's horse body shape or Zubat's bat wings, I don't think I would resonate as strongly with the original 150. One could certainly argue that that level of restraint is a lost art. Just look at the legendary bird trio. Zapdos, a lightning bird said to cause thunderstorms and live amongst the clouds. Articuno, a bad omen to passerby within frigid climates. And Moltres, a bird that's said to bring an early springtime in cold lands. Really, they're just birds, but the mythos backing them is fascinating. It's fun to explore the world and happen across them by chance. Zapdos and Articuno are in optional dungeons, and Moltres is hidden away at Victory Road for some reason. They have extremely high catch rates, making it an ordeal in itself to catch them all, but you're rewarded with incredible stats to carry you through the rest of the game. You also get to speculate even more about what these Pokemon are through your Pokedex entries and associated lore. How did Zapdos end up at the power plant? What is Articuno doing at the Seafoam Islands? The fact that you only get one shot to catch them speaks volumes. They're one of a kind, and that's what makes them so special. Of course, these three birds pale in comparison to the true powerhouse legendary of the first generation. Mewtwo. Here's a Pokemon built up within the game itself, before you even catch wind of its location. The Pokemon Mansion on Cinnabar Island has hidden journal entries about a Pokemon named Mew, and the efforts of a group of scientists to clone it. It's not much, but it's enough to get you wondering, and when you finally gain access to Cerulean Cave, there it is. Mewtwo, arguably the strongest Pokemon in the first generation. A failed clone of Mew that escaped captivity and now lives in isolation. It's not a huge set of legendaries, but they each have their own areas and are easy to appreciate after reading their Pokedex entries. Gaining more insight into the world of Pokemon by catching them is a genius way to fill out the world. Lots of people prefer the original designs to the newer designs, the region of Kanto to the region of Sinnoh, Team Rocket's simplicity to Team Galactic's deeper motives. I wholeheartedly understand where these people are coming from too. Kanto is a wonderfully designed region. I love how the map closes back in on itself after Cinnabar Island. It has this magical effect where the Elite Four are practically in your backyard, but you have to go prove yourself before you can challenge them. Surfing up from Cinnabar, finally figuring out where that little pond at the bottom of Pallet Town led to, it feels great. Red and Blue still have the most freedom in terms of what gyms you want to tackle, which is kinda crazy. After the second gym, you don't necessarily need to visit gyms in a linear order. You could theoretically skip Lieutenant Surge and go explore other cities. Hell, if you blitz your way over to Koga, you can learn Surf and fight Blaine. Now, some of the gym leaders have comparable levels. Sabrina, Koga, and Blaine are all around the same level, and these are really the three that I alternate between on subsequent playthroughs. There's really no point in skipping Surge or Erica anyway, as their teams are so low level that you won't exactly be coming back to a challenging fight. This middle series of gym leaders is one of my favorite parts of the entire region. There's so much you can choose to do here. Will you take the cycling road or the boardwalk? Will you challenge Sabrina right away or take on Koga? Which gyms are you more confident you can battle with a lower level team? It might seem like a minor degree of freedom to some, but you have to keep in mind that future games have taken away any semblance of progression-based choice, so feeling any degree of freedom again, however flawed, is pretty refreshing. Each route has its own set of Pokemon to make sure that discovering new areas endows this satisfying feeling of adventure onto the player, even if what they're doing in the moment is a bit repetitious. All of a sudden, there are new monsters appearing, and you get this overwhelming desire to catch them and see what they can do. With this recent playthrough of Red, I caught a Clefairy in Mount Moon and a Drowsy next to Vermilion City, not because I ran around planning to catch them, but because I found them by chance while exploring and decided to use them. That's the other thing too. You won't just be roaming tall grass, you'll explore caves, seas, cities, power plants, and other locations based off our real world. The groundedness of the setting and activities lend to its thoughtful construction. There's a cycling road, a tour ship, a Pokemon graveyard. In that sense, it's reminiscent of Earthbound, a fantasy JRPG rooted in modern visual aesthetics. Everything in Kanto revolves around Pokemon. They help build things, they help make things, they coexist with humanity. The plot is that a team of thugs want to disrupt that harmony, Giovanni. Team Rocket steal Pokemon like thieves would steal from convenience stores, so naturally you step in and single-handedly dismantle their entire operation from the ground up, because they're trying to stop you from having fun. Giovanni isn't supposed to be this deep character with unclear motives, he's just a bad guy, one who steps down after recognizing your strength and is revealed to be a gym leader, one of the only genuine twists in the entire series. That's not even the only twist. Take your rival. He plays a big part in making your adventure feel meaningful. Another person who has a team that evolves with you, a team that battles with you at multiple points throughout your adventure until the champion battle against him at the end. This is a point of reflection, remembering past encounters, all the times this SOB told you to smell him later. It all bubbles up to a champion battle that matters for more reasons than just the title. Think about it another way. Your rival beat you. He was always one step ahead of you. He became the champion first, he realized both your dreams first, and even if he does end up losing, it makes the final battle that much more of a grudge match. You're forced to accept how diverse his team is and acknowledge his strength. He is one of the best fights in the game because of that diversity and unpredictability. But he also rushed through it all. He scouted out the toughest Pokemon and made a beeline for the league so fast that he missed out on the legendary birds. In his quest to become the strongest, he ironically missed out on some of the toughest and most fascinating Pokemon in the world. He was so focused on the destination that he never got to experience the journey quite like the player did. Game Freak could have gone all out and crafted a rich narrative, I'm sure. It wasn't unheard of at the time, but I think the theme you'll consistently run into with Generation 1 is restraint. I don't blame them either, for the record. It was a smart move to start simple, get everything down that mattered, and clearly it worked. Unfortunately, a solid RPG it may be, there are still some glaring holes in this thin crust that seemingly never mattered at the time and make these two games exceedingly difficult to revisit. A rough but uncompromising vision.
Look who's back. And this time, the two of you are partners in the latest installment of the Pokémon saga. It's Pokémon Yellow, the special Pikachu edition for Game Boy Color, where it's you and Pikachu catching as many as you can together. Look for the Pokémon Yellow Bundle Pack. It includes a limited edition Pokémon Game Boy and Yellow Game Pack.
I guess it is worth noting that another game was released in this generation. In 1999, Pokémon Yellow would hit American shelves, so I guess it's worth briefly going over some of the changes. Spoiler, there's not much. This would start the trend of definitive versions releasing within the same generation. Although this particular version continues to be a strange case, unlike Crystal, Emerald, and Platinum, Pokémon Yellow is directly inspired by the anime. The main character is meant to be Ash and not Red. You're given a Pikachu to start with that never evolves, sprites now resemble the anime, and Jessie and James appear throughout. This is the only Pokemon game, barring its remake, that doesn't allow you to pick from a set of 3 starters, and instead forces a Pokemon onto you. It actually locks you into a Charmander choice situation, where your main Pokemon is ineffective against the first gym leader. Despite its similarities to the anime, simply brute forcing Onix with a Pikachu isn't gonna get you anywhere. Thankfully though, Pokemon Yellow has changed a few things about Red and Blue. One of those being that you can catch a Mankey before Pewter City, who learns the fighting type move Low Kick at level 9. No longer will you be completely screwed early game, which I appreciate. Another cool, difficulty-related change concerns your rival. He receives an Eevee from Professor Oak, and he will evolve it based on your performance in your first 2 fights with him. If you win both times, he will evolve his Eevee into Jolteon. If you win the first fight but lose or skip the second, he'll evolve his Eevee into Flareon, and if you lose the first fight, he will evolve his Eevee into Vaporeon. I really like the idea behind this, that if you win both fights, he'll resist your Pikachu, but if you're struggling, he'll be weak to your Pikachu. It's a little unfortunate that your first fight with him decides any of this, considering how luck-based these first fights always are, but I really like this in theory, and the series would never attempt to do anything like this again, which is a real shame. Unfortunately, for as much as Yellow version changed, it didn't exactly have the opportunity to shift everything that Gen 2 would eventually overhaul. The special stat still exists, almost every bug in Red and Blue are still present, as far as I'm aware, there's still a limited inventory, etc. It's probably my preferred version for the little changes. The sprites actually resemble Ken Sugimori's original artwork, Pikachu follows you around in the overworld and you can interact with it. Farfetch'd and Lickitung are no longer locked behind in-game trades. I think it's kinda neat that you fight Jessie and James before Giovanni, not that it really adds much. Pikachu can learn Surf if you do the surfing minigame, which is surprising but not really necessary. Oh, also Charizard can finally learn Fly, which is good because that never made any sense. I've exhausted Bulbapedia to find these changes, and almost none of them even matter. I guess that just goes to show that the problems with Red and Blue run pretty deep. Don't misunderstand me, I still respect Red and Blue. I love almost everything about them conceptually. The simplicity, the adventure, the designs, yet that can only go so far. I'm not willing to put up with this stuff for long periods of time, and I'd be lying if I said I revisit these games often. I'm sure there are those who swear by the originals even with the bugs, the quirks, the imbalances. It was their childhood, their Pokemon, and I get it. I'm not here to tell anyone off. I'm not here to make anyone angry. I'm not here to invalidate anyone's experiences, only to share mine. If anything, playing the first generation again, it's impressive to me what Game Freak were able to pull off their first time. It proved to me that the core of Pokemon is timeless and has the ability to span multiple generations, multiple childhoods, to create memories that we'll treasure forever. And all of it started with less of a game and more of an event. That's the ultimate strength of the Game Boy's most popular title, a social event masquerading as a time-traveling video game.
You've conquered Red. You've mastered Blue. You've triumphed over Yellow. You've caught them all. And now you're ready for the next step. Welcome to the world of Pokemon Gold and Silver. Tons of new Pokemon, new adventures and worlds to explore, new badges to collect. So you've got to ask yourself, have you got what it takes? Pokemon Gold and Silver, rated E for everyone. Gotta catch 'em all.
By the turn of the millennium, Pokemon was already on top of the world. Red and Blue had sold up to and perhaps even beyond 5 million units in its first couple years on store shelves in Japan, and yet more still in the United States. It outsold Final Fantasy VII a full year and some change after its release. The newly established franchise had an anime, a movie, a trading card game, a litany of spin-offs, toys, fast food tie-ins, and other merchandise. When people say Pokemon fever had set in, they weren't kidding. Global phenomenon would be an understatement. And so, the show must go on. Pokemon Gold and Silver. An entirely new region filled with new characters, music, locations, and of course, 100 brand new Pokemon. New features on top of a tried and true gameplay formula. Gold and Silver would begin the trend of generational releases that iterate on Red and Blue's extremely solid social foundation. Critics at the time were impressed by the sequel, and yet more fans echoed those sentiments. Even today, Generation 2 is a contender for the most revered generation of all time. Much of that praise no doubt comes from the phenomenal remakes, Heart Gold and Soul Silver, but we won't be discussing those in this video. The remakes will be handled in their own video at a later date. My aim with this series is to examine each generation's flagship titles in their purest form, to see what they each added to the franchise throughout the years. In this video, we'll be primarily discussing the initial releases, Gold and Silver, and then comparing them with the changes brought by their sister release, Pokemon Crystal. Strap in as we explore the highs and lows of Johto, a Pokemon Gold and Silver retrospective.
Let's try this again. Now concentrate. Think Pichu, Lugia, Pikachu, Chikorita, Cyndaquil. Cool.
The new Collector's Edition Gold and Silver Pokemon Game Boy Color. A true Pokemon master may do anything to get it.
Oh, how about 5 more for my friends?
Where Kanto was based on the greater Tokyo area of Japan, with a mythos derived from its urban technological roots, Johto is largely based on Japan's Kansai region, a rural countryside filled with historic monuments and ancient legends. Japan's first capital city was built in the Kansai region, where much of Japan's stereotypical cultural traditions sprung forth. Home to Buddhist monuments, castles, and other structures dating back thousands of years, it's a region with a storied history. You can see that reflected in the Johto region. There's a more relaxed tone than that of Red and Blue. Team Rocket returns in an even less threatening fashion than before, now lacking a clear leader. They rile up the Slowpoke well and hijack a radio tower, to which the region itself seems almost indifferent. All it takes is the player and the region's champion to stomp out the dissidents in short order. This lack of any substantial conflict leaves the player with a fairly unobtrusive adventure, where cultural centers and legends are instead the point of focus. Mewtwo and the legendary birds were an interesting backdrop to the Kanto region, but not one explicitly developed by the main story. Uncovering the clues about Mewtwo in the Pokémon Mansion made its discovery in Cerulean Cave all the sweeter. However, Johto places more emphasis on those legends, elaborating on areas like the Burnt Tower. You have an explicit meeting with the legendary dog trio. Ho-Oh and Lugia reside in their own dungeons, structures, or formations that date back hundreds or even thousands of years. Ekritik is the city where the legendary dogs were rumored to have perished in the flames, their lifeless bodies resurrected into mythological creatures by Ho-Oh. They're essentially ghosts that roam the region and exist only in the stories the residents tell each other, except to those who prove themselves worthy of their attention. What I love about all this, though, is that even though it's given much more direct attention, there's still so much left up to your own interpretation. What happened to the tower? Why did Ho-Oh leave? Why is Lugia hidden deep in the Whirl Islands? What are the Whirl Islands? These questions don't have clear answers. By talking to the NPCs throughout the region, you paint a fairly broken picture of events that might have occurred long ago, but you'll never truly know whether the tales have been skewed by the passing of time or human bias. You'll never have all the answers, but the game still lets you encounter these beasts and come to your own conclusions. It does feel like a few of these areas are a bit undercooked. In Gold and Silver, there's so much left up to your imagination in the ruins of Alph that it feels less like you're piecing together the remnants of an ancient civilization, and more like you're solving disconnected picture puzzles depicting completely random Pokémon. Unknown are a bit too esoteric for my liking. Instead of asking how did these things come to be in a wondrous sense, I start asking myself why a species exists modeled after every letter in the English alphabet. It is still a mystery, but it lacks the charming allure of other areas. Still, I was contemplating the layout and history of the region as a whole in a way that Kanto only teased. Where Red and Blue reflected an Earthbound-esque modern fantasy adventure, Gold and Silver are more reminiscent of a Dragon Quest or early Final Fantasy. It's remarkable how different Johto feels to traverse. Instead of a big circle with bustling city centers and skyscrapers, Johto is a region surrounded by dense forests and caves, where paths feel naturally paved rather than retrofit for modern traversal. You get towns like Azala, where weather is predicted by Slowpoke, Violet City with a giant tower entirely dedicated to the worship of Bellsprout, most likely allusions to ancient Buddhist monuments and structures that are still standing in Kansai today. You have to travel across the sea to get some medicine for the lighthouse Pokemon, perhaps because Johto doesn't have a solid medical infrastructure that could widely distribute these kinds of products. It's a region that, for better or worse, is steeped in tradition and seems resistant to change. Goldenrod and Olivine City are the only two locations even comparable to the technological developments of Kanto cities. Every other town is much smaller in size, usually surrounded by natural formations, like the Lake of Rage or Mount Silver. Let me put it this way. Where Kanto had far more human developments, like the cycling road, Johto is the exact opposite. At first, I was taken aback by just how little substance there was to towns like Cianwood or Mahogany, but it actually suits the region's laid-back atmosphere perfectly. So too does its music. Red and Blue had a selection of songs that were pretty simple. Battle themes for wild Pokemon and trainers were different, and so were the gym leaders and champion, which was a pretty neat way to highlight those more important fights. Other than that, though, the soundtrack was fairly standard. Cave music, city music. It was a fair bit ordinary. When it tried to go beyond expectations, we got the Pokémon Mansion theme. And Lavender Town. Gold and Silver are a pretty big step up despite using the same sound chip. It's evident as soon as the starting town that something has changed. There's more detail in the composition, and that detail breathes more life into each of the cities throughout Johto. Ekritik in particular has always been a favorite of mine. I would imagine it hard to capture the essence of a city's storied history, but this theme captures that and then some. It's a quiet, contemplative track. Team Rocket have their own battle theme now. There's a slight variation on the wild Pokemon theme depending on the time of day. It's not a terrifically huge jump, and I can't even say I listened to the soundtrack much at all on my own, but it's enough of an improvement on Red and Blue that I thought it worth mentioning, and contributes a lot to its atmosphere. Bear in mind that I am talking about the soundtrack as it existed on the Game Boy, so don't start throwing the remakes at me. Those remixed songs are indeed fantastic, but those came later. The Game Boy Color afforded Johto far more detail than was ever present in Red and Blue. You could actually figure out what these things looked like without watching the anime or buying trading cards. New Pokemon like Sentret resemble the Tanuki, which is extremely relevant to Japanese folklore. Sneasel is likely based on the Kami Tachi, a type of yokai or demon. This extends to other folklore as well. Natu and Xatu are based on the Kakapo, and by extension, the New Zealand Maori tribe that worshipped them. Teddiursa and Ursaring are possibly derived from the Ursa Minor constellation and the myths surrounding it. My favorite example is Delibird, with its appearance likely based on the Rockhopper penguin, but with a color scheme clearly copied from Santa Claus. There also seems to be an emphasis on species and concepts related to history or the passage of time. Larvitar's entire line is reminiscent of the dinosaurs, as is Meganium. Sudowoodo is likely based on fossilized wood. Piloswine is a combination of wild boar and the mammoth. Of course, it is worth noting that not all of them fall so rigidly within these themes, as most regions don't have a strict set of rules. Corsola seems to be based on coral, and Pineco on, well, take a wild fucking guess. Though there are only 100 new additions, I'd say their visual design is a cut above the previous generation, if even only slightly. Baby Pokemon are brilliant in their cute, compact renditions of previous lines. Along the same vein, new evolutions breathe life into Pokemon I used to be ambivalent toward. Scyther was always a decent design, but the addition of Scizor was the sole reason I fell in love with the line. His bladed arms turned into full-on pincers. Steelix did the same for Onix, turning a fairly standard rock caterpillar thing into this legitimately terrifying steel dragon, even though they really aren't all that different at their core. All it took for that perspective to change was, literally, just a new coat of paint. And I love it. While Rattata's line has never personally interested me, Sentret and Furret are adorable, to the point where I sometimes consider using them for their appearance alone. Apart from more basic designs like Ariados and Sunflora, Ken Sugimori was on top of his game. Some of my all-time favorites originated here. Houndour, Teddiursa, Sneasel, Skarmory, Scizor, Crobat. It's not hard to see why the Johto editions are so beloved. Unfortunately then, we run into a bit of a problem child. Celebi. Much like Mew, this was an event Pokemon, or as they're known nowadays, mythical Pokemon. To get it, a player had to have the GS Ball downloaded onto their system using the Mobile System GB, where Japanese players could get special events onto their mobile phones and transfer them to their Game Boy system. Though it was short-lived, and for good reason, my god. Celebi is a really cool Pokemon, a psychic grass type, the guardian of Ilex Forest, based on the mythical fairy or Kodama. Some have even said it references Shintoism. The shrine in Ilex Forest is certainly reminiscent of Shinto shrines, so I can see where that comes from. Yet another addition to Johto lore that has me questioning where it came from and how it once influenced the region and its people. However, in its introductory game, Celebi was not only an event Pokemon, meaning you'd miss out on it if you didn't download the event, it was also a Japanese exclusive event Pokemon, meaning other territories simply could not encounter it. Additionally, Generations 1 and 2 had a unique quirk to their design, which meant that the actual games were, in a sense, region-locked. Game Boys weren't region-locked, oh no. The games themselves were only able to communicate with other cartridges of the same region, meaning that a US cartridge and a Japanese cartridge could not communicate. This meant that even if you had a Japanese friend with a Celebi on their cartridge, you still couldn't get your hands on Celebi if you weren't using a Japanese cartridge. Which, yes, means that if you lived outside of Japan and saw someone with a Celebi at school in their Game Boy cartridge, they had either cheated or traded with someone who had cheated. For me, there are no two ways about this. It sucks. Everything about it sucks. Pokemon are the name of the game here. Often the most exciting draw for players come a new generation are the new Pokemon. To use them in battle, to find new favorites, and to see what they contribute to the lore or universe. Legendary Pokemon are often the most intriguing new additions, since they have wider implications for a region's mythology. Celebi feels like it slots in naturally with the theming of Generation 2 designs, but then was cut out of the game and could only be accessed via an event with frankly poor distribution methods. I do not like the precedent this set for future games, where this problem would only get worse. In an effort to make certain Pokemon elusive and rare, I feel like it's had the effect of robbing the player of in-game information and forcing them to go watch the anime or new movies that will most assuredly have more information about that Pokemon you couldn't go to an event for because you had school, or your mom didn't want to drive to Toys R Us that day or something. I mean, sure, it's a great business strategy. This franchise didn't rise to the top for nothing. It just sucks.
What do big kids want? More spikes! More slams! More flips! More food! Big kids want to be treated like big kids.
Hey, we hear you. That's why the Burger King Big Kids meal has more great tasting food, fun, and of course, a cool toy. Want to take Game Boy to a whole new level? You can come to Burger King to celebrate the release of Pokémon Gold and Silver.
Pikachu!
With new mini Game Boy collectible toys. 8 different toys with all new characters. And a cool Pokémon figure. There's one in every Big Kids meal. Taste rules!
Conceptually, Johto is well put together. Team Rocket takes a back seat to the region's mythos, there's a more laid-back atmosphere. The new Pokemon mostly run with this theme and are excellent in their visual designs. Unfortunately, there are a few aspects of how it's all implemented that make me question just how good it feels to play when compared to Kanto. Before we can talk about that, I'm gonna need to explain my approach. In Red and Blue, I decided to use Pokemon as I caught them, which meant that I'd catch Pokemon and use them semi-randomly, rather than building a team. It was an interesting approach that I can't say I often take, and got me to use certain Pokemon that I'd never experimented with before. It meant that I actually used the legendary birds for main story fights, which is another thing I rarely do. While this is a perfectly serviceable way to play these games, I feel like you get a lot more out of Pokemon when you're working with a set team of 6. Taking a look at which Pokemon you can catch in the main adventure, making sure none of the types overlap, and ending on a balanced team that can deal with most threats thrown at them. For the sake of example, I'm gonna walk through the team I used for my gold playthrough. Meganium is a bulky grass type with a move pool that focuses on healing itself and buffing the team's defenses with Reflect or Light Screen. It can take a decent hit, keep itself alive, and deal back a moderate amount. Forretress is a more extreme addition, with a ton of resistances due to its steel bug typing and a ridiculously high defense stat. While it can't deal much damage, it can create entry hazards and inflict deadly status conditions to stall out powerful opponents. Lantern has a high HP stat with an incredibly unique water-electric typing that can cover a lot of weaknesses with same type attack bonus. It's 2 of the best types wrapped into 1. Our team right now has a lot of defensive utility and covers a wide range of typings, but is clearly lacking in raw power. Tauros is a powerhouse of a normal type who can not only deal incredibly powerful physical damage, but can learn a variety of moves thanks to its typing. Sudowoodo has a mix of physical defense and attack, a powerful counter to other physical attackers, especially with its rock typing. Finally, to round things out, we have a psychic flying type in Xatu to fill a mixed attacker role between the two types. This is our team, and they have a ton of unique strengths, but it's very hard to create a team with no weaknesses. If we ever come up against a physically defensive wall, we don't exactly have any top-tier special attackers to break through. Our overall statistical power is on the lower end in general, with a focus on utility. We don't have many answers to dark or psychic types, especially since Fortress isn't focused on attacking in the conventional sense. Still, it's a team with many unorthodox strengths, and doing the research to fill in a team like this is extremely rewarding. Part of the reason why I keep coming back to these games so readily is because there are so many options. In Gold and Silver alone, there are over 200 options. You can mix and match new teams in any way you want, and you probably won't even see them all in your lifetime. Not only that, focusing on a set team of 6 is bound to create interesting stories, which can help the player to bond with each monster on a more intimate level. Maybe your Golbat landed a surprise critical hit in a tough battle, or withstood an attack with 1 hit point remaining. Think of the stories that spiral out of team building. Think of the favorites you'll develop, the misconceptions you'll dash about certain monsters you used to not care about. It's hard not to feel like this is the encouraged playstyle when Ash fosters his own team of 6 every generation, and pretty much every champion in every game has a set team of 6. Going through Johto again with a pre-established team has been an eye-opening experience for me. Though I did play the original Silver version a long time ago, the vast majority of my experience with the region has been through its remakes, which were made in a generation where various other elements were introduced to the series. You go through the region from the southeast, cut through in a zigzag motion until you're at the north middle, then travel to the west, and then backtrack all the way to the east. It's a lot less elegant than Kanto's progression, but it does still offer its own non-linear progression after you obtain 4 badges. Jasmine, Chuck, and Price can be challenged in any order the player wishes, though I have to admit that it's a little more underwhelming. In Kanto, the gyms you could tackle out of order were in this circular ring that allowed the player to take whichever path they wanted. You could go southeast and challenge Koga first, or you could head for Celadon immediately and trek through the cycling road to fight Koga after. Either way, there's an unexplored path you can use to make it back to Saffron City to fight Sabrina. You could also fight Sabrina first and then deal with Erika and Koga after in whichever order you want. It flows naturally from one point to another no matter the playthrough, and is a refreshing break from the linear progression. In Gen 2, you get Fly after beating Chuck, and he's also in the city where you get the medicine to unlock Jasmine, so you're probably going to be challenging him before Jasmine no matter what. Realistically, your choices are to travel to the Lake of Rage and fight Price first, with Chuck coming after, or you could go do Chuck and then pick between Jasmine and Price. I always find myself heading toward Chuck because you can fly to Jasmine right away, and then fly to Ekrutik to start making your way toward the Lake of Rage. I just don't know why I wouldn't want to get Fly right off the bat, especially since going to the Lake of Rage first would mean that your trek across the region turns into zigzag, north, east, back west, west even more, back east, and then east even more. It's just unnecessarily complicated. I don't think there's anything wrong with this inherently. I still love many of the future games, and they don't let you sequence break at all. Linear Pokémon is still fun in its own right, and even has its own strengths when compared to non-linear Pokémon. But the trouble with Gen 2 is that they still needed to account for the idea that the player could potentially do these 3 gyms in any order. As a result, the gyms all hover around level 30. Gym leaders are usually the most difficult trainers of any given stretch, and as such their level range is a fair bit above the norm. Every trainer you fight before them has to be a much lower level to make each gym leader more standout. There's a huge gap between Erika, Koga, and Sabrina, around 10 levels worth even, which has the effect of raising the average trainer level in this circuit. It meant that the journey to these gym leaders remained as consistently challenging as the leaders themselves. Other than Jasmine's oddball Steelix at level 35, the most challenging levels you'll encounter in this stretch of gameplay are only 5 levels higher than the 4th gym leader, and that means each trainer in between will stagnate heavily. You might have a bit of a challenge at first, but you will quickly find yourself steamrolling the competition before Claire. This problem extends past the Johto League and into the Kanto postgame in a more dire fashion. Trainer Red, the most powerful trainer in the game by a country mile, is sitting up near the high 70s, low 80s. The Johto champion, Dragon Tamer Lance, ranges from 45 to 50. Johto is a dense region, maybe not quite the size of Kanto, but something comparable. It's a full 8 gym badge campaign with story fights, dungeons, routes, and a league fight. Kanto in this game is comparatively short. In fact, you could probably explore everything it has to offer in 4 or 5 hours maximum, and that's if you're really taking your time. On this journey, you'll be collecting the Kanto gym badges in almost any order you desire, working up to Mount Silver for the battle with Red. What's strange about this stretch of time are the underwhelming level ranges that exist between Lance and Red. I'll remind you that Lance's Pokemon all hovered around the high 40s. Lieutenant Surge, likely the first gym you'll tackle after leaving the SS Aqua, has a team of low 40s and 1 level 46. This is true for Sabrina, Koga, Erika, Misty, Brock. They're all the same. Blue ratchets up a few levels for the last Kanto gym, but in between him and Red is Mount Silver, a 2-room cave with no trainers. You go from a set of level 50s to a set of near 80s. Now, I understand and relish the idea that Red is supposed to be the most powerful trainer there is. That's really damn cool, especially if you considered yourself to be the most powerful trainer in Red and Blue. It's a powerful twist, but he comes on too strong and too fast. I should acknowledge that this is simply something I've noticed whenever I revisit Johto. I'm sure it isn't a universal principle, and I'm positive a lot of people watching would dispute this, but there just seems to be a lack of trainers to stay consistently leveled. When I say that, I don't mean to be the exact same level as Red, just not to be close to 30 levels below his team. One of my favorite things about building a team is that you can often develop strategies to win against a team that is a bit stronger than yours. 5, 10, or even 15 levels above if you're really stretching it isn't usually a big deal, since you can use status effects or stat boosting moves to even the playing field. That's why it doesn't really bother me much that the Elite Four are a step up in levels. They aren't so much higher that you'll want to give up, they're just high enough to make you consider other strategies before resorting to the grind. However, that difference can only ever be so big before your strategies need to be more predictable and boring. It isn't technically impossible to beat his team at level 50, but you're basically just going to have to use Confuse Ray or Hypnosis and hope to RNGesus that you can successfully set up against all 6 of his members using X items or something. Again, it is doable, but if I have to resort to spamming Double Team or just getting lucky, it makes me feel like I cheated. Alternatively, you could simply compile a team of the statistically strongest Pokemon in the game to make up that level difference, but where's the fun in that? Eventually you're going to want to try out a team of lesser used Pokemon that can utilize some unorthodox strategies. I do it to make the game a little harder on myself, but I don't want to have to grind up levels just so weaker Pokemon won't instantly die. It is worth noting that it is my prerogative to stick so stubbornly to 6 members. If I drop my team down to just 4, or even just my starter, I probably wouldn't have to grind at all. Levels would be evenly distributed, and I don't think it would be nearly as severe. This is true, but there's something really special about having all 6 of your party slots filled out come the Hall of Fame. Every single important trainer in the series, including both Red and Lance in this game, have a full team of 6. Ash has a full team of 6 as well. I feel like they're trying to communicate something through that. 4 feels oddly insufficient. Not to mention, I have the benefit of hindsight here. I have never struggled with grinding past this generation. Not in Emerald, Platinum, Black and White, none of them. I'm always at or around a comfortable level range, sometimes even over the level range. And just to be extra sure my suspicions weren't unfounded, this also happens to me in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. There's something about the lack of experience you gain that's unique to Johto's design, be that a lack of trainers or a strange difficulty spike, and I can never seem to get past it without at least one long grinding session somewhere along the way. For those reasons and more, Gold and Silver Kanto has never really impressed me all that much. Sure, the time it must have taken to include is impressive. I've read the stories about Iwata slaving away at it for days on end. I adore the concept. Getting to see how Kanto has changed since your initial adventure is a novel idea the series hasn't seen in quite the same way since. They're building new stuff in Vermilion. Lavender Town has a radio tower now instead of a graveyard. Cinnabar Island burned down and now Blaine's gym is just inside a cave. Red is this legendary figure throughout the region, even his mom talks a big game. Blue seems much more mature, and he helms his own gym right before the league. As a Where Are They Now side attraction, it fulfills its purpose beautifully, but you can also mindlessly chew through it in a matter of hours. Every gym is an absolute cakewalk, and there's almost nothing going on in between gyms. They really try to occupy your time by forcing you to go to the power plant and blocking certain paths, but it's not like you get any new dungeons to conquer or something, it's just Kanto. Again. They even make you wake up Snorlax again. Hell, even the Johto Victory Road is just the one from Kanto with less stuff in it. Mount Silver, really the only substantial new content in the post-game, is a couple of rooms long with the boss fight as the main attraction. Clearly, the most work went into the new region, which makes sense. It mostly mirrors the progression of Red and Blue. You're on a quest for the 8 gym badges, there are a few obstacles in your way, and the odd dungeon thrown in there for good measure. Dungeons strike a really good balance in Johto, where Kanto had a giant needlessly confusing labyrinth as its ultimate test. The most complicated dungeon in Johto near the end of that initial journey is the equivalent of the game corner in Kanto. All the Goldenrod radio tower had to do was ask you to enter it from a different location to extend its length in a way that felt natural. There aren't nearly as many Team Rocket grunts throughout Johto, meaning that while you are occasionally stuck fighting really weak, samey Pokemon every now and again, it will never reach the peak annoyance levels of Kanto. That does mean there's not really a main antagonist, but I don't think there needed to be. Giovanni served his purpose in Kanto and definitely didn't need to return. You get your fill of story fights and legendary events outside of gym leaders. Though I do think there's a bit of a problem with some of these important characters, a problem I didn't have with the characters in Red and Blue. Your rival this time, as Chugga Conroy aptly put it, the red-headed stepchild, is another brand of jerk rival. Less of a cocky schoolyard bully, and more a power-hungry, edgy preteen who doesn't believe in the power of love. He's fine. I don't dislike him, but I also don't really ever think about him much. I'll admit, Blue was a tough act to follow. He was such a simple rival that all he had to do was aggravate you a bit to raise the stakes for the championship match. He's a tad rude, but at the end of the day, his spirit was one of an overzealous trainer who got ahead of himself. Silver is just mean. He hates anyone who he considers to be weak, constantly derides them for being weak, and declares that he will be the strongest in the world. He doesn't simply receive a starter from Professor Elm, he steals the damn thing. His arc is obvious to anyone with a set of functioning brain cells. He's going to learn the importance of loving your Pokemon, and he does. Kinda. By the very end of the post-game, there's a faint sliver of hope that he finally understands what he needs to do. After beating him down repeatedly, with his response always being confusion, your final battle with him shows that he maybe understands that power isn't everything. An understated touch is that he finally got to evolve his Golbat into Crobat, which is a friendship evolution. In between that time, however, he almost always has no reason to show up other than him being the rival. You simply can't fill this much time with meaningful character development for such a simple character problem. So instead, the game feels the need to have other characters constantly, and I mean constantly, drill it into his thick skull that he needs to love and trust his Pokemon. I really admire the effort to try and make us root for him, but his true development comes so late and is so understated that it's always been hard for me to care about what happens to him. Elm letting him keep the stolen Pokemon is really sweet, and it clearly affects his final developments, but I just don't think this is a strong enough conflict to carry a main rival for an entire Pokemon adventure unless you're willing to go deep into his flawed outlook on life, which isn't really what Pokemon was about in these early stages. A lot of people have told me that he's a fun rival to fight because he's such an asshole, and while I do understand that sentiment, my battles with him made me feel, at most, a sense of pity. Like, is this kid really that dense? I genuinely just feel sorry for him. At best, he's a cool idea, and at worst, he's a copy of Blue with all of his worst traits amplified. Unfortunately, this means there's not much of a competitive undercurrent to push you through to the end. I appreciate that the adventure is more relaxing, but it also means that doing the League Challenge again is a lot less exciting than when you were directly competing with Blue. Silver isn't even the champion this time around, and I get it. Repeating what Red and Blue did would just make the majesty of that moment less special. But there's a reason it worked so well in that game, and there's no better way for me to prove that than by pointing to what they decided to replace that idea with. Lance is the champion this time around. Lance, a former Elite Four member, and he's... how do I put this lightly? Oh god, he's just so boring. He stamps out Team Rocket grunts like they're nothing at all, and his dialogue desperately wants him to appear stoic and badass, but he's about as interesting as a plank of wood. He's a do-gooder strong guy. That's it. And while that worked for a semi-throwaway member of the Kanto Elite Four you only spoke with for a few seconds, for a champion that you team up with at various points throughout the game, that seems a little lame. Could you not have given him a few more unique Pokemon? You know, was it truly necessary to give him 3 Dragonite? Could you maybe have included one of the brand new Dragon types you introduced in this generation for his team? Especially since he's apparently willing to use non-Dragon types. Or does Kingdra not resemble a dragon? Can it truly get more boring than half of his team consisting of Dragonite? I suppose all of his team could have been Dragonite. I want to see the timeline where that ended up happening. I know people aren't going to like this, but Lance's underwhelming presence is part of the reason I've never been a big fan of the champion theme for Gen 2. I don't think the song itself is bad or anything, it's just where the song is used that baffles me. See, Red shares this musical piece with Lance, and that always struck me as odd. This song is going for an epic, larger-than-life motif in its instrumentation, and while conceptually it makes sense to give it to both the champion and the strongest trainer in the world, one of them is a really boring character trying to be a stoic badass, while the other really is a stoic badass at the top of a damn mountaintop, only speaking in ellipses and personifying the player character of your last adventure. One of them deserves this theme, and the other doesn't. But your first exposure to it is with the one who doesn't deserve it, rather than the one who does. So the impact it could have had on a first listen is always going to be lost on me. Karen would have been a way more interesting champion to follow. Not only is her team more interesting, she tells you about the importance of trying to win with your favorites and not focusing on strength. I feel like if she was the one to give Silver that message, it might have resonated more strongly. Instead, Lance, the guy who carries around 3 fucking Dragonite, tells Silver, oh, it isn't about strength. Brilliant. I do like that the gyms this time around cover types that weren't featured in Kanto. The first gym is Flying type, a much less brutal type for Chikorita to contend with. Helps that you can really pick up almost anything for Falkner and not get walled instantly since its typing isn't ridiculously defensive. Whitney gets to show off the sheer force of her normal types, Jasmine showcases how bulky her steel types are, and what's cool about all this is that it retains that organic difficulty based on your Pokemon selection. Other than maybe Falkner and Bugsy, you're gonna struggle at some gyms and flatten others. Even Price has given me trouble on occasion, since throwing a fire type at him means also contending with water and ground types. A less forgivable problem is Johto's reliance on HM use. While not the worst generation for HMs, it was probably the one that started the worrying trend. Gen 1 had its own annoying moments, forcing Cut for Lieutenant Surge, but it was surprisingly not as overbearing as I remembered it being. Instead, Gen 2 had to be the painful reminder. Gold and Silver add more HMs and force you to use them at several points. I'm usually able to look past requiring Strength or Surf, since those moves are pretty useful in combat, but the addition of Waterfall and Whirlpool are so redundant. Waterfall is required for the Pokemon League, and that's it. Even better, it's required to traverse a one-room cave with nothing in it, a cave that seems to exist only to check that you indeed have Waterfall. I'm not going to go too deep into this problem because you already know the generation where I'm going to dig deep into this problem. It's just worth noting that Gen 2 started the trend and forced your designated water type to hold 3 water type moves for progression, unless you want to get rid of your water type for a large stretch of gameplay when it desperately needs to stay leveled up. It also generally requires that you always have a flying or water type, not because you actually want them, but because you know that fly and surf exist, and it would be much more convenient to not have to keep visiting your PC box. I do think unlocking the ability to use these HMs makes backtracking more fun. Much like a Metroidvania, you have to remember which areas you couldn't access before, and all of a sudden beating a gym means that secrets are opened up all across the region. Since Johto is built with more shortcuts than Kanto, like the Sudowoodo shortcut and the Dark Cave, traveling back to other areas for exploration makes more sense even when you don't have Fly. So, taking the red scale to Mr. Pokemon for the experience share, or going back to show Professor Elm your Togepi is quick and easy. I just think the idea of making HMs both permanent and necessary moves is a step too far, and it's one the series has had a really hard time abandoning.
Here it is, guys. Think you can unlock the mystery of the unknown? What do you think those strange markings mean? Just help me push. You can enter the world of Pokemon Crystal, the latest adventure from Johto with an all-new Pokédex. Pokemon Crystal.
It's no secret that Red and Blue are fractured products held together by tape and glue. Gold and Silver have fixed almost all of their numerous problems, which is a Herculean feat in and of itself. It might sound pedantic, but it really is refreshing to not have to worry about speed being proportional to crit rate, or a 1 in 256 chance of missing any attack, or getting wrapped locked to death in every single battle. Which isn't to say Gen 2 is free of glitches, but they are so unbelievably rare that they're barely even worth mentioning. The inventory still sucks though. It is much more organized, with separate pouches for TMs and key items, but you can still only hold a pitiful amount in your main bag pouch before you have to start chucking items, and it has a tendency to make exploration a lot more tedious than it needs to be. One thing that has been remedied? Psychic types. Psychic types used to dominate the type chart in a way that was frankly insulting, but Gold and Silver have nerfed them in various ways. Firstly, the special stat was split into special attack and special defense, meaning Pokemon like Kadabra now function as the glass cannons they were likely meant to be. This change also lessened the importance of specially oriented typings a slight bit, though not by a huge margin. Psychic also has to contend with 2 new typings, Dark and Steel. Psychic is weak to Dark, which itself is immune to Psychic, and Steel resists Psychic. Bug, Psychic's other weakness, lost its weakness to Poison and gained an advantage over the newly introduced Dark type. The introduction of Pokemon like Scizor, as well as Bug-type Pokemon that could actually learn Bug-type attacking moves, meant that Bug finally cemented its place as a fitting counter to the dominant Psychic type. If you can believe it, there's yet one more change in that Psychic types are now weak to Ghost-type attacks, where they used to be entirely immune. What this means is that pure Psychic now has 3 weaknesses instead of 1, is resisted by 2 typings instead of 1, and is completely ignored by 1 type. What's amazing about this nerf is that it didn't make Psychic types unusable. Far from it. They're still complete powerhouses. What it did do, though, is emphasize the importance of other types in relation to Psychic, and gave balanced team comps a new set of strengths that they wouldn't otherwise have had. I believe this set of typings and how they interact, on paper, are balanced so well that it's incredible, and all it really took was the introduction of 2 new types. Unfortunately, and there always has to be a fucking unfortunately, doesn't there? The Dark type is ridiculously scarce for a very long time and is another reason I really don't like Kanto. If you want to use Houndoom, one of the coolest new additions to the Fire and Dark typings, you'll have to wait until you've defeated Lance and are already in Kanto, even though this is a Pokemon introduced in Johto. Murkrow, even though it's pretty middling, isn't available until Kanto, where he'd be useless anyway. In Gold and Silver specifically, Sneasel was only catchable in Kanto, but it's not like it even mattered much because its stat distribution is laughable for its typing. We're still several generations behind the physical special split, meaning that typings are given a physical or special distinction. Sneasel is a Dark and Ice type, a really interesting type that is supposed to give it a lot of weaknesses to cement its status as a glass cannon. It has pretty high physical attack and speed, which makes no sense given that its two typings are special, so it can't make use of Stab unless using its special attack, which is its lowest stat. In Gold and Silver, Sneasel's highest damaging move by level up is Slash, and that's seriously his best move. He learns Feint Attack, sure, but you should never be using it unless you want to deal chip damage. His other best options are Strength, Shadow Ball, Iron Tail, Dig. It's not terrible, and those moves can still make use of his high attack and speed, but why not just make his special attack higher instead so we can actually make use of his typing? And why place him in the post-game? He's not that good, is he? He's introduced in Johto yet only catchable in Kanto? Why? Your only Dark type option for Gold and Silver is Umbreon, a tanky Dark type, which is admittedly a pretty decent Pokemon, but why is it your only option for Johto? It makes absolutely no sense to me. You'd think the game would want to show off the new typing, right? Steel types get a pretty nice showing in terms of availability, so I really don't understand what happened with the Dark type. You could conceivably still get use out of Houndoom, but only for a few fights in the already short and easy Kanto. You'd really just be catching him to use against Red. One of my favorite things about building a personalized team is that you get them all at various different points and they'll all be with you come the League Challenge. You'll get to struggle through with them and they'll be memorialized in the Hall of Fame. You literally can't do that with some of these new Pokemon. You could challenge the League over again, but you'll be forever robbed of that first victory. The victory that made you a bona fide champion. So what does a second really mean? While the type chart is well balanced, it doesn't really get a ton of consistent use until future generations, even if it does effectively combat psychic types for the main game and for competitive. Suffice to say, work still needed to be done before true harmony could be achieved between these elements in the main campaign. Now, if you're a competitive player, that regard for single player availability doesn't really matter because you'll have access to everything come the end of the game. I do think it's important to note that not everyone jumps into competitive battling, so most of the new Pokemon should be available at a point in which they can be used for at least part of the main game. The only exceptions would probably be the pseudo-legendaries, in this case the Tyranitar line, since they're quite frankly good enough to be as rare as they are. Some Pokemon are available in Johto, but are inexcusably rare. My Team for Gold version originally looked like this. I really wanted to use Granbull as my powerhouse normal-type pick. Not only does he learn Bite and Shadow Ball for a decent defense against psychic types, I also wanted to use a team of Pokemon that were exclusive to the generation. Unfortunately, in Gold and Silver, Snubbull is only catchable in one route, at a 1% encounter rate. I spent hours looking for a Snubbull, only to eventually give in and replace it with a Tauros because I was so tired of hunting for the damn thing. It makes sense to keep strong encounters a rarity, but Granbull isn't even that strong. In fact, many people would probably consider Tauros to be a straight up better Pokemon overall, and he has a higher encounter rate on the same route. Then again, perhaps I'm just not the kind of person who benefits from the adrenaline of finding a rare Pokemon. I am primarily a battler, and though dex completion can be fun, it is always going to be a secondary interest. For others though, hunting Pokemon is the name of the game, and making certain monsters extremely rare is part of their struggle. It isn't too dissimilar to soft resetting for a shiny. It's about the thrill of finally finding that one Pokemon you needed. In many ways, this generation heightened that desire by introducing some new capture-related mechanics. By collecting apricorns, you can have Kurt craft a ton of specialty Pokeballs that can help you in capturing a wide variety. Friend balls to raise friendship, heavy balls for heavy mons, lure balls for fishing. Some evolutions can only be triggered when a Pokemon is friendly with you, which is another addition to the series in which using a Pokemon in battle, walking around with it, and giving it certain items will raise its happiness. If you think about it, that one's a no-brainer. You actually come to love your Pokemon, and so they come to love you in return. Breeding is also an option, in which you can transfer some exclusive moves you wouldn't otherwise find, known as egg moves, and obtain unique baby Pokemon. Of course, this is also the generation that introduced the shiny Pokemon, where you have a 1 in 8,192 chance to encounter a differently colored sprite, which will never not be exciting for some reason. None of these new mechanics have anything to do with the core combat of the series, but they can give a player more to do than just fighting. Breeding is a complex web of systems that can see a Pineco gaining Reflect or a Snubbull learning Crunch. It is basically necessary for competitive battling, and you could conceivably spend most of your time breeding after the game is completed. An entire cottage industry has sprung up around hunting for shiny Pokemon and subsequently trading them over the GTS like they're some kind of black market currency. There's even a better reason to keep playing for days on end thanks to the new in-game clock, which follows the clock of the real world. If you wanted to do something like participate in a bug-catching contest for exclusive Pokemon, you'd have to wait until it was Tuesday or Thursday. You have to wait a day for Kurt to finish his Pokeballs. You have to wait until Friday to discover Lapras in Union Cave. This kind of thing is really easy to overlook nowadays, but it really helps to get players in a more social headspace. If your friend found a Lapras in Union Cave and you never did, you'd have to both figure out what caused Lapras to appear in Union Cave, and that's what Pokemon was built upon: communication. That day system mimics a daily quest system from an MMO, giving players a reason to come back every day. Finally, though this really has nothing to do with anything I've been talking about, this was the generation to introduce health items. I don't have a ton to say about it. It can increase the power of moves, keep you healthy, and a bunch of other stuff. It wasn't really an exceptional addition until later generations anyway. I just figured I had to mention it, or my comments would never let me hear the end of it. I like to think of Gold and Silver as the rocky base upon which the ideas in Red and Blue were taken to their next logical step. Not only did it completely fix the numerous and sometimes aggravating problems of the past, it introduced even more ways to interact with the world and the Pokemon in it. I've complained a lot about some of the new problems present in Gold and Silver, some of the lessons Game Freak didn't learn, but I hope that hasn't overshadowed how many extremely important lessons they did learn, especially because the sister version, Pokemon Crystal, alleviated many of those issues. Pokemon Yellow version changed a few things about Red and Blue, but most of it remained unchanged. Same glitches, same fights, except now you had a Pikachu. Crystal version is a whole separate ballgame, right down to the introduction of the choice between a male and a female player character. It might not seem like a big deal nowadays, but it took until the tail end of Generation 2 for Professor Oak to pop the old gender question. I don't think I need to explain why the addition of a female player option is good. A ton of wild Pokemon locations have been scrambled, making monsters like Snubbull actually possible to obtain. You can also obtain Growlithe outside of Violet City for an early fire type to use against Bugsy in case you didn't pick Cyndaquil. Storyline additions have been made to flesh out the various legends, including a more direct set of interactions with Suicune. In Gold and Silver, the legendary dogs would just roam around Kanto, and you could run into them at complete random as wild encounters. Whenever you switch areas, so will the legendary dogs. Unfortunately, to figure out which route they're on, you'll first have to encounter them, which can be a real pain in the ass since you're basically firing blind. Usually you can just use a repel into Pokemon below level 40 to ensure you find one, but it's still going to take a ludicrous amount of time since you can never know whether one is on your route or not. If you manage to find one, it can instantly run, and even if you manage to get off a mean look, it can also use Roar. Kinda despise roaming legendaries. I'm fine with hunting one of them since it can be a fun challenge to track them down and keep them docile. And hey, randomly stumbling into one of the legendary dogs out in the wild can be exciting. But 3 is extremely excessive and especially painful in Gen 2, where you can't even figure out their locations without first encountering them. Not every legendary needs to be holed up in a cave somewhere. but I'm glad that Crystal version took Suicune out of that rotation so you only need to look for the other two. It didn't fix any of their problems, but one less roamer is fine by me. Though you do also need the 3 dogs before catching Ho-Oh and Crystal, whereas Gold and Silver kinda just let you tackle it in any order. I do think Crystal owns this requirement though, since Suicune plays a larger story role. Following Yucine's progression with the beast and its interactions toward the player give more insight into its nature. It kinda made me wonder just how intelligent these beasts really are. The ruins of Alph no longer feel so bare bones, as messages were included alluding to an ancient civilization. In Gold and Silver, they were kinda just ruins with unknown in them. Solving the picture puzzles barely said anything at all, and while the messages included aren't fantastical revelations, they're enough to get the player theorizing. Areas like Mount Mortar have been revamped, new trainers have been added, and there are even more organic daily events. Where trainers in your contacts would only call to battle you in Gold and Silver, Crystal added the ability for them to inform you of certain Pokémon appearing on routes, or of items they obtained and wish to give you. Their dialogue is also a lot more personalized, giving you more of a reason to care about the trainers you would otherwise trample over and forget about. In Gold and Silver, they followed a set script, only switching out Pokémon names here and there. Crystal also added day and night wild encounters, so playing during certain times of the day would change whether you'd be able to find a few monsters. Much like the Lapras example earlier, utilizing the time of day to hide rare encounters is both a genius move and one that sells the idea of a true day and night system. Several Pokémon are nocturnal, so of course you could only encounter them at night. Very immersive, if you will. Towns and caves have been visually altered to look a little nicer, and every single Pokémon now has a unique animation at the start of battle. It's hard to understate the importance of these minor animations. Even just a little life injected into these sprites fuels the imagination like nothing else. You get a sense of their personality, their quirks from their movement. Doubtless, almost all of my minor complaints with Gold and Silver have been fixed by the release of Crystal version. But here's the problem. This is the second instance of a third version being released at full price. This meant something. Pokémon could get away with releasing the same game not just twice, but one additional time with new bells and whistles. While the community now looks back on these sister titles fondly, since they're almost always the definitive versions, it's important to remember how much they retailed for when they released. I'm not saying that repackaging the same game with some minor adjustments and selling it at full price again is highway robbery for gullible children, but repackaging the same game with some minor adjustments and selling it at full price again is highway robbery for gullible children. At least there's a reason for these games to always have 2 different versions releasing at the same time. It's expected that you'll only be buying one of them and that you'll be seeking out people who have the opposite version for trading. Releasing a definitive third version with a sliver of extra content and revisions kinda just feels like a slap in the face. Even if Crystal version is indeed definitive. You should definitely be playing Crystal if you're playing Generation 2 in any capacity. I just don't like the precedent it ended up setting. Generation 2 then cements itself as a sheen of polish on the incredibly rough base that was the first generation, one that enhances its strengths while adding its own flair. It's not perfect, nor is it really one of my all-time favorite generations, but as a sequel to Red and Blue, despite many of its problems, it is certainly an impressive sequel.
Pokémon Ruby and Pokémon Sapphire, only for Game Boy Advance, rated E for everyone.
After Pokémon Gold and Silver, this franchise was unstoppable. Pokémon was a marketing behemoth, and Generation 3 was an absolute explosion. Alongside the ever-present toys, movies, and trading cards was a horde of ambitious spin-offs. This generation was the birth of the Pokémon Mystery Dungeon series, the Pokémon Ranger series, and most importantly, the 2 3D console Pokémon adventures across the region of Ore. This was my generation. the era where Pokémon captured me and likely many others. The root of that ambition tracing back to the mainline titles Ruby and Sapphire. Once again, there's a new region with new Pokémon, but a number of changes saw a somewhat noticeable shift in the direction of the series, which could be seen as either good or bad. I tend to think it was a favorable direction, but now I'm just getting ahead of myself. This video will be a little different. It is still primarily focused on the debut titles, Ruby and Sapphire, in order to get a more accurate picture of its flaws at the time. However, it will include a somewhat lengthy focus on Pokémon Emerald version after the broad discussion of the debut titles has concluded. In my opinion, this is the first sister release which radically altered its debut games, and those changes are big enough to warrant its own sizable chunk of the video. As usual, there will be no discussion of the remakes Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. I plan to cover every Pokémon remake in one video at a later date. Let's take a dive into the Hoenn region, a Pokémon Ruby and Sapphire retrospective.
Enter the greatest adventure ever! With more than 100 new Pokémon and new 2-on-2 battling, Pokémon Ruby and Pokémon Sapphire, only for Game Boy Advance.
Hoenn is based on the Kyushu region of Japan, home to the production of major agricultural products, hot springs, an active volcano, and other hallmarks of a tropical climate. Kyushu is a sight to behold, one of the most beautiful regions in the world and a place I definitely want to visit one day. It was wise of Game Freak then to make that natural beauty a focus. Junichi Masuda talks about how he visited Kyushu during summer vacation when he was a kid, where he would dive into the sea and catch fish with spears, collect shellfish and crabs, go fishing with rods or with a net, go to the river to catch crabs and shrimps, catch sleeping fish in the river with hands at night, and go hunting for beetles. His view of Kyushu is one of a warm heart, of its people and its creatures, and so Hoenn's central themes revolve around the building of gentle relationships. People in Hoenn are quite caring. Rusturf Tunnel, which would more easily connect Rustboro to cities like Mauville, had its construction work cancelled after it began causing discomfort to the local Whismur. The residents of Four Tree City commune with nature amongst the trees. As its map description remarks, the people and the Pokémon of this city follow nature's cues to rise each morning and end each day. I think this image sums up the region best. People and Pokémon having fun on the beach, a trade yard just behind them, with the towering Mount Chimney in the distance. Nature is an ever-present force in this region, something you can never escape, and learning to coexist with it is the key to happiness. Many of the Pokémon in this region reflect this relationship with nature. Ralts is meant to resemble a small child, shy but empathetic. As it evolves into Kirlia and Gardevoir, it becomes more mature and elegant. It starts to resemble a ballroom dancer and becomes even more protective of its trainer. Its Japanese name is Surnite as well, so there's probably some chivalry blurring of the gender barriers going on, but I'm not going to read too much into it. Whismur is a timid Pokémon, using its loud cries as warning calls, but as it evolves into Loudred and eventually Exploud, those cries can be used to communicate feelings across long distances. While Exploud certainly is capable of causing earthquakes with its loud sound waves, the fact that it uses its sound to relay messages from city to city instead of going on rampages is pretty telling. Many Pokémon live deep inside caves, out at sea, or deep underwater, away from civilization. Trico and Mudkip are quite reclusive. Trico in particular very defensive of its territory and able to blend in with its natural surroundings. They're based on animals you'd find in more tropical settings, a leaf gecko and an axolotl. I'm a really big fan of the designs in this generation. Zigzagoon and Linoon are by far my favorite rodents of any generation. Zigzagoon can only run in zigzags. How is that not the cutest thing? That jagged, light and dark brown color scheme is replicated by Linoon, but with a straighter pattern since it can only run in straight lines. They're just so wonderful and dumb, and I love them. Shiftry is a cross between a Tengu and a Nutcracker, said to arrive with harsh winds, and can read people's minds. Kinda terrifying. Snowrunt is adorable. It looks like it's constantly pulling its coat over its body to warm up. It evolves into Glalie, a weird devil ice rock thing that's as rad as it is scary. Of course, I'd be remiss to mention that this generation introduced my favorite Pokémon, Absol. First of all, it's one of the coolest looking Pokémon ever, and it inspired my love of the dark typing. That scythe-like horn and the smooth white fur are just so alluring. It's majestic, but also foreboding. Let me read you its initial Pokédex entries. Every time Absol appears before people, it is followed by a disaster, such as an earthquake or a tidal wave. As a result, it came to be known as the Disaster Pokémon. Absol has the ability to foretell the coming of natural disasters. It lives in a harsh, rugged mountain environment. This Pokémon very rarely ventures down from the mountains. It sharply senses even subtle changes in the sky and the land to predict natural disasters. It is a long-lived Pokémon that has a lifespan of 100 years. All of this just sparked my imagination like no other. It's such a mysterious Pokémon. It embodies the spirit of a recluse, a loner that only journeys to a human settlement to warn of impending disaster. Its willingness to warn those around it of impending doom is very kind, despite it not always receiving a warm welcome from those inhabitants. It's a misunderstood beast of legend, one you can't quite pin down. This is my favorite part of Pokémon, the wonder of it all. I can only imagine living in a world where Absol was real, a barometer for natural disasters, an omen in physical form, one that you can catch and befriend. Our villainous force this time around are Team Aqua and Magma, depending on the version you're playing, with very similar goals. Team Magma wants to expand the landmass, and Team Aqua wants to expand the amount of water. Both of them approach these goals with a modicum of care, despite the ridiculous premise. Ultimately, they seek to help the world and its inhabitants. They've simply arrived at a faulty conclusion. It is somewhat ridiculous the lengths to which they believe the things they do about how to improve the world, but I always found their presence to be entertaining at the very least. I don't know that anyone is ever meant to sympathize with Archie or Maxie. Their motivations are simply an interesting backdrop to the adventure, one with a touch more depth than Team Rocket. You run into them a few times, they almost destroy the world, and you put a stop to them. One thing I don't like about this dynamic are the version changes. Ruby and Sapphire are the only Pokémon games to have a split team across both versions. In every other game, the evil team is the same, and so are the characters involved in the story. When you play Ruby, you'll be fighting against Team Magma, and when you play Sapphire, you'll be fighting against Team Aqua. Their dialogue and motivations are almost copy-pasted, making it harder to see either of these leaders as their own person, and more just like a collective embodiment of their misunderstandings. My bigger problem with this setup is that the opposite team leader will become your ally to help stop the evil team. This means that the versions have opposite evil and good teams. If you play one after the other, I guarantee you'll get narrative whiplash. It's as if they body swap between the versions. Who is the real Team Aqua or Team Magma? I respect the attempt at distinguishing between the two versions more radically, but I think we can safely keep those decisions limited to version exclusives. Still, it's a solid enough premise to distract from the 8 gym badge quest, and its tackling of climate issues in this day and age is sadly more relevant than it has ever been. As is often the case, I'm much more interested in what this focus on climate means for the region's legendary Pokémon. As much as the story would have you believe Groudon and Kyogre are beings of calamity, their Pokédex entries tell a different story. Groudon has long been described in mythology as the Pokémon that raised lands and expanded continents. This Pokémon took to sleep after a cataclysmic battle with Kyogre. Groudon has the power to scatter rain clouds and make water evaporate with light and heat. It came as a savior to people who had been suffering from terrible floods. Kyogre has the power to create massive rain clouds that cover the entire sky and bring about torrential downpours. This Pokémon saved people who were suffering from droughts. Kyogre is named in mythology as the Pokemon that expanded the sea by covering the land with torrential rains and towering tidal waves. It took to sleep after a cataclysmic battle with Groudon. Just as their capacity for destruction is highlighted, so too was their ability to help the world. They are opposite forces of nature, and though they often feud, they both must exist to preserve nature's harmony. I adore these box legendaries. They're some of the strongest the series has seen yet. They double as creation myths and forces of planetary calamity. I'm in awe of their ancient designs covered in sleek colored plates with lines of power coursing through their body. Fitting with the theme of ancient legends hidden away to keep their tremendous power at bay, the Regi trio are fascinating. Regirock is composed of many different types of rocks and can repair itself by collecting more. Regice was frozen into being during the Ice Age and has remained deep in hiding ever since. It cannot be melted. Makes you wonder why it's still weak to fire types, but I'll let that one slide. Registeel is made of the sturdiest metal known to the world. Curiously, there isn't much actually known about them. They were locked away years ago, but for what purpose? None can really say. One can only guess as to their unique origins. Finally, we reach the dedicated King K complains about the mythical Pokemon and why limited release Pokemon are bad and dumb. This particular case hurts a lot because we're talking about one of my all-time favorites. Jirachi is so cool. It's like a genie in the lamp mixed with a fortune teller. It will grant people wishes, with the caveat being that it sleeps for thousands of years and will grow restless at the sign of danger. It's elusive in a very exciting way. I love its star-shaped design, I love its color scheme, I just want to hold it in my hands, and it's a Pokemon you can't get in-game without an event. Even more crushing, Deoxys is an organism birthed from a space virus that can shape its body into any form it wants. This one is particularly brutal since you can visit the Moss Deep space station, and it almost feels like the game is teasing you about it, especially in Emerald. As a kid, I was absolutely convinced this space station meant something. If you did this, that, or the other thing, you'd be able to fly the rocket into space and encounter Deoxys. Basically my version of the Mew under the truck theory. That in and of itself isn't necessarily bad, it's part of the curiosity and wanderlust only this series could have provided. However, since it isn't available in-game and only through a limited time event, I never got to go out into the world and find it like I did with the Regis. The Regis had it right, they made you figure out how to read Braille so you could perform an elaborate set of commands to open the door to their caves. It was really cool. Jirachi and Deoxys have cool lore, but they may as well not even exist in the generation. This problem is only going to get worse as the series goes on.
Game Boy Advance.
Game Boy Advance. Pocket Monster. Ruby to Sapphire.
I've talked at length about the design etymology of Hoenn, how it relates to its larger themes and messages, and how the Pokemon designs often reflect that climate. It's only fitting we now talk about Hoenn's geometrical design, and how the player journeys through it on their badge quest. I don't know that enough credit is given to Hoenn's landscape design, how seamless it is to get from place to place. Your journey is sort of a spiral out from this midpoint, perpetually in circles until it all fans out into the ocean. The second city you visit has the 5th gym in it, meaning at some point you'll need to get back to Petalburg. You don't get Fly until the 6th gym, so you'll have to get there on your own. Thankfully, everything is connected so well that it doesn't take long at all to get from Lava Ridge back to Petalburg. Simply jump down these ledges, make it to Mauville, head west to Verdanturf, travel through the Rustturf Tunnel back into Rustboro, then south through the forest and back to Petalburg. You could also journey south through the cycling road, and then have Mr. Briny take you back by sea. Either way, it's a fairly quick journey because of the various shortcuts that open up and link these initially disparate communities together. It's such a fun region to explore, closing back in on itself in a way almost akin to finding a shortcut in Dark Souls. It narrows out once you get Surf, but as soon as you reach Moss Deep and obtain Dive, the ocean is yours to explore in its entirety. Haha, yes, too much water, 7.8 out of 10. Let's get the funny memes out of the way now. Let out your laughter, connect with your inner meme for a moment. Bask in its glory. I kinda love how much water is in Hoenn. They're some of the best water routes the series has to offer. In previous games, they were basically just normal routes with water in them. They funneled you to your next destination, and that was that. Hoenn's water routes are gigantic, with many secret islands, trainers, and items to seek out. Getting lost at sea is a legit possibility with how much there is to do, both above and under the water. Diving underwater will lead you to Pokémon, into secret bases, or into closed-off islands with trainers and other useful items. There's an entire city out here floating on the water. You're never required to go here, you just can if you want to. It's around where you can activate the hunt for the Reggies, and where the mysterious Mirage Island can sometimes appear. An unfortunate side effect of the ocean is that there are a lot of water-type Pokémon, and once again 3 different water HMs. Dive replaces Whirlpool, and while it's a better move than Whirlpool, it's just a weaker version of Surf that takes an extra turn to damage the opponent. I have to save this rant for one more video. We are not yet at peak HM annoyance. The abundance of trainers on the water routes can get a little exhausting since they all pull from the same selection. You're almost always going to be using a grass or electric type to deal with them. Team Aqua and Magma Grunts have the same problem Rocket Grunts had, where they use a lot of Poochyena, Carvanha, and Zubat. Get ready to see a lot of those specific Pokemon. We once again start our gym badge journey up against the rock typing, but in this case it's so much easier to forgive since Game Freak have clearly learned to space out the time until the first gym, and have made a wider selection available to deal with rock types. Torchic, the fire-type starter, evolves into Combusken, giving it the dual fighting type to deal with Roxanne. Trico and Mudkip can deal with them without evolving, so you won't need to grind them out for the gym. If you don't want to grind evolve your Torchic though, Shroomish is available in the forest, and Lotad is available before Petalburg. You can also catch Seedot, but I'm not a big fan of using it early game. This is the first game in the series where you must challenge every gym leader in order. There's no freedom to be had. But thanks to the design being backtrack friendly, I don't find this to be as annoying as it could have been. Plus, since there's a set order you'll fight the bosses in, level scaling works so much more naturally. The leaders themselves are pretty hit or miss in their difficulty. Norman, Winona, and Wallace are quite challenging. Norman's Pokemon pack a ridiculous punch, armed with the bulk to survive multiple hits. Slacking generally is a monster of the Pokemon, even with his Truant ability drawback making it so he can only attack every other turn. The gym itself is built around stat rooms, where the trainer will focus on raising a specific stat. It's a fun way to teach you that you'll likely need to use stat boosting or stat lowering moves to survive, since Norman's Pokemon are only weak to fighting, a physical type up against a physically defensive Pokemon. Despite his brazen use of Love Disc, Wallace has a pretty good spread. Milotic is a fairly bulky Pokemon, Whiscash nullifies its electric weakness. It's not the most difficult fight in the game, not by any stretch, but at least he has a lot of interesting typings and some rare, bulkier Pokemon. Winona is the peak of the gym challenges. She has 4 unique dual typings. Swellow allows for a normal type attacker that doesn't have a weakness to fighting types. You can't give it a status condition or its attack will be raised by 50%, and with its base speed of 125 you probably won't be outspeeding it unless you paralyze it. It makes using an electric type a bit of a risky play, since most electric type moves have a chance to paralyze. Next, she uses Skarmory, a steel flying type. Skarmory is famously defensive, its typing is extremely effective. It eliminates the steel weakness to ground and fighting with the flying type, and eliminates the flying weakness to rock with the steel typing. It has access to Steel Wing, so you can't just use a rock type, and forces you to use a special attacker to bypass his defenses. You'll likely need an electric type to break through. Which brings us to Altaria, a specially defensive bird with the dual dragon typing. It would be helpful to carry an ice type to exploit that 4x weakness, which you can only really get at the game corner, so good luck with that. And you'll want to do that quickly, since it's built around spamming Dragon Dance. If this thing gets set up, it is a force to be reckoned with. I'll admit that Pelipper isn't amazing or anything, but it continues the pattern of a unique typing with a different stat specialization. Each of Winona's Pokemon changes her weaknesses, thus changing which Pokemon you'll need to use. She has a physical attacker, a special attacker, a defensive wall, and a specially defensive wall, with a diverse move pool and some scary strategic combinations. She is the ideal monotype gym leader because there isn't a clear solution. You'll need a variety of Pokemon to win. I almost always struggle against her. Compare Winona to Flannery. Slugma, Torkoal. The curse of Blaine's past has come to haunt Flannery in an even more extreme fashion. At least she uses one of the new fire types in Hoenn. To be charitable, this isn't really Flannery's fault. Fire types available in Hoenn include Blaziken, Magcargo, Camerupt, Torkoal, and Ninetales. Not a lot of great options here, but even then, she could have had a Magcargo instead of 2 Slugma. She could have had a Camerupt, a new Hoenn fire type. Maybe this is controversial, but she really should have also had Combusken. I understand that your starter should be special, only you and your rival should have one, whatever. Random damn trainers have had starters before. A gym leader would totally use a starter Pokemon if it fit their monotype. Anything would have made her less pathetic. Watson suffers from a ground type will end my career syndrome, since he has literally nothing to deal with ground types. In the generation that introduced abilities, one of which nullifies ground type moves, it is absolute horseshit that Magneton doesn't get Levitate. Even if he had Levitate, he's still weak to both fighting and fire. At least give Watson a Chinchou or something for the water typing. This is just sad. Not like it'd help him much, but he doesn't even use Manectric, the debut Hoenn electric type with static, which could have paralyzed the player. Nah, I guess he's just Cantonian. Monotype gym leaders are always beholden to whichever Pokemon are available in the region. As you'd imagine, not every type gets the same treatment. I won't be the first to say this, but gyms have needed a serious rework for many, many years. My approach to team building in Ruby and Sapphire ironically presents 2 different solutions to this dilemma that inherit the spirit of what these battles are supposed to be. My team for Sapphire was a monotype water team. Swampert, Gyarados, Walrein, Gorobus, Ludicolo, and Crawdaunt. Figured this is the gen where a monotype water team would be the most effective, and since it's in the version where Kyogre is going to drown the world in water, we needed a team that could survive that apocalyptic event. This is a team that can cover so many different bases. Each one has a unique dual typing and can learn a variety of different moves. Swampert is the best starter from a pure usage standpoint. He has extremely good coverage, he isn't weak to electric, he's a bulky mixed attacker, meaning he can make efficient use of both his water and ground typing. He has an answer for virtually anything, just don't use him against a grass type. Walrein serves several functions. It's a decently bulky Pokemon which already has a dual typing that removes its weakness to fire types, and an ability which further reduces incoming fire and ice type attacks. Its signature move, Ice Ball, powers up after using Defense Curl, meaning you can set up your defenses and then decimate with the Ice-type equivalent to Rollout without the initial low base power. It's also a good Rain Dance setter, crucial for a mono-type team. Giving it the old Resto Chesto set means it can get a free max heal at any point in battle, likely after setting up a ton of defense curls. He's incredible against flying and dragon types. Crawdaunt is a water dark type. His ability can either prevent your attack stat from being reduced or make it so critical hits can never land. 2 really great abilities. He offers a natural immunity to psychic types with a potential offensive answer should you want to run Crunch. Oh wait, he only learns Crunch at level 51, and only in Fire Red and Leaf Green. And it's a dark type attack on a physical attacker. In fact, this is a water and dark type, a dual special attacker, with its max stat being physical attack. You know, now that you mention it, the Walrein line, introduced in Ruby and Sapphire, can't even learn Defense Curl naturally in its own game, which is a core feature of its signature move. You have to do it in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Who the fuck? Whoops, looks like I fell into a trance there. I'll try not to let that happen again. Gyarados is just a solid pick, with access to a wide variety of moves, and Intimidate as an all-around amazing ability to lower enemy attack on switch-in. It's bulky enough to survive special attacks even with its electric 4x weakness. I don't think I need to even explain why Gyarados is good. Gorobis was a nice surprise. It's got a decently high special attack and can learn Psychic, an incredibly powerful move even if it unfortunately doesn't get stabbed. What really surprised me about Gorobis though was that it learned Baton Pass and Agility. Baton Pass is a move that retains all stat changes and gives them to whatever Pokemon you switch into. This on its own isn't amazing. It's not a particularly fast Pokemon, nor is it all that bulky. However, its ability Swift Swim doubles its speed in Rain, which synergizes wonderfully with a mono-water team. Rain Dance is crucial to the core anyway, we're going to be using it all the time. So not only is Gorobis a great special attacker, it can set up with Agility and Swift Swim, using Baton Pass before it dies to give the next Pokemon a ridiculously high speed stat. This works wonderfully with Crawdaunt, who can learn Swords Dance but has a low speed stat. All of a sudden, Crawdaunt turns into a sweeper, one with a Brick Break and Aerial Ace. Finally, we have Ludicolo. It can learn Swift Swim, but it also learns Rain Dish, which restores HP every turn during rain. Pairing this with Leftovers, which restore HP every turn, Giga Drain, a powerful stab move that restores HP, Dive, a usually useless move that gives Ludicolo an extra turn of natural HP recovery, and Toxic, which badly poisons an opponent, doubling in power every turn it's poisoned. I don't think I need to say anything else. This is a monotype team done right. It has a ton of synergy, covers a bunch of different types and stats, and was a pleasure to use throughout the game. There were unique struggles, unique victories. I loved using this team despite some of the underdog picks like Gorobis. Even without monotype teams though, a gym leader could center around a separate theme. My team for Ruby was a Sunny Day team, a perfect fit for an apocalypse with eternal drought. Torkoal, though he unfortunately does not yet learn Drought, is a defensive fire type. It's unusual, but he's very effective against physical attackers, especially with Curse. Shiftry has the ability Chlorophyll, which like Swift Swim, doubles its speed in the sun. It doesn't learn a ton of moves, but it gets Fake Out for the first turn flinch, Giga Drain for HP recovery, Feint Attack and Shadow Ball for coverage. Blaziken is a solid all-round pick. Mixed attacker typing, access to a variety of moves, you know why Blaziken's good. Golduck has the ability Cloud 9, which ignores all effects of weather conditions. While he may not get bonuses for being in rain, our team doesn't want to be in rain anyway. Ever. For any reason. So you can ignore all effects of the weather, including the 50% damage decrease to water-type moves while in sunlight. One of the side effects to basing a team around a weather effect is that your opponent can make use of it as well. Not only are there almost zero fire types in Gen 3, you can now use Golduck to get rid of them. Claydol is here for a similar reason. It's a good wall with access to Calm Mind, all that good stuff, but it's also weak to water, which is weakened by 50% in sunlight. Finally, we have Castform, a unique Pokemon that changes its form and typing depending on the weather condition. This is our Sunny Day setter. He'll gain the Fire type in sunlight for one thing. He can learn Thunderbolt and Solar Beam for amazing coverage, especially considering Solar Beam doesn't need an extra turn of charge in sunlight. Weather Ball, though, is the signature move. It will take on the typing of whatever weather is currently in effect. Water for rain, rock for sandstorm, ice for hail, and fire for sun. It's a 50 base power move with the potential for on-the-fly stab depending on which weather condition is in play, and it upgrades to 100 base power in any weather condition. Castform is a Pokemon I've never used before. I always took a glance at its stats, its weird gimmick, and ignored it. Under the right team setup though, this thing is a monster. Once again, this team struggled and triumphed at different points. I played Ruby and Sapphire back to back with completely different teams, and it wasn't draining in the slightest. Both teams gave me a completely different experience. This is always the answer I give people when they ask me how I can keep playing Pokemon over and over and over again. Team building is the best part of Pokemon. Full stop. There are endless combinations, endless synergies, endless favorites to discover. Gym leaders could do the same. They don't have to be limited to one type, and even if they are, there's so much more you could do with the monotype than these games are willing to. And this problem only ever gets more tiring with time. I'm not saying they need to use all the best moves or all the best Pokemon. This doesn't need to be a damn Draiano hack. I would just appreciate more interesting and varied boss fights centered around different themes, even if the theme is very loose. That's all. Steven Stone, the champion, is a great example. Steven's a rock collector. He travels throughout the globe looking for rare stones. His team revolves around a trio of types as a theme. He has rock, steel, and ground types in his arsenal. 2 of those are the Gen 3 fossils, a nice touch. It's a pretty loose theme, admittedly. He's a collector of rare stones, his type reflects that, and it gives him a variety of strong options. That's all I'm really asking for here. It makes Steven a really memorable and unique final boss encounter, a massive step up from this stick in the mud. Your rival, Brendan or May, depending on your gender, is unfortunately not much of a threat. I've always found them pretty milquetoast. Their team just flat out sucks. Your last fight with them is in Lily Cove City and they only have 4 Pokemon. Wally, who should have been your actual primary rival, is a much more interesting character. He has an unexplained illness that seems to improve when there's clean air, falling pretty nicely in line with the very faint environmentalist message the game aligns itself with. Wally's illness means that he can't progress at the same pace as the player, even though he desperately wants to train Pokemon. Despite his many setbacks, he meets you at Victory Road with a really cool team. It's not the most powerful team, but it's a team he got to make. He caught Ralts during the catching tutorial, and now he's trained it up to a Gardevoir. He's got Roselia, Delcatty, Altaria, and Magneton. It's a wide range of types, a pretty good team, one which he managed to pull together despite his illness. It really sucks he couldn't have been the focus. He barely shows up, making his Victory Road appearance feel kinda unearned. His story also mirrors Brendan and May's story in the sense that they're not hardcore battlers with a team of super strong Pokemon. They both just want to get out there and train Pokemon. Wally could have filled all those roles with the added benefit of struggling with his illness. He braved so much to make it to Victory Road. It's commendable. A feel-good story.
Game Boy Advance.
ねえねえこれ見て。
どんな出会いが僕たちを待っているんだろう。全く新しい冒険がここから始まる。ポケットモンスター、ルビーとサファイア。
Hoenn brought with it a few additions to the battling formula in the form of natures and abilities. Natures determine which stat your Pokemon specializes in and which one it has a weakness in. Bold Pokemon have increased physical defense at the cost of decreased physical attack. Jolly has an increase in speed at the cost of decreased special attack. Abilities give your Pokemon an extra effect. Levitate gives your Pokemon an immunity to ground-type attacks, Intimidate lowers the opponent's physical attack by 1 stage, Flash Fire absorbs Fire-type attacks and powers up your own Fire-type attacks in return, Guts increases your attack stat when you have a status condition. There are too many to list, but there are a lot of interesting ones. I think we're at the point now where there's a lot more to team building than simple Pokemon choice. Some Pokemon have multiple abilities to choose from, and they all pull from a list of 20 different natures at random. I usually just roll with it. If a Pokemon has a really bad ability, I'll take it along with me anyway, because it's part of the narrative I create for myself as a trainer. As far as I'm concerned, my Pokemon is the runt of the litter. He has a lot more training to do, and a lot more to prove. These changes add a lot to your battle strategy. Now you have to be aware that your opponent has an ability, and you'll usually need to play around it. Coughing and wheezing are no longer weak to ground types due to Levitate. Carvanha and Sharpedo do damage to Pokemon that make physical contact with Rough Skin. Wobbuffet's Shadow Tag prevents a Pokemon from switching out of battle. Not only will you be up against all new Pokemon, they'll have abilities you'll need to work out. All of the existing Pokemon have been given abilities as well, adding not only to the possibilities you'll see in combat, but to the possibilities you'll have for team building. Will you raise a gang of underdog misfits or a battle-hardened team of all-stars? The choice is yours. A more subtle addition was that of the effort value system, where you can raise a specific stat by battling. When defeated, you earn a couple effort values in a single stat. Whismur will give you HP EVs, Poochyena will give you attack EVs, etc. Although this system is more or less hidden, I really like how much it contributes to the silent narrative of your Pokemon selection. If you aren't rigorously EV training, your Pokemon is going to specialize in a stat based on what Pokemon he's fought. They learn from the Pokemon they're pitted up against. This is similar to the individual value system, which is locked when catching a Pokemon, where some stats will be inherently better than others by default. Think of the possibilities for personalized team building. Even if your team is the exact same as someone else's, you'll have a different experience. Maybe you'll live an attack that definitely should have killed you because you had a defensive nature with an abundance of defense IVs. Maybe you defeated an enemy you wouldn't have otherwise due to your attack nature and attack EVs. Through this process, you'll grow closer to these monsters and gain new favorites. However, there have to be good options in the first place for this to work effectively, which is why I like to examine the balance of available Pokemon, when they're available, and how well designed they are. Unfortunately, there are still many problems to cover. The Dark type gets shafted again in several ways. The Carvanha and Poochyena lines are physical attackers, even though their typings are special. Absol is heavily attack-based. My favorite Pokemon can't even make use of its damn Dark typing. You might say that not every Pokemon needs Stab. It might have good coverage, a good ability, what have you. I would agree, but I also think the type as a whole needs a wider degree of solid options. Otherwise, it feels like you're kneecapping an entire typing for no good reason. Cacnea and Shiftry do pick up the slack a bit, and they're available somewhat early on, but I really expected to have some better choices. Both of their best Dark-type moves is Feint Attack, 60 power. Why do all the damn physical attackers learn Crunch? It's so aggravating. Sharpedo doesn't have an awful special attack or anything. 95's nothing to sneeze at, but for what purpose is his physical attack 120? Just switch those around. You can still run Slash and Earthquake for coverage and then run Crunch and Surf for stab, but it just has to be awkward, doesn't it? Though this is the generation of water types, I don't know that it excuses just how pitiful the fire type selection is. You know, the starters are the core 3 types, fire, water, grass, and it seems like fire as a typing is treated so much worse than the other two. There are so many solid water types in Hoenn. Swampert, Ludicolo, Milotic, Walrein, and that's not even counting the returning water types like Kingdra, Gyarados, Starmie, Tentacruel. Grass types get Sceptile, Ludicolo, Shiftry, Breloom, Cacturne, Cradily, plus the returning Vileplume line. All of those mentioned are either decent or great Pokemon. So many options there for team building. If you want a fire type, well, you've always got Blaziken. Really good firefighting type mixed attacker. Camerupt, who's 4 times weak to water types in a generation infested with them. Magcargo, also 4 times weak to water. Torkoal is pretty cool, very defensive, I've always liked it. Ninetales is available after the 6th gym and still has all the same problems it's always had. Could you not have just given us Houndoom, please? Or Arcanine? Even Magmar would have been nice, have mercy on the poor type. I will always champion having a variety of options and condemn an imbalance of options. I know it makes sense that there would be less fire types in Hoenn, but that just means you need to make the small selection a solid selection, and Hoenn didn't even accomplish that. Aside from that, it feels like there's a healthy amount of use of most of the types throughout the game. Despite the abundance of water types late game, you don't see a whole ton before that point, so it's not like they dominate the region in terms of power. Gardevoir is a great new psychic powerhouse, with Medicham as a really cool new fighting psychic type. Flygon and Altaria are 2 of my favorite dragon types. Altaria in particular has always been really fun to use in any playthrough. I enjoy using dragon types that aren't pseudo-legendaries. It diversifies the typing, so now you can pick a dragon type and it won't absolutely crush everything in your path. Salamence does still exist though, don't worry. Well balanced as these new 135 are, there is one pervasive problem that cripples a few Pokemon in particular. Generation 3 introduced double battles. Each opponent would now send 2 Pokemon out instead of just 1. Game Freak did not seem to have a lot of confidence in this feature. In Ruby and Sapphire, the only required double battle is against Tate and Liza. Every other double battle in the game is voluntary. When you walk past a double battle, it won't automatically trigger, so you could theoretically go the entire game without having a double battle until the 7th gym. And it's just weird. I don't get it. I really like double battles. It adds a new dimension to your possible strategies and countermeasures. You can double up on a single Pokemon, but maybe they have Protect, and you've just wasted 2 of your attacks. One of the Pokemon could use a stat boosting move, while the other focuses on attacking. Helping Hand was introduced for this very purpose, powering up the attack of its partner. Additionally, Pokemon like Plusle and Minun were built for double battles. They both learn Helping Hand, their abilities power each other up, it's really cool. Volbeat and Illumise are similar, as are Solrock and Lunatone. Except, the funny problem is, you basically never engage in double battles, so why would you ever use these Pokemon? At least Solrock and Lunatone can function on their own, but the other ones are built to be allies in double battles, and are crippled because they almost never happen. It's even more painful because Minun is one of my favorite Pokemon, and I never want to use him because he can't play to his own strengths. It's so ironic that double battling is the official Pokemon competitive standard, and yet has never been widely adopted by Game Freak. Contests have been introduced, as well as contest stats. Each move has a contest stat like Cool or Beauty associated with it for contest use, and each Pokemon will specialize in a set of contest stats. I think this is a really cool addition for players that like to collect more than they like to battle. It's not a difficult side mode, you basically just need a Pokemon with a lot of the same contest stat moves. You'd probably bring a lot of beauty moves into a beauty contest, for example. Moves do have unique secondary effects in contests. Leer can stop the crowd from getting excited, Rage can be used more than once without boring the judge, since you're encouraged to use different moves each round for more points, Mean Look causes nervousness. A lot of ordinary moves become very useful in contests, and I think it's cool that you can build a Pokemon specifically for contest domination. Unfortunately, there's really no in-game incentive to do this other than the player's own satisfaction. The win condition is still battling-centric. Which makes complete sense, by the way. I'm not suggesting that there would even be a way to make contest participation a win state. You'd basically be ignoring how everything is primarily framed. The story, evil team, trainer battles. It's a fun side attraction that I wish had more of its own satisfying narrative to it, and that's all. Ruby and Sapphire have a lot going for them, obviously. They're a fantastic step up from Generation 2 in many, many ways, despite a few stumbles here and there. But what if I told you this isn't even their final form?
Ruby, Sapphire, そして第三の冒険。ポケットモンスターエメラルド。方円地方に残されていたもう一つの冒険。そしてバトルフロンティア。戦略を駆使してバトルドームやバトルチューブなど7つの施設を全て勝ち抜け。グラードンと海洋ガが激突するとき、レックウザが目を覚ます。ゲームボーイアドバンスポケットモンスターエメラルド。
In the past, I've glossed over the sister versions. I talked about what made them different, their various improvements. They were a very small part of the video though, since they were fairly incremental upgrades. Pokemon Emerald version is such a huge upgrade in so many ways that it deserves a significant portion of the spotlight. There aren't just small tweaks, like the addition of many Gen 2 Pokemon to the Safari Zone, like the aforementioned Houndour. The story has been entirely rewritten so that both Team Aqua and Magma are the villains. Gym leaders have changed up their teams, double battles are more frequent and often mandatory. There's a startup animation for every Pokemon during battle, there's a new champion, and, the main attraction, there's a new island in the post-game called the Battle Frontier that deserves its own section. Let's start with the story changes. Ruby and Sapphire felt like somewhat incomplete narratives, so Emerald put them both in the running. Now you're competing with two evil teams who are also competing against each other. Since you're fighting against both of them, you get more variety throughout the game, oscillating between Aqua and Magma grunts fairly regularly. You get to fight both Archie and Maxie, you get to see the world on the precipice of apocalypse as Groudon and Kyogre clash, accompanied by both Archie and Maxie realizing the error of their ways. It's a much cleaner way to tell this tale, pitting two extreme ideologies against each other to demonstrate how far removed from reality they both are and how futile their conflict is. You can actually discern the difference between Archie and Maxie, between their organizations and stated goals, as well as their methods. Their secret bases are different, they attack different buildings, they feel like two distinct factions. In Ruby and Sapphire, they both just swapped roles in a play. It was really jarring. Emerald doesn't increase the caliber of the writing on display or anything. It just cleans up the messiness, heightens the stakes and spectacle, and leaves you with a more satisfying tale than you would get in either Ruby or Sapphire. However, there is one crucial decision that will always boggle my mind, something that will keep me up at night for the rest of my days. Steven Stone is a really cool champion, with a themed team reflecting his hobby. Why did they replace Steven with Wallace? Sure, he has a fun mono water team, but it feels more like he's an Elite Four member now, not a damn champion. I really love the changes to the gym leaders. Tate and Liza get 2 extra Pokemon, Claydol and Xatu, so that their battles don't end in 5 seconds. Flannery still ain't great, but at least she uses a Camerupt now. Watson uses a Manectric. It's beautiful, truly. Winona loses Swellow for a Swablu and Tropius though, which is kinda lame, but at least her unique dual-typing theme is maintained. Juan also has a much better team than OG Wallace. Kingdra and Crawdon is a nice glow-up, but it makes it all the more annoying that Wallace is the champion because you ostensibly have 2 water-type boss fights. At that point, I can start to understand the complaints about too much water. As if most of those team changes weren't cool enough already, all of the gym leaders have rematches with better teams the more often you fight. Some of their final rematch teams are awesome. Flannery has Arcanine, Magcargo, Houndoom, Rapidash, Camerupt, and Torkoal. About the best you could possibly do in this gen without giving her Blaziken. Winona uses Noctowl, Tropius, Pelipper, Skarmory, Altaria, and Dragonite. Still a better dragon user than Lance. I will die on this hill. Unfortunately, gym leader rematches are completely random and you can only start them once you've entered the Hall of Fame, which is a really strange requirement. The first couple rematches have really low levels, implying that they'd be given to you throughout your adventure. You essentially just have to wait for them to finally give you their team at the end of many underwhelming rematches. They are all double battles though, giving the underused battle paradigm even more time in the sun. Thankfully, you're going to be spending a lot of time in the post-game, so you'll have stuff to do while you're waiting for those rematches. Hunting for Groudon and Kyogre, for Latios, fighting Steven as a super boss. This is pretty cool, but it doesn't excuse removing him from the champion position. Finally, you'll be spending a lot of time planting berries that remove EVs, training EVs, getting the right natures, and finding a wide variety of moves. The battle frontier is no joke.
You've mastered every Pokemon move.
Sleep powder. Rock throw. Confuse ray.
Now you're ready for the all-new Battle Frontier. Take on your biggest challenge yet in Pokemon Emerald, only for Game Boy Advance. Rated E for everyone.
The Battle Frontier is a post-game island the player can visit after conquering the League Challenge, one that houses several facilities that further test your mettle. In the main game, you don't even need to know that EVs exist. You'll never pay attention to natures and you'll pick your favorites. For the Battle Frontier though, that is insufficient. This island is for aspiring masters. You're practically required to EV train, and you'll need a team of all-stars to contend with the best that Hoenn has to offer. All of your opponents will be using competitively viable sets with maxed out EVs and interesting synergies. Compared to the hit-or-miss difficulty of the main game, the Battle Frontier feels like a completely different ballgame. I constructed a team of the absolute best: Swampert, Salamence, Gardevoir, Breloom, Dusclops, and Lanoon. Granted, Lanoon was just there for moral support, but he's thankfully very good at being cute. You need Pokemon that can hit hard. Swampert and Gardevoir are my special attackers, whereas Salamence and Breloom are my physical attackers. They have really good coverage, I can hit practically anything. Dusclops then is defensive. He's there to inflict status conditions, and to use Nightshade for fixed damage in the rare case where we have absolutely no solid offensive options. I put in the time to grow the necessary berries to reset their EVs and exterminate the local Corfish, Spinda, and Wingull populations just to meet the baseline requirements to obtain the symbols. I completed my team of champions and went on to challenge the Frontier Brains. The Battle Frontier houses 7 facilities that each operate in a unique way. We'll start with the simplest of them all, the Battle Tower. What you see here is what you get. Fight 7 trainers in a row and record your streak. The Battle Tower is no-nonsense Pokemon battling. Either you're up to the challenge or you're not. Enemy Pokemon will have berries that cure status effects, berries that increase stats at low health, leftovers. They will always have a useful held item, often paired with a set of moves that synergize well together. Rest and Chesto Berry, dubbed as Resto Chesto, is fairly common amongst attacking Pokemon. So too is Persim Berry Petal Dance, nullifying the confusion side effect that comes with Petal Dance. Even with my team of all-stars, I ran into a lot of sticky situations, battles I had to claw my way out of with superior strategy. Milotic is a beast of a water type. Surprising bulk, great move pool, and is a major threat to most of my Pokemon. It has Ice Beam, 4 times effective on Salamence, Surf, Neutral Stab on Swampert, and has Mirror Coat to reflect any attacks it's weak to, like my Gardevoir's Thunderbolt. Dealing with Pokemon like this was exhilarating. It's such a rush to win against actually competent teams. Of course, a lot of the early trainers in the Battle Tower are made to be easy, so the difficulty can ramp up naturally. Even then, you'll still run into the occasional would-be fodder that can potentially wipe out one of your team members and put you in a precarious spot. Since you can only bring 3 Pokemon with you, the battles progress at a steady pace. If they're overstaying their welcome, it's probably a pretty intense battle anyway. Nothing can better exemplify the strengths of the Frontier than the Frontier Brains, in this case, Annabelle. Her Silver Symbol team alone is terrifying. Alakazam with the Elemental Punches and Bright Powder to lower accuracy, Entei with Fire Blast, Calm Mind, and Roar to force a switch, and Snorlax with Belly Drum, Yawn, and a Quick Claw for a devastating offensive wall. I needed a very sound strategy to win this battle. Ice Punch would obliterate my Salamence, meaning I'd have to switch into my Dusclops, since it was much better than Swampert at taking hits. From there, I'd confuse it, poison it, take the Synchronize hit, and whittle it down with Nightshade. Once Alakazam was dealt with, Swampert was built to take on Entei before it could set itself up for destruction. Finally, I had both Swampert and Salamence to deal with Snorlax, both of which had enough physical attack prowess to defeat it before it had time to use its scary Belly Drum attack boost. This is just for the Silver Symbol. Her Gold Symbol is, in some ways, even scarier. Though some trainers have really weird strategies that are easily taken care of, the fights that shine in the tower really shine, and the lack of gimmicks makes it the perfect place for pure battling, especially when the challenge ramps up in the higher streaks. It's also one of the many facilities that accepts double battles, so you can use strategies that are completely unique to the format. Branching outward from the tower, each facility has a gimmick placed on the traditional art of battling. Only one of them is a failure in my opinion, and that's the Battle Palace, where Pokemon choose attacks for themselves based on their nature. At face value, it's already pretty bad. You can't even choose what move your Pokemon's going to use, so already you have absolutely zero strategic sway over the battle. Most of the time you're spamming the A button and praying. However, I think the worst part about the palace is how it utilizes natures. Depending on your Pokemon's nature, they will tend toward attack, defense, or support. Defense moves are usually stat boosting moves like Iron Defense, Acid Armor, Safeguard, but can also include moves like Sandstorm. Support moves are the opposite, they usually lower the opponent's stats. Leer, Stun Spore, stuff like that. Attacking moves are all moves that do damage, essentially. Your nature will determine the percentage chance that a Pokemon will pick a move from one of these categories. If you don't have a move of the type that the Pokemon selects, it will either pick a move at random, or do absolutely nothing. The Battle Palace is so far removed from the rest of the frontier that it hurts. Building a team for the Battle Frontier is fairly straightforward, so I can understand incentivizing natures that are less than optimal. Maybe you don't always want the best attacking nature or whatever. In practice though, the Battle Palace is the only facility that needs you to have weird natures to make the most of it, and natures cannot be changed. In some facilities, you might want to change moves or even change the Pokemon you bring with you to adapt to problematic strategies. This is all fairly easy. You can swap out moves and items with the BP you accumulate in the facilities. If you want a team that can do well in the Battle Palace, though, you'll essentially have to raise a separate team to get the job done, since chucking a Pokemon with a suboptimal nature into one of the other facilities can sometimes be a death sentence. The Palace also brings into focus the problems with the streak system that don't quite manifest in other facilities. The Battle Dome, for instance, is a neat twist on the traditional format. You bring your best team of 3 with you into a tournament setting. You get to see a preview of your opponent's Pokemon, and they get to see a preview of your team as well. It gives you a rundown of where the team's stat strengths lie, and then you pick 2 of the 3 to send into battle. You have to evaluate your Pokemon's strongest assets and predict whether or not they'll be sent into battle. Which Pokemon is your opponent leaving behind? In this sense, the choice is always in your hands. You can pick the best Pokemon for the job every single time, and then it's up to you to win. Each trainer in a streak gets progressively more difficult, which makes perfect sense since they're also the ones who survived the lower levels of the tournament. In this facility, a battle streak is the most natural. Each tournament is a string of battles back-to-back with a clear endpoint. During your 5th tournament, the Dome Ace Tucker will take notice and battle you. His silver team is fairly challenging: Swampert, Charizard, and Salvance. It doesn't take absurdly long to reach Tucker, but it's not a walk in the park, and the tournaments get stronger the longer you last. After 10 tournaments, Tucker will challenge you for the gold. This time, his team is downright scary: Swampert, Metagross, and Latias. What will you use, and what will he use? The tension when you reach a silver or gold battle, the knowledge that a loss will reset the streak to 0, is terrifying. Sure, it is extremely frustrating to lose to RNG. Maybe a focus band activated at the worst time, or you were paralyzed 2 turns in a row, but I don't find that to be the overwhelming norm. Usually it's just down to strategic skill and good maneuvering, which is why I don't ultimately mind the streak system. Facilities like the Battle Pyramid admittedly stretch my tolerance for it, with each attempt taking quite a long time to complete. For just the silver symbol, you need to clear the pyramid 3 times, and 10 for gold. Each run will have 7 floors where you can encounter wild Pokemon, trainers, items, all while contending with the darkness obscuring your vision. Your Pokemon also aren't healed for you. You need to keep them healthy with items you pick up along the way and can transfer to future attempts. Despite how long and arduous the process can be, I enjoy this facility quite a lot. Exploration is encouraged so you can get the best items, but you also can't spend too long doing it since the wild Pokemon encounters are set up to inflict status conditions. Your chances of fleeing a battle are automatically lowered in this facility, so you'll either have to try to run away and risk a status condition, or waste one of your Pokemon's likely valuable PP to dispose of it. If you just search for the exit, you won't get as many items, but your team also won't be crippled by status effects. Sure, it's a long facility, and losing in the 8th or 9th segment of your streak is crushing, but it's not like the pyramid itself is horrible inherently. Even though it sucks to lose a streak and start all over, each of the facilities have fun, competitive level Pokemon battles with gimmicks to spice things up. They're fun even without the boss fights. The boss fights are just your ultimate goal. Nowhere is this journey rather than the destination philosophy embraced like it is in the Battle Factory. Here, you use a random team given to you, each with interesting sets and synergies. You'll get a Resto Chesto Sweeper, or a Sunny Day user, or a defensive tank. Pretty much any competitive set you could imagine, spread across any Pokemon in the National Dex. Though you'll run into a lot of the same sets, since your opponents will grab from the same pool, practically every run will be different from the last. You pick 3 from a selection of 6 at the beginning, and can swap one of your Pokemon with one of your opponents after you beat them. Slowly but surely, you can construct a team with interesting synergies that can tackle any challenge thrown their way. This facility has by far the most staying power. If you get the gold symbol in the battle tower, for instance, there's not much reason to keep challenging the tower. The battles are fun, sure, but you've already achieved your goal. After you get the gold symbol in the Battle Factory, though, You can keep coming back since you'll always have a different experience. You get to use a variety of Pokemon, each with different movesets and strategies. If anything, this is a contender for the strongest facility in the Frontier because of how accessible it is. For the other facilities, if you don't EV train, you will lose. This isn't an exaggeration. If you aren't EV trained, you will be decimated, and that can take a lot of time and energy. But the Battle Factory doesn't require knowledge of these secret systems. You can just walk in and have fun right out of the gate. Sure, it does have the potential to be one of the worst facilities because of its propensity for RNG. Sometimes your options will be terrible, and that can quite easily end your streak. But as I already said, streaks in the factory don't matter too much because it's fun to keep coming back and trying out an entirely new team. Since Noland uses a team of random Pokemon anyway, the silver and gold medals don't mean too much in the grand scheme, other than bragging rights. In all of these cases, the streak system's alright. It can be fun, or it can be disregarded. In the Battle Palace, where you can't select your moves, the streak system is a nightmare. Your streak can just end because your Pokemon decided to do sweet FA. Battles can last decades if you and your opponent are dumb, cycling through non-damaging moves or just not selecting them at all because of their nature. Though not nearly as frustrating, the battle arena is fairly underwhelming as well. Each one-on-one encounter is given 3 turns of battle, after which, if both Pokemon are still standing, they will be judged. Whoever loses will be knocked out, and then the next battle begins. The judging criteria are split amongst 3 categories: mind, body, and skill. You get points in mind for selecting attacking moves, skill regards a Pokemon's accuracy, so missing a move will deduct points, and body concerns the amount of HP remaining when compared to how much HP you had when you started the round. This all sounds great, but I find it often doesn't end up mattering much. If you knock out the opposing Pokemon, the judging doesn't even occur, you just move on to the next round. Whenever judging does occur, since it only really concerns the immediate round, whatever happens is fairly inconsequential anyway. Maybe you lose your Pokemon, but you can send the next one out and your opponent is still at the same health it was at previously. It's not a bad judging system. I like the idea of rating your Pokemon based on their performance, and whenever it does happen I find it to be a cool twist. It's just a bit underwhelming. And because I've completely run out of transitions, the final facility is the Battle Pike. Here you pick from a selection of 3 rooms, each with randomly generated results. Now, I'm not going to get into the specifics here, but here's the general outline. The NPC in here will tell you what one of the rooms possibly contains, and depending on her dialogue, one of 2 outcomes will occur. For instance, if she senses a trainer, that room will have one of 2 possibilities. Either it will be a trainer battle, or it will be a healing event. This is another facility where your Pokemon are not healed, so healing events are extremely valuable. You'll find yourself in a lot of situations where you either pick a relatively safe option, or risk it all for a full heal or an empty room. This is one of the rare facilities where, if you're lucky enough, you can complete a full streak without entering a single battle, so it's fairly unique in that regard. I think this is a really fun facility. Weighing the risks is fun, biting the bullet and getting rewarded for it is satisfying, and getting punished for it makes sense. The most punishing rooms are the ones that inflict status conditions, but since your chances of being able to find a room with healing in it is pretty decent, it's not often you'll be floundering around with your team on the brink of death. I acknowledge that with supremely bad luck it could happen, but getting to the silver symbol at least wasn't too much of an ordeal for me. Honestly, I'm surprised by how solid these facilities are. The Battle Palace is the only one I don't enjoy doing. The rest are either average in the case of the Battle Arena, or excellent in the case of the Battle Factory. They all have really fun boss fights with crazy teams to contend with, and if you ask me, it's an incredible reward for going through the arduous process of EV training. Not only that, it's a wonderful way to teach the player about building competitive teams. You'll run into a lot of unique strategies, some of which you might even want to use competitively. Now, finding people to battle in this day and age is probably next to impossible, but hey, Pokemon Showdown has competitive tiers for all of the generations, so you can always go on there for team building. Their scenes are surprisingly active. I can say with absolute certainty that the Battle Frontier is as excellent as people say it is, and it's a sin that Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire did not have it. It makes for one of the strongest post-games in the entire series. I really love Generation 3 if you couldn't tell. I love the region, I love the Pokémon, and perhaps the reason why I'm so enamored by it is because it was my first generation. Maybe it's why so many of my favorites are Hoenn Pokémon. Maybe it's why so much of the music gives me that tingly feeling inside. It was my introduction to this truly fantastical world of mythical creatures, and though I try my best to look at it as fairly as I possibly can, I'm always gonna think back on it all fondly. There were a lot of missteps. This was one of the only generations where you couldn't transfer your Pokémon up from prior generations. It was just impossible. All your favorites would be stuck on the Game Boy forever. HM usage is even more frequent and annoying, as is the asinine way in which physical and special distinctions are made by the typing. I acknowledge its imperfections, but in terms of being an improvement on Gold and Silver, it is a resounding yes. To be entirely honest with you, I consider Generation 3 to be the point at which the series got good. The Game Boy titles feel somewhat antiquated, fun as they can be. It's particularly hard to journey back to them. Visually, they're quite limited, and though their music is composed well, the sound font can become annoying through repeated listens. There are just a lot of barriers that keep me from wanting to come back.
With over 100 new Pokémon in Pokémon Diamond and Pokémon Pearl, they're gonna be everywhere. Ready to catch, battle, and trade. Pokémon Diamond and Pokémon Pearl. Gotta catch 'em all. Only for Nintendo DS, rated E for everyone.
I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a franchise as consistently, overwhelmingly dominant as Pokémon. The year is 2006. Pokémon as a franchise has seen a slight dip in core game sales, but it didn't really matter given that the franchise was still printing money. With the introduction of the Nintendo DS, Nintendo's new flagship handheld, Diamond and Pearl marked a next-gen chapter. We may have passed the days of Pokémon Mania, but tens of millions of people were still buying the games, cards, toys, movies, and spin-offs. It wasn't dominating the news anymore, but it was still dominating the lives of children everywhere, including me. Though Gen 3 was my introduction, and I played it a lot. Gen 4 has my most playtime of any generation. I don't even want to think about how many times I've played Diamond and Platinum. My mom got me Diamond as soon as it came out, and I still have my childhood cartridge. The save's long gone. I guess I wasn't sentimental enough to hang on to those memories, but I'd say the new memories I made on subsequent playthroughs more than made up for that. All I'm really missing out on is a super overleveled Infernape anyway. So yeah, if you care about that sort of thing, I'm probably very nostalgically biased towards this generation. Not much I can do about that. We all have one or two generations that we grew up with. This video will be focusing on the debut titles, Diamond and Pearl, so we can get a better idea as to what these games were like at the time. After the general discussion, we'll get into the changes brought by its sister release, Platinum. This will be a pretty beefy section of the video a la Emerald. Platinum is probably the most substantial sister version ever released, so we'll be dedicating a bit of time to it. And finally, because I know people are going to ask about it, yeah, I've seen the remakes. Once those games have released, I will be including them in the video that I'm doing on every Pokémon remake, somewhere down the line. Let's take a hike through the ancient Sinnoh region.
Mom.
Oh. A new generation of Pokémon is taking over. You can pre-order Pokémon Diamond or Pokémon Pearl now to receive a Pokémon collectible stylish with topper. Games available April 22nd.
Sinnoh is based on the Hokkaido region of Japan, a generally cold and mountainous portion of the country. The name Sinnoh means God within, and is meant to reflect the region's rustic feel. It has a storied history, much like Johto. However, unlike Johto, that history has long passed. We're talking creation of the universe mythos. Much of Sinnoh is a more modern civilization. Jubilife City is a sprawling metropolis with a TV station, new smartwatches, a global trade station. Wouldn't feel out of place in Kanto. Hearthome has a church, a contest hall, a park where you can walk your Pokemon. Veilstone has a casino, a department store, Team Galactic HQ. There's a sense that Sinnoh and its citizens have made great strides towards the future, yet those strides have never completely overwritten their past. Eterna City houses a statue of the legendary Pokémon, either Dialga or Palkia, with half-faded text talking about the creation of time and space. Celestion Town is a small hamlet built next to the ancient unknown ruins. Celestic Town is an even smaller settlement containing a cave with a mural of the Lake Trio. Celestic Town's saying is literally, "The past lives," a tiny town that preserves the history of Sinnoh and the old ways of life. Sinnoh is quiet, calm, slow. It is the birthplace of the Pokémon world, and though modern advancements are still taking place, much of the region is haunted by the past. Mount Coronet is an ever-present symbol of that past, bisecting the land into two halves. At its peak, Spear Pillar, an ancient ruin where the world supposedly began. I suppose haunted is an ill-fitting word. Cynthia, the region's champion, is a historian. She and those of her hometown take great pride in preserving the history of Sinnoh. More specifically, the customs and teachings which were cultivated long ago. You could say love and connection is a core theme of every Pokémon game, to some extent, but I think it's at its most relevant in Sinnoh. Arceus brought Dialga and Palkia into existence so they could create time and space. Since they would often come into conflict, the Lake Trio were created to calm them down, and to bestow humanity the gifts of emotion, knowledge, and willpower. There is a sense of gratitude towards these beings for creating humanity, in a more literal sense, but there are also messages to take away and pass down. Much of Sinnoh is disconnected. It's a mountainous region, so many of its cities and towns are isolated. It's an arduous trek to get anywhere in this region, and yet everyone is connected by the history which still lives on through its people. They are reminded of it every day, as the towering Mount Coronet, with Spear Pillar at its summit, is visible no matter where you are in the region. It serves as an eternal reminder binding everyone together. No one has taken these gifts for granted, and strive to remember that compassion and love are important. Oreburgh City, a mining town built into the side of Mount Coronet, is full of hard workers. But they aren't working hard for the benefit of their corporate overlords. They are working hard to provide the region with natural resources. Not only do they get to take breaks in the town gym, the gym leader himself is seen helping to collect coal from the mines. Vents in the city were created to fill the mines with fresh air so that workers wouldn't be inundated with poisonous chemicals. Great care has been taken to ensure these workers' safety, a notion that I desperately wish our own world could more widely adopt. Pastoria City is another excellent example. A community sprung up around the Great Marsh in order to protect it, turning it into a national park. Everyone living in Pastoria wishes to live in harmony not only with each other, but with the rare Pokémon that inhabit the marsh. Everywhere you turn, these ideals are reinforced. Everywhere except Team Galactic. Cyrus stands in opposition to this sentiment. Growing up alone in Sunyshore, he didn't cultivate these connections. He didn't share in these intimate emotions. He sees them as a hindrance, an obstacle to progress. He thinks the world would be better off without them, and seeks to recreate it in his cold, calculated image. He makes for one of the most threatening team leaders in any of these games because of how disconnected he is from everyone. You run into him wandering around Sinnoh like some wise sage. When you meet him at his HQ, he describes the grunts and admins of Team Galactic as different from him. You see, they merely use Pokémon as tools, whereas he seeks to take their power as his own. He doesn't care about his grunts and admins. There's always a degree of separation with Cyrus. There's no one he holds close, no one he can confide in besides himself. I've always found him really intimidating, but there's also something kind of sad about him. Maybe if he'd had a better upbringing, fostered more genuine connections, he would have turned out better. Maybe he would have been able to understand why the world was created, rather than simply understanding how. Given that Sinnoh is a historical site, your adventure through it is pretty laid back. Perhaps it's just the slow battle pacing talking, but these games have always been pretty slow burns. There's a lot to do and see in between gyms, not all of it required. Most of the journey is about soaking in the sights and sounds of Sinnoh, uncovering its past, exploring the wilderness, and encountering its Pokémon. I'm never in any rush playing these games, which is why Barry is such a fitting rival. He's a simple character in that his main quirk is impatience. He's constantly bolting forward, eager to get to the next stop on his journey. He forgets packages, he's constantly one step ahead. He doesn't even give Professor Rowan a chance to hand him a Pokédex. He isn't mean, but he's still your rival. He's there every step of the way to make sure you're keeping up with his quick pace. I don't actually believe your rival needs to be a huge jerk in order for them to keep your attention, and Barry is proof positive of that. He is grateful to Professor Rowan and wants to help stop Team Galactic. He's an endearing teammate as much as he is a tough rival. He's just a little too eager to rush into things without thinking. His loss to Commander Jupiter at Lake Acuity forces him to become a little more serious, and so his comeback at Spirit Pillar is a really good moment. This time, you made it there before him. He took his time, trained his Pokémon, and fought them with you, instead of on his own. It's nothing monumental, but it's enough to make me really like seeing him pop up every now and then. I think it instills in the player a sense of patience. It encourages them to take their journey one step at a time, to not miss anything important. And this is a region you'll want to pay close attention to. It's a contender for the most beautiful. Eterna Forest is captivating, it's enchanting. Feels like its own little world, forgotten by the rest of Sinnoh, ghosts of its past haunting the nearby abandoned mansion. Floroma Meadow is soothing, an assortment of multicolored flowers at every turn. You can almost smell the reassuring spring breeze. I can also smell my allergies going into overdrive when I set even a single foot into the meadow. Mount Coronet, Spear Pillar at its peak, is magnificent. You can feel its historic significance, the universe-altering power. My personal favorite area is Snow Point City. It's all the way at the top of Sinnoh. You have to travel through the depths of Mount Coronet, and then through a massive blizzard before finally reaching the settlement. There aren't actually many people that live up here. Just a few houses, a gym, a port, and a ruined temple. I love walking around at night when there's a bunch of snow on the ground, and Snow Point sure knows how to replicate that feeling. Could you imagine living up here? The Abomasnow in the woods next to you? It's one of my favorites from the generation, like a cross between a Yeti and an evergreen tree. Most of these designs are really good. Bidoof's a derpy little beaver, one of the better rodents for sure. Still prefer Zigzagoon. I don't think any rodent's gonna top that. But what Sinnoh easily tops is the best bird. It's not even close. Starly, Staravia, and Staraptor are ridiculously cool. The evolution from cute black and white bird into this sick raptor with a red streak on top of his head that can learn close combat. I've actually made a rule that I'm not allowed to use this thing in playthroughs anymore because it used to be on every single team I ever made. It's that cool. On the same route, you can catch Shinx, one of my new favorite electric types. I think maybe cute to cool is my secret weakness or something. What can I say? I'm easy to please. The only thing about Luxray that I don't like is that it looks like it should be part dark type. Given that dark is my favorite type, it would have been extremely fitting. I just love how the ratio between light blue and black reverses throughout the stages. At first there's a ton of light blue, with a bit of black peeking out. Then there's a good mixture with Luxio. Finally, the black almost completely overtakes Luxray. I've probably used this thing about as much as Staraptor, but I just don't have it in me to ban myself from using him. They've driven Lucario into the ground a little bit, but I understand why he became so instantly popular. Blue martial arts wolf is a pretty appealing archetype. I love Weasel and Floatzel, my cute little sea otters that can fire themselves off like torpedoes with Aqua Jet. Drifloon and Driftblim are sick new ghost types based around 2 different types of balloons. You've got a cat that evolves into a chunky boy and a skunk that evolves into a chunky boy. You've got the Taco Bell Bell. I'm having a hard time finding a design that I don't like. And as cool as a lot of these new designs are, arguably the most iconic new Pokemon come via new evolutions to pre-existing Pokemon. Though there are 151 Pokemon in the regional decks, only 107 are new Pokemon. And of that 107, only 78 are entirely new. 29 of them are attached to previously existing Pokemon, either as baby pre-evolutions or brand new evolutions, or both in the case of Roselia. Why they felt the need to add both a baby and new evolution to Roselia, I will never know. But hey, we got Roserade out of that deal, so you won't hear me complaining. I suppose there's an argument here that a substantial portion of the decks is relying on nostalgia, buffing up previously existing Pokemon through new evolutions. While this is true, I'm willing to forgive this since the evolutions were given to Pokemon that deserved them, rather than simply handing them out to the ones that were popular. I mean, it is generally the same principle as baby Pokemon, but for a final evolution stage that you'll actually be using in battle. Honchkrow takes the small crow and turns it into a chonker with a scarf and a fedora. It's a lot more smug now, embracing that Redditor energy. Mismagius grows taller with more of a resemblance to the traditional mage archetype. It has a darker shade of colors, but still retains what made the original interesting. It's a more mature rendition. Mamoswine is a more intimidating upgrade to Piloswine. Gliscor and Yanmega are more sinister renditions of their original designs. Electivire and Magmortar are Super Saiyan transformations. I especially love the arm cannons they give Magmortar. It feels very extra, but in a good way. I mean, sure, some designs are a little strange. I'm not sure why Rhyperior or Probopass needed to exist, but they're inoffensive enough, and the stat boosts are at least nice. As usual, while the baby Pokemon don't offer much utility, they sport some clean, memorable designs. I don't think many people will argue against Bonsly, Munchlax, Mime Jr., and Chingling being adorable. Generally, all of this was a good idea. But we need to talk about Ambipom. Good lord, what happened to my boy? My special cute monkey boy. What's with the ugly nose? The twigs sticking out on top of his head? The tails, which now look like the udders of a cow rather than a glove? The feet being the same color as the rest of his body? What in the actual hell happened here? Can someone explain this to me? I'm sorry, but Ambipom is a disgrace. Anyone who likes him needs to vacate the premises. Arceus almighty. Speaking of the heavenly creator, given we're dealing with actual deities in Sinnoh, it's fitting that they've perhaps given us the most iconic main legendary trio. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina are some of my favorite legendaries of all time. Dialga, a steel dragon type, wears what looks to be a crown of steel all throughout its body. On its feet, on its back, on its head, the gem in the center of its chest completes the regal image, befitting of the god which controls time through its mighty roar. Palkia shares some of Dialga's features, namely the face design and prominent display of its colored jewel. There's something kinda otherworldly about them, but Palkia is distinct in that it feels like a cyborg kaiju. It has much less bits which resemble skin. It's more a metallic surrounding armor. It's similar to Groudon in that way. Giratina, though, is unlike any legendary that has come before. Giratina has a similarly regal appearance, but with a darker color palette. The red, black, faded gold, and dark gray blend makes for quite the terrifying presence, as do the shadow wings sprouting out on either side, where Dialga and Palkia have pretty epic cries and a regal theme tune. Giratina's is darker and more muddled. Where they rule from on high, Giratina rules from the shadows, the king of the underworld itself. It's the one which was banished by Arceus for being a troublemaker. There's something spooky about it that's immediately apparent, and is one of the only times a Pokemon design has instilled a genuine fear in me. Arceus, the primordial creator of the universe, is a bit more ethereal. It's wavy, incomplete, almost intangible. The white and yellow crown surrounding its body is probably meant to be angelic, and giving it the ability to be any type it wants is pretty fitting for God itself. Man, what cool Pokemon. Want to hear something else that's cool? Arceus is not only a mythical Pokemon, meaning it is event exclusive, but there's also an item in the game called the Azure Flute, which creates a literal stairway to heaven atop Spear Pillar where you were meant to fight and catch it. The Azure Flute was never distributed, meaning that you can't access it without a cheating device. Oh goody! Way to make me not care about encountering the literal god of creation. It's basically the same with Darkrai Shaman and Manaphy, though Manaphy can be obtained pretty easily through Pokemon Ranger, so at least you could theoretically get one nowadays without any trouble. The rest, though, are kinda just out of your hands, which is super annoying, especially for Darkrai, because it makes the Harbor Inn in Canalave City feel remarkably artificial when you realize you can't access it without an event trigger. It will forever have the allure of the faded text sign, foreboding light, and locked door. That's all it will ever be, until you travel back in time, journey to Toys R Us, and have someone transfer a key into your game that will let you fight Darkrai. I know I complain a lot about mythical Pokemon in these videos, but these complaints only exist with such veracity because I live in a time where they are no longer available. As someone who actually did get his hands on a few events back in the day, it made me feel pretty cool at the time. I convinced my mom to take me to Toys R Us, so now I have this cool exclusive event in my game that my friends don't have. How neat. Nowadays, though, it's yet another thing you have to hack into the game. And even when you do hack it in, Darkrai is just sitting on an island somewhere. You don't go through a dungeon or anything. You don't even have to find him. You get the event item, sleep in a bed, and there's Darkrai. It leads to an excess of super special Pokemon that you will normally never see or interact with at all. And given that this game has its own cool dungeon for Giratina in the send-off spring, you'll have to forgive me for being a touch disappointed that we didn't get a few more of those.
Hey Lisa, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. What's up?
I found one of the new Pokemon you were looking for. Want to trade?
I'd love to have it.
Well, I guess... I'd like that cute Pikachu.
Really?
Yeah, here you go.
Voice chat and trade online with Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl, only on Nintendo DS.
Take good care of it.
Now that I've blown a considerable amount of hot air up Sinnoh's entrance to Mount Coronet, if you catch my drift, it's time to start knocking it down a few pegs. Diamond and Pearl have some gaping wounds that need immediate medical attention. Remember how I talked about the 107 new Pokemon introduced? Only 81 of those are in the regional dex of 151, meaning that only about 53% of this regional dex consists of new Pokemon. Most of the ones which weren't included were the new evolutions, for some reason. We're allowed to use Roserade, Honchkrow, and Mismagius, sure, but not Togekiss, Probopass, Rhyperior, Electivire, Magmortar, Lickilicky, Yanmega, Mamoswine, Magnezone, Gliscor, Porygon Z, Dusknoir, or Frostlass. Tangrowth isn't even natively available in Diamond and Pearl for some reason. You just have to trade up a Tangela from the GBA games. Now, these games actually have a pretty beefy post-game with an entire new island to explore, so this was probably done to keep the game fresh and exciting even after you've entered the Hall of Fame. I've never personally been a fan of this approach, with the exception of pseudo-legendaries, which would break the game a bit if they were obtained too early. I want to be able to play around with all the cool new Pokemon before fighting the champion. I don't need to see Gyarados for the 4th time. It's okay, I'm fine with him not being there. In fact, being able to encounter Pokemon from previous games in the post-game is one of my favorite ways to utilize old Pokemon. You can stick all the fresh new designs in the main game, with a scant few returning Pokemon to buff out the regional dex, and then save everything else for the post-game. Otherwise, it feels like the game's pushing me to create a nearly identical team every single generation. I don't like when a regional dex reduces my options as much as Sinnoh does. For instance, I don't mind adding old electric types. If we were only adding new Pokemon, the Luxray line and Pachirisu would be the only electric types available until post-game. And something about that feels wrong. So they added the Pikachu line. And that's it, I guess. Sure makes me question why Volkner, the electric-type gym leader, has an Octillery and Ambipom. Honestly, this is just his fault. He could have used Pachirisu. It won Worlds. If Volkner can't even use Magnezone or Electivire, something is seriously wrong here. Compare that to the criminal overrepresentation of water types in a region that, unlike Hoenn, literally has no excuse. We've got some really cool new water types in this generation. Empoleon is a steel water type. Pretty interesting new combo there. Weasel and Floatzel are fast attackers. Shellos and Gastrodon are tanky water ground types, sporting that electric immunity. I mean, surely we've got enough options, and the occasional Tentacool or whatever for a few more isn't hurting anybody, but it just keeps going. Gyarados, Milotic, Golduck, Whiscash, and Quagsire, despite already having a water ground type. Pelipper, Azumarill, is this not a touch excessive? I feel like some of the new evolutions could have taken a few of those spots. Or, God forbid, more fire types. Oh, if you thought Hoenn was lacking in fire types, boy howdy, you're in for a treat, let me tell you. Once again, there's a massive elemental trio imbalance for no good reason. There are 5 grass type lines, 14 water type lines, and 2 fire type lines, one of which is your starter. There are 2 fire type lines in the Sinnoh regional decks. Chimchar, Monferno, Infernape, Ponyta, and Rapidash are the only available fire types. If you want to be real smug about it, only one of these lines is a new line. If Volkner is sad, Flint is just a goddamn tragedy. Rapidash and Infernape are here. Makes sense. Then Steelix, Driftblim, and Lopunny. Now, I know what you're thinking here. Haven't I said in the past that I prefer gym leaders and Elite Four members to have multiple different Pokemon? You're right, I have said that. Good job, you have destroyed my arguments in Trial by Combat, and I will now retire from the Pokemon series forever. In principle, I would rather gym leaders use different types. But Flint and Volkner are not doing this to have a varied team. They're doing this in spite of their team, because the regional dex is so awful that they have no other options, and they just teach these random Pokemon fire or electric type moves anyway. These Pokemon don't really check weaknesses or anything. The only 2 Pokemon on Flint's team which can easily deal with water types, his most common weakness, are the 2 fire types that likely won't survive a hit from one of dozens of available water types. I mean, I'll give Volkner this, I guess. His Octillery ensures that a ground type indeed will not end his career, but also it still might, because Octillery isn't very good, and it tends to just want to use Charge Beam anyway. Ambipom doesn't even have a physical move. What's up with that? I guess it wants to set up and use Baton Pass, which is admittedly pretty intriguing, but it's so frail that it will barely have any time to set anything up anyway. These teams were only ever interesting because of a lack of options, and every other boss in the game is proof of that, because they don't do this. Crasher Wake has a Gyarados, a solid specially defensive attacker, Quagsire, a beefy water type with immunity to electricity, and Floatzel, a very quick water type with access to Ice Fang to brutalize essentially any grass type you bring to the table. He's not amazing, granted, since he is still forced to use water types, but you can tell they actually had a lot of options as to how to go about making an engaging team for him which fits the monotype. Byron has an interesting team of steel types, Gardenia has an interesting team of grass types, Maylene has an interesting team of fighting types, Lucian has 5 distinct options, Bertha has 5 distinct options, fucking Aaron has 5 distinct options, my lord. Diamond and Pearl are really hard to go back to for this reason, because you don't realistically have a lot of options for team building. You're going to end up using a lot of the same Pokemon, and if you're trying to use Sinnoh exclusives, you'll have even less options. But a boring Pokédex is not the only thing that makes these games more exhausting to replay. Another problem is the significantly slower pace, which manifests in several forms. Now, I'm not really talking about story pacing here. I think the time in between gyms and story events is just fine. It's essentially the same as any of the other games. The design of Sinnoh is pretty cool. There are a lot of areas you'll see in the beginning and have to return to later. West of Jubilife houses the 6th gym, which you can only reach with Surf. You get to Hearthome City City before you can even fight the 5th gym and have to circle back around to it. The Veilstone Galactic HQ and subsequent visit to Spear Pillar through Mount Coronet overstays its welcome a tad, but I guarantee it wouldn't feel nearly as bad without HMs. In between every gym, there's at least one distraction to wrap yourself into. The Pokemon Mansion, Wayward Cave, the Unknown Ruins, and the various entrances to Mount Coronet. Add that to the list of places you can reach with Surf, like the Ironworks, and you've got a pretty healthy mix of main story progression and side content where you can more or less decide your own pace. When I say the game feels slow, it has more to do with the speed of the game itself. On a technical level, Diamond and Pearl are on the Nintendo DS, and so are taking advantage of the 3D that it offers. It looks really good, like there's still an essence of the GBA games, but translated into something with more space and dimension. However, the cost of this transition seems to have been speed. Walking around is slower on average, random encounters are slower on average, battles are slower on average. A lot of this stuff is incremental. There are tiny pauses after hitting a Pokemon before their health will start draining, and after they've fainted. There's a very slight pause when a battle begins before the commands will show up. In double battles, sometimes the menu actually lags after selecting an input. Health bars drain per frame, meaning that they scroll slower than previous games on average, and only grow slower the further into the game you get with higher HP values. I mean, if you've been a Pokemon fan for long enough, you've probably seen this video, and although it is the most extreme example of these problems, it's still pretty reflective of the feeling of playing through Gen 4. Compounding this problem are HMs. Okay. HMs are so awful that I don't even know how to begin to describe how awful they are. In Red and Blue, they were relatively inoffensive. They were kinda annoying every now and then, requiring cut for Lieutenant Surge or Erica, but it's unlikely that you'll have a full team of 6 by then anyway. Plus, moves like Surf are really good in battle, so it was easy to look past how dumb they were in concept. With each successive generation, though, it has become harder and harder to forgive, and Gen 4 is the apex. HMs are at their worst here. Let's go over the HMs in this game. Rock Smash can break rocks in your way for items, usually. Cut does the same for trees. Strength can move boulders out of the way. Fly can fast travel. Surf is used to move through water, and Waterfall is used to scale waterfalls. The 2 new additions are used in specific situations. Defog removes fog from a few routes and caves, and Rock Climb can scale mountainsides. Considering that Fly is basically a requirement in these games, 6 of these hidden machines are routinely required throughout the game, and one of them might as well be required because not using it means you'll be in the pits of accuracy hell for a few hours. This ensures that for most of your playthrough, you'll be dragging around a barrel and swapping it out with one of your team of 6. One of them is just gonna have to sit some stuff out, because unless you want to take up valuable move slots with HMs, you're going to drag someone out from the PC to do it. In some cases, you might even need 2 spare Pokemon to use all this stuff, and it's just so unnecessary. I get that it's cool to be using your actual team members to get around the environment, but having them take up move slots that can't be replaced unless you travel to the move deleter all the way in Canalave City is not fun. Since your TMs are limited and you need heart scales to remember past moves, it becomes a huge exercise in tedium. You're constantly shuffling things in and out of your box. You basically need a water and flying type if you want to make things more convenient, and it makes the simple act of exploring a new area a huge chore. Defog is by far the worst offender. Every other HM is at least used to access areas which you previously couldn't. I would argue there's something kinda exciting about getting a new HM and being able to explore old areas again. That's why finally getting rock climb feels so satisfying, because you've seen so many rock climb locations all over Sinnoh, and now you can finally use them all for rare items. Defog exists to remove fog. That's it. But it isn't quite like Flash. Flash was similarly dumb, but you could theoretically get by without it if you knew the map layout or looked it up online. It wasn't strictly necessary. Fog is more insidious, though. In routes where fog is active, every Pokemon participating in a battle has its accuracy dropped wholesale by 10%, which leads to extremely fun battle scenarios in which both sides continually miss their attacks and you sit there for several minutes doing nothing. You can either put up with that the entire route, or pull out a Pokemon which learns Defog, and likely your other HM user, since fog routes usually also have a billion other HM gates for some reason. This is a lose-lose scenario. There is nothing this adds to the game other than unnecessary tedium. You can't go back to previously foggy routes. You get it before encountering your first fog. It's just something you can start using if you don't want to be frustrated. We now have the benefit of hindsight here, in an age where Pokemon no longer has HMs, and in my humble opinion, nothing of any value has been lost. This rampant HM use is likely one of the biggest silent contributors to the generation's slower pace that a lot of players might not even consciously recognize. And if the remakes do not remove HMs, or otherwise repurpose them so they don't take up move slots, then what was even the point in remaking them at all? Might as well have just stuck the originals on Switch. I know that sounds a bit petty, but I swear to you, HMs are the single biggest reason I'm reluctant to play these games again. I push through because I still love Gen 4, but they make it very, very difficult.
Global with Pokémon Diamond and Pokémon Pearl. Collect hundreds of Pokémon, then battle and trade them worldwide. Pokémon Diamond and Pokémon Pearl, only for Nintendo DS. Also available, Pokémon Battle Revolution for Wii, rated E for everyone.
Despite my grumbling, there is actually one very crucial positive decision which marks a bit of a mechanical turning point for the series. In Gen 2, they split the special stat into 2 types, which in theory meant that we had a more solid balance of stats. But there was still the matter of entire typings being tied to one stat specialization. Water-type moves would always use special attack and special defense, while fighting-type moves would always use physical attack and physical defense. Gen 4 blew that door off its hinges. Now, each move will have its own physical and special distinction, which doesn't sound like a huge deal, but let me tell you, a ton of Pokemon were radically altered by this. Sneasel is no longer garbage, because it can learn Avalanche and Night Slash after it evolves, so it can, you know, use its best stat. Though it does feel like a bit of a cruel joke that it learns Avalanche, a move which is forced to always go second on a speedy glass cannon that'll probably die before it sees any use out of Avalanche to begin with. There's always something, isn't there? Gengar had a similar problem in reverse, although I wouldn't say it made him trash beforehand. But it is nice that he can better use Stab now that Ghost and Poison type attacks don't necessarily need to be physical. My boy Absol isn't really available until post-game, but they made him actually viable. This change almost single-handedly saved the entire Dark typing, given how damn many of them were physical attackers in previous games for some asinine reason. Not only does this improve a majority of previously really unfortunate Pokemon, it also adds a lot more variety than was previously present. Now you have to consider which moves are physical or special, as opposed to just running into a poison type and determining that it will do physical damage. Now you have to consider whether something will have Poison Jab or Sludge Bomb, which adds to the strategy of a battle, and to your potential team building options. Yes, some Pokemon were actually hurt by this change, but that's only because there aren't enough moves to compensate. Muck can only really rely on Poison Jab now to do damage, since every other poison type move is special, and it takes too long to learn Gunk Shot. You're gonna have a much tougher time raising Grimer and Muck after Gen 4, but that's the fault of the moves given to it, not the typing or Pokemon itself, which for me is a huge step forward. Like, no one's gonna say that Rapidash and Flareon don't benefit from the physical special split. It's simply that there aren't very many physical fire-type moves, and the ones that do exist come very late in the Pokemon's life, or not at all. I guess it stings in particular with fire types, given they're almost extinct in Sinnoh for whatever reason. Still, this is a great change that was, by this point, a long time coming, and fixed a lot of previously broken Pokemon. This generation also embraced a lot of revolutionary new multiplayer features for the series. The concept of secret bases has been expanded in Sinnoh to include a vast array of underground tunnels below the region that you can explore with friends. Secret bases were kinda cool when I was a kid, I suppose. I got to pick out a cool place in the region to deck out my treehouse or whatever. But with the dawn of local wireless communication on the Nintendo DS, this vast underground is a really big improvement. Not only can you still make secret bases wherever you want, you can visit a friend's base and steal their flag. You'll then have to take it back to your own base through the various tunnels, which may have some hidden traps placed by the person you're stealing from. You can screw around with your friends, you can focus on decorating your secret base, or you can go mining, which will yield some of the evolutionary stones, shards, elemental plates, or even fossils if you're lucky enough. Obviously, it's hard for me to get a lot out of the underground in the year 2021. I'm 23, not a lot of people around me who want to play the Pokemon Diamond Underground, but I remember playing the Underground constantly with my friends. We'd use it to exchange items to put in our secret bases, we'd see how many flags we could steal, we'd enter and exit a bunch so we could encounter Spiritomb. For me, Pokemon had never been more of a social experience. Anywhere in Sinnoh you could don your explorer's kit and dive underground with your friends, goofing away the whole day. I really do cherish those memories. Local wireless was clearly a huge new addition, but even more impressive for me was the introduction of online multiplayer features. The Pokemon Center has built itself a basement where players can battle friends or strangers from across the world using the now defunct Nintendo Wi-Fi connection. You could battle or trade with anyone in the world. There was even a way to list Pokemon for trade with specific requests at the global trade station in Jubilife. As the Pokedex grew larger, I think it was about time a system like this was added. It wasn't exactly infeasible to complete the Pokedex yourself or with a few friends, but it was a lot harder than it was in the days of Red and Blue. The GTS let everyone around the world help each other get the Pokemon they needed. You even got to see what country the Pokemon was coming from. It was really neat. You know, I'm typing this out on a brisk day in mid-April and feeling a bit overwhelmed. Thinking back on all this stuff I used to do with my friends, the thousands of hours I'd spend in Sinnoh, it's really bittersweet. I still play and enjoy Pokemon, but I don't think it's possible to ever truly connect with it the way I did when I was younger, surrounded by friends who were also interested. I'm not that old, but even so, man, a lot of time has passed. Sorry. I think this focus on worldwide communication led to a willingness for players to dive deep into online battling. People would post their Wi-Fi battles on YouTube. Some of them would start paying more attention to EVs and IVs, what moves and held items were more competitively viable. Though the first VGC championship was held in 2009, after the release of Platinum, I do think Diamond and Pearl at least put the seeds in place for the competitive scene to blossom. And with Pokemon Battle Revolution releasing around the same time for the Wii, Pokemon battling was more popular than ever. I don't really want to talk too in-depth about the competitive side of Pokemon just yet, seeing as I think Gen 5 onward was when it really came into its own. I just wanted to acknowledge that Gen 4 kinda set the stage. Honestly, if this was where the video ended, it would be difficult to call Gen 4 a whole step better than Gen 3. Diamond and Pearl, while more fun to me than the offerings in Gen 1 and 2, can be a bit of a slog. There are slim pickings in its Pokedex, some baffling gym challenges, and an over-reliance on HM usage that makes me want to rip my head off, which is what makes Gen 4 so strange. The debut titles were rough as ever, but on the flip side, Pokemon Platinum is by far the best third version ever released.
With hundreds of Pokemon to catch, battle, and trade. Prepare for one of the most exciting Pokémon adventures yet. An epic new journey awaits you. Pokémon Platinum. Rated E for everyone.
When I say that I love Gen 4, what I'm really saying is that I love Pokémon Platinum. Platinum is built around the third legendary, Giratina, and gives it much more prominence in the narrative. Instead of either Dialga or Palkia showing up at Spirit Pillar, Team Galactic plans to use both of them, which is when Giratina intervenes. You get a peek into the distortion world, where the laws of physics seemingly don't exist. You can walk on walls and ceilings, there's a weird purple haze everywhere, unexplainable plant life on the floating rocks. This is Giratina's sickening abode, a place that Cyrus finds very appealing. A place without other people, a place where he can truly be alone. Team Galactic, in general, get a few more scenes of development that make them more compelling antagonists. Cyrus gives an impassioned speech to his grunts, rallying them behind his cause. There are some arguments between the admins and Karen, a newly introduced scientist figure, showing that the admins all respect Cyrus as a person more than his stated goals. You get a better idea through this as to why so many people look up to and respect him as a leader. He's just got this aura about him that you don't want to mess with, and in turn, his ending feels even more final. After defeating him in battle, he expresses a desire to live in the distortion world for the rest of his days, away from the connections weighing him down. It's sad that he's so far gone, and there's really nothing you can do to pull him back. Ultimately, the distortion world is nothing more than an extravagant set piece, but it's also unlike anything we've seen in Pokemon before. I do wish it was a bit more of a dungeon, with a few more difficult puzzles, but I can understand the hesitancy, given that this takes place after Veilstone Galactic HQ and Mount Coronet back to back. At this point, it would probably be a little exhausting to have yet another huge dungeon to explore. It works well to set the tone for the final Cyrus fight, followed by your encounter with the king of the underworld. It also gives Cynthia more of an active role in the fight against Cyrus. Cynthia is a historian, and obviously has taken to heart the messages behind why the universe was created. She sees the power behind love and connections, how it came to shape not just the region, but the world as we know it. Cynthia isn't concerned at all with the power these beings might still wield, where Cyrus is absolutely concerned with that power. In a sense, they are both historians. They both know a similar amount of the region's history, but it's clear how the messages they've taken from these events differ dramatically. Cynthia's willingness to drop into the distortion world with you to brave whatever comes next is really badass. There's a reason she's my favorite champion. That is, only if another one of my favorites isn't technically a champion. She's better than Lance! Makes the fight against her at the end even more of a nail-biter. While the level of her Pokemon in general have been reduced, the quality of her team has only improved. She has fire coverage on her Garchomp now, her Roserade is packing Toxic for added annoyance, and her Gastrodon has been replaced by Togekiss. Gastrodon's cool, but its obvious 4x weakness to grass really hinders its potential in the long run. What role was this thing filling that wasn't already covered by something else? Garchomp has Earthquake, Milotic has Surf, Roserade has Sludge Bomb. It's just not much of a threat, but Togekiss definitely is. It has Hustle instead of Serene Grace, which is a bit of a hindrance, but it gives her flying type coverage, an electric type coverage move, and it's more of an attacker than Gastrodon, without sacrificing too much bulk. Plus, when you come back for the rematch after Stark Mountain, she's rocking a bit more of her previously devastating moves like Psychic and Brick Break to spice things up a little. The reason she's able to use this Togekiss is because Togekiss is now part of the regional dex, along with the rest of the new evolutions and a few new returning Pokemon to round out the available roster to 210. What does this mean? Well, it means a lot. It means that Volkner has a team of all electric types, with some decent coverage options against ground types with Luxray's Ice Fang. There's also a lot of fire coverage, which seems like a cool little nod to his friendship with Flint, whose team has seen similar improvements. He's got all fire types now. Oh, how my boy's grown. There's some really good coverage here too. Solar Beam, Thunderbolt, Thunder Punch, Bounce, Sludge Bomb, Dark Pulse. There's some really good variety here, without it trivializing his difficulty. Everyone's basically gotten an upgrade. Aaron swaps out his Dustox and Beautifly for the Omega Chads, Yanmega and Scizor. Bertha swaps out Sudowoodo and Quagsire for Gliscor and Rhyperior. Lucian swaps out Medicham and Girafarig for Gallade and Espeon. Man, isn't it great when the regional dex actually makes use of all your new Pokemon? Even a lot of the gym leaders get a slight buff from this. Candace shelving her completely random Medicham for Frostlass. And about that Frostlass, there's an added little storyline in Platinum where Maylene shows up on your way to Snowpoint. When you talk to her, you learn that her and Candace are really good friends, and that Candace tries really hard to make her team of ice types competitive with Maylene's fighting types despite the obvious weakness. That's why she added Frostlass to her team. She nullifies her fighting type weakness, giving her an edge. Gym leaders have never been particularly memorable characters. They're kinda just there to give you difficult battles. I appreciate that Platinum gives them just a little more depth than usual through their friendships. I really get the sense that these are gym leaders. They all hang out, talk, spar. Your rematches with them are done at this bar where they all hang out, presumably on their off time. You can imagine they sit down in here, shoot the shit, try out different teams, and you get fun flavor text, like Rourke talking about his Tyranitar paling in comparison to his dad's Aggron, hinting at his dad's rematch team. Sinnoh's League is one of my favorites. This expansion of the regional decks naturally offers more to the player in terms of team building options. You get to actually use the 2 new Evolutions, along with Flareon for an additional fire type. You can catch Houndour and Magmar, and can actually get a Magmarizer for Magmortar. Don't get me wrong, fire types are still outclassed overall, but at least there are some options to work with here. It's a lot easier to make a team of all new Pokemon now that you're allowed to get your hands on these rad new evolutions. Various speed increases have been implemented. You get your running shoes pretty much immediately. Surfing speed is mercifully quick. Those in-battle pauses have been removed. It's all a bit snappier. I mean, on the whole, HP still drains by the frame, and there's still a sense that everything is generally just a touch slower, but it's a big improvement on Diamond and Pearl, and it's noticeable right out of the gate. You've got other nice little touch-ups like the redesigns reflecting the more frigid climate, in-battle trainer and Pokemon animations, and a few cute visual retouches. But that's all before getting into the meat of the beefed-up post-game.
Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl were just the beginning. You can explore a new world in the Sinnoh region, discover powerful new forms of Pokemon, and experience the all-new Wi-Fi Plaza and Battle Frontier. The epic new adventure arrives March 22nd. You can reserve a copy of Pokemon Platinum and get this limited edition Giratina Origin Form figure. Deposit may be required.
So, I'm editing in these commercials, and I just realized that I used to have this Giratina figure back in the day, but for the life of me, I cannot find it. I have no idea what I did with it, and that kind of makes me sad, because I used to really love this thing, and it kind of shows that I got the game at release. I don't know why I ever got rid of it or what happened to it, but there you go. I'm a little sad now. The Battle Zone is an entire island northeast of Sinnoh. New routes, new items, new trainers, new Pokemon. I guess they're all old Pokemon, technically. It's hard to say this is some excellent new addition. The routes are cool, labyrinthian in design as always, a lot of secret items to find. The trainers here use a bunch of new Pokemon made available after getting the National Dex. They're competently leveled and hovering around the same threat level as the trainers in Victory Road, offering at least a little bit of a challenge. Stark Mountain is a big new dungeon where the remnants of Team Galactic get their conclusion, coming full circle with the international detective Looker. If nothing else, it's a fun new place to hang out, train, and find cool new Pokemon while you prepare for some gym leader rematches or another shot at the Elite Four. You can even fight stronger incarnations of Barry whenever you want. It's kinda cool that his story doesn't immediately end at the League. You get to the Battle Zone and learn that Barry's dad is a frontier brain, explaining where Barry's aspiration to become such a great trainer comes from. And this is the real draw here. I could sit and talk about stuff like being able to catch a level 100 Magikarp in the resort area, or the mansion someone gives you that you can spruce up with furniture, but let's be real here. We all care more about the Battle Frontier. Returning from Emerald, with a few significant changes, this is the most difficult challenge in Platinum. Diamond and Pearl simply had the Battle Tower, but Platinum added 4 new facilities to test your mettle. As usual, you'll need to EV train and collect the best moves to survive. You might think the process of EV training in Gen 4 would be even more painful, and you're right, the slower speed will have that effect. However, for this playthrough of Platinum, we've taken advantage of one of its features to bring over our already trained All-Stars from Emerald using the PAL Park. Well, since we're on emulator, and figuring out how to use the PAL Park was really complicated, and I didn't want to accidentally screw up my save file, we just used Pokéhex to transfer them up. Same IVs, EVs, they're identical Pokemon. Not only do you save yourself time training, you also get the associated reputation of their past feats. This team of legends took on the Hoenn Battle Frontier, so of course, we have to transfer them up to take on the Sinnoh Battle Frontier. They were born for this. We've got a few returning facilities here. The Battle Tower is pretty much the same as always. Battle a series of tough trainers, build up a streak to challenge Barry's dad, Palmer. Some of the sets have shifted around due to the physical special split, and the introduction of new moves in Pokemon, but it's still generally the same idea. A lot of different berries for different strategies, a lot of really annoying sets. It's the Battle Tower, alright. If you want a series of straight up tough battles, the tower is where it's at. Palmer's teams can be pretty damn difficult, minus his ballsy use of Regigigas. The other returning facility is the Battle Factory. Once again, it's got a lot of similar sets, but changed up to reflect the physical special split, new moves, and new Pokemon. You get a random selection of Pokemon, but this time you're directly told some of the Pokemon you'll be fighting next. In later rounds, they only tell you 1 or 2 Pokemon on the opponent's team, but also give you some set information, like one of their preferred moves. This adds just a little more specific strategy to your team building, and encourages you to switch it up a little more often. The Battle Factory remains the most accessible and most addicting facility on offer. Fighting Thornton doesn't really matter, you'll have fun no matter how far you get. Though I will say, playing on open level will certainly test your patience. There's a pretty good chance you'll run into Blissey, and if you do, well, yeah. Might want to play on a lower level just to save yourself some pain. The rest of the facilities range from pretty cool to pretty underwhelming. What I will say though is that none of them outright frustrate me. All of them at least give you the chance to strategize and actually, battle. There's no shit here where your Pokemon selects a random move based on your nature. On the flip side, we've also lost a lot of the more interesting dungeon-based challenges like the Battle Pyramid and Battle Pike. The other 3 are simple variations on normal battling, which while fun, can start to feel a little repetitive. The Battle Castle is probably my favorite new addition. Here, your held items are taken away, and you aren't healed in between battles. Instead, once you win a battle, you gain castle points to spend. You can use these to heal your Pokemon, buy berries and items, or to see what Pokemon your opponent will be using. You'll get more CP the better you do in battle, which mostly means you'll get less if any of your Pokemon faint. I really love climbing the ranks here. You'll be limited to berries and basic HP healing, unless you spend a ton of CP to rank up your various attributes. Ranking up your healing will let you heal PP, ranking up your items will give you more useful held items to rent, and ranking up your opponent view will let you see their moves. I really like weighing up my options here. Do I heal my Pokemon to make sure I have a better chance in the battle ahead, potentially even gaining more CP as a result? Or do I save my CP so I can rank up and give my Salamence a choice band? Depending on what your opponent has, this choice might make a big difference. Since you have limited PP, it also means that you can't always just spam your best moves like you could in other facilities. You really have to think about conserving your resources. Do you switch to Salamence now? Or do you wait, keep him healthy, and only bring him out when you absolutely need to? Duroc makes for a neat challenge. The guy who's been giving you instructions along the way fights in place of Caitlyn. He uses an Entei in his gold print fight, pairing well with his Empoleon and Gallade for excellent coverage across the board. You'll really need to prepare well to best him. I do think being able to raise and lower levels can make some fights a little too easy, especially later in streaks. but it kinda equals out given that the Pokemon you're fighting get progressively harder, and you can't just continually sink CP into level alterations. It's definitely my favorite new facility given how much of your strategy is done outside of battle. The Battle Hall has a similar thing going on. You can only bring one Pokemon with you, and you'll be doing a monotype challenge. You pick from any of the available types, and must reach rank 10 in all of the types, which, yes, for the gold print, does mean 170 consecutive battles. This might sound excessive, and it kinda is, but the fact that all these battles are 1v1 makes it less lengthy than it sounds. Plus, the lower your rank in a type and the earlier in your streak, the weaker the Pokemon. So the Battle Hall becomes about playing around your Pokemon's weaknesses. I picked Salamence and wanted to get rid of types like Ice and Dragon pretty early on before they become a threat later in the streak. This won't completely eliminate any and all opposition though, as a lot of other Pokemon can learn Ice and Dragon type moves. Not to mention, there are many other types which share a dual type with Ice or Dragon, meaning there's still a chance you'll run into Frostlass or Dragonite in other type streaks. It's cool to test yourself against various different types, but it does tend to feel like luck of the draw sometimes. Since you can only bring one Pokemon with you, if you pick a type and suddenly there's just a hard counter right in front of you, there really isn't a whole lot you can realistically do. While you can minimize that damage by picking problematic types early on, you can never completely eliminate that risk. It's a cool idea, but has the potential to be incredibly frustrating if your luck is bad. Which I guess you can say about most facilities, but I feel like the Battle Hall has it the worst. Hell, Argenta just picks from a completely random type, making for 2 out of 5 Frontier Brains with no pre-built team. A bit lame coming off Emerald, if you ask me. I know a lot of you will be saying that the Battle Arcade should be the height of terrible RNG, and while it is my least favorite facility, I find that it's bad for completely opposite reasons. Here, you spin a roulette to cause various different effects. Sometimes you'll cause a type of weather, you'll give yourself or your opponent a status condition, you'll give your opponent a held item, etc. This sounds like it has the potential to be infuriating, but the thing is that you can time this roulette pretty easily to land on favorable squares. Especially early on when there are far more squares in your favor, you can get away with several nothing squares, or even better, you can cripple your opponent's Pokemon basically for free. Even if you land on things where the roulette speeds up, or get really far into a streak, as far as the gold print even, you can still pretty realistically land on beneficial squares. Like, yeah, there's always the potential to make a mistake, but that's on you, not the game. It doesn't feel like falling victim to bad RNG, since the odds are entirely in your favor. If anything, this facility has a tendency to be a little too easy on average, because of how simple it is to cripple the enemy team. You don't get to use held items, so that is a notable handicap, but seeing as you can burn all of Dahlia's first team, or poison her second team, or bring their HP down about a third, the odds really are in your favor unless you actively want to handicap yourself. I wouldn't say it's entirely unfun, it's still the battle frontier, so you're up against pretty difficult Pokemon. It's just a bit boring and uneventful, which is kinda ironic for a place constantly banging on about luck. The battle frontier's great, don't get me wrong. On the whole, it's a way more balanced and focused version than the one in Emerald, but I feel like we've also lost a lot of unique concepts along the way, and homogenized them a little too much. I would have liked at least 1 or 2 more challenges which were structured more like the Battle Pyramid or something, to give the player more to consider than just battling. A lot of these facilities, while fun, can blend together a little bit, especially in the beginning when all you're really doing is battling a bunch of weak Pokemon. And if all I want to do is battle Pokemon, I'd go to the tower. It's still great though. It's still an outlet for players who want to tap into the competitive side of Pokemon in the main game. With a few more tweaks and additions from Emerald, I think the next Battle Frontier will be something truly special. Diamond and Pearl may have had some questionable decisions, but Platinum kinda proves that this generation had a solid foundation to begin with. All it took was a few tweaks and additions to turn it into something truly special. I recognize that a lot of this might be nostalgia speaking. I know a lot of people just can't put up with the sluggish pacing. A lot of it is still present in Platinum. It couldn't be rid of that stuff in its entirety, but I like to think the brilliance of it shines brighter than that. The quiet, calm atmosphere of Sinnoh, bleeding into its inhabitants and core theming. A truckload of side and post-game content to sink your teeth into, A memorable set of friends, gym leaders, rivals, and villains. A fantastic new selection of Pokémon. I just can't bring myself to hate Sinnoh. I love it, all of its imperfections included. People do not respond well to change. Change implies a shift in mindset, a retreat from regularity. We enjoy what we understand. However, change is often necessary. Though familiarity brings us a sense of security, it also holds us back from evolution. We can't grow without leaving behind parts of ourselves. Failure to embrace this metamorphosis is tantamount to declaring defeat. A proclamation that there is nowhere left to go, no ground left to tread, no fight left to fight. The year is 2011. More than a decade has passed since Red and Blue. Pokémon is still a sales freight train, but many of the fans who grew up with the first couple generations will have fallen out of love with it. Come the third generation, there were already hints of vocal criticism and exhaustion towards the franchise. Many people felt that the games were too formulaic, and that a fifth generation would only exacerbate that. Pokémon games have universally reviewed well, but the fact of the matter is that the bones of this experience haven't changed much at all since the days of Red and Blue. There have only been adjustments and improvements to the skin grafted onto those bones. And if you'll recall something I said in my Red and Blue video, those games were merely masquerading as single-player RPGs. In actuality, they've always been vehicles to the social experience. You play the story to get to the trading and the battling. What's there to experience has always been pretty decent, and there's a lot there to discuss and enjoy. Nevertheless, it was a secondary concern, an excuse to usher in a new generation filled with new Pokémon to keep the franchise alive. Now, what if Pokémon was able to flip that script? What if Pokémon could become an RPG first and a social hub second? What if Pokémon could truly change? There's no point leaving anyone in suspense. Generation 5 is, in my opinion, the peak of the franchise. Pokémon Black and White are not drastic departures from what came before. They follow the same general structure, but they've shifted so much that it feels like a pretty bold statement either way. Game Freak took a lot of risks with this set of games that I can't help but appreciate, especially in retrospect. And instead of making a third version with a few changes like they always do, they committed to direct sequels, which despite existing in the same region, add so many new areas and change so many existing ones that they take on an identity all their own. This video will cover the base games, Black and White, with the next video covering their sequels, Black 2 and White 2. If it feels like I missed something, it's probably because I'll be talking about it in the next video. Consider this a part 1 of 2. Let's take a cruise through the bustling Unova region.
It's a first step into Unova, a region like no other, a place where the seasons change, and there's a new adventure at every turn. You can discover over 150 never-before-seen Pokémon as you explore the all-new Unova region. Start from a new beginning. Pokémon Black version and Pokémon White version, only for Nintendo DS systems. Rated E for everyone.
Black and White's regional dex consists of 156 entirely new Pokémon. Let me tell you why this is a genius move. Unova has an identity all to its own. You won't find yet another Magikarp, Zubat, or Geodude. What you'll find instead are Roggenrola, Woobat, and Basculin. Similar in archetype, maybe, but with entirely different movesets, abilities, stat distributions, typings, and most importantly, appearances, and associated lore. There are a lot of Pokemon here which are clearly homages to many Gen 1 Pokemon, but I think there's enough of a distinction to give them each a unique presence. Instead of a fire horse, we get a lightning zebra. These two lines are quite similar, and I love them both. But that love flows from two different springs. Ponyta and Rapidash are almost mythical in their appearance, the fire on their manes giving them a divine presence. Rapidash has a somewhat serious face, but there's a calm energy to it that I can't help but appreciate. If I saw one in the wild, I wouldn't be able to stop myself from watching it. Blitzel and Zebstrika, meanwhile, are lightning zebras. They have a much more intense energy to them. Their manes are in the shape of lightning, but they aren't literally a manifestation of the element. No, it's the opposite of ethereal, a mane full of jagged edges. Where Rapidash has a relatively innocent set of dex entries, where it likes to run fast and chase things, Zebstrika has an entry that reads, "They have lightning-like movements. When Zebstrika run at full speed, the sound of thunder reverberates. This ill-tempered Pokemon is dangerous because when it's angry, it shoots lightning from its mane in all directions." Can you imagine an angry Zebstrika running at you? The sound of thunder following in its wake, electricity crackling around it. These two Pokemon have completely different auras. Not only that, their different types have different abilities, different movesets, and different stat distributions. This is why, despite the similarities they share, I never really find myself ruminating on those similarities. They're two completely different evolution lines. Timber and Machop have a very similar thing going on. Both are fighting types, both have two evolutions, and their third evolution is a trade. Once again, though, there's a lot separating them. Even just on the surface, Timber, Girder, and Conkeldurr are obviously modeled after construction workers. Going from a piece of lumber to a steel beam to concrete pillars is a neat way to demonstrate different levels of building construction. Machamp is a martial artist. Though they often help with the heavy lifting, they aren't explicitly construction workers. Like Conkeldurr supposedly taught humans how to make concrete, its entire design is molded around that idea. Though their stat spreads are quite similar, their different abilities set their playstyles apart. They're definitely reminiscent of each other, but I wouldn't say they're a copy. Though these copies certainly exist, they don't make up a significant portion of the new Pokemon by any stretch. Munna and Musharna eat the dreams of people in Pokemon and produce pink mist if they're happy dreams. Later on, they can make shapes out of those dreams too. It's a pretty neat idea. Kind of an inversion of Gengar, who can similarly eat dreams, but it's probably a much less pleasant experience. The Venipede line is pretty badass, transforming into a giant poisonous centipede. The Sandile line is an instant classic, going from an unassuming baby crocodile to a smug Crocorock to the Chad Crocodile. It looks like it's wearing sunglasses, I mean, come on now. Crustle is super unique, carrying the layers of the earth on its back. Chandelure is another instant classic, a possessed chandelier. Golurk is a huge badass golem that'll knock your shit in. Kofagrigus is a possessed sarcophagus. Bisharp is this super rad chess piece made entirely out of blades. And yes, I do think that the Garbodor and Vanillix lines are pretty cool. Whether we like it or not, excessive amounts of garbage and ice cream are staples of Americana, and I'm all here for that being represented by these designs. Trubbish is a combination of garbage bags and industrial waste, a chemical reaction built from literal human garbage. I don't know, I think that's a little more interesting than a pile of sludge with eyes and a mouth. And hey, I like muck. I don't know how you could look at Vanillite and not think it's the most adorable thing ever. I mean, look at it. It's got little arms on the cone, then it gets bigger, fuses with another Vanillish, and becomes a double scoop. I don't know, man. I find it really endearing. Simple, sure, but so many Pokemon are, and I suppose this is where my big disconnect comes in. It's obviously a highly subjective thing, as all opinions are, but I've never seen much fault with the Unova designs. Not any more than other generations. Every single generation has had several Pokemon designs I don't like, and that's probably how it's always going to be. They can't all work for everyone. I think Stunfisk is really stupid. Unfezant is pretty ugly. Watchog's kind of freaky looking. Maractus just looks like a worse Cacnea. They aren't all winners, but I don't think they ever have been. And honestly, given that this generation has the most new Pokemon than ever before, it's kind of expected that there's just going to be a few more than average that people aren't a fan of. I don't think it's an expression that Pokemon's guiding design philosophy has changed. In fact, I think it's remained remarkably consistent over time. There isn't a lot separating the likes of Vanillite and Trubbish from Magnemite and Grimer, at least not for me. I think the true reason people have been more vocal about their dislike of Unovan Pokemon than past generations is that they were forced to use them. There's no defaulting to Gyarados or Tentacool or Lapras. You are stuck with the Unovan regional dex until the credits roll. I think this is one of the coolest things a Pokemon game has ever done. Is it risky? Yeah, it's risky as hell. Nostalgia is practically one of Pokemon's core tenets, and it's the reason so many people have stuck with the series. To rip away people's favorites like that is tantamount to sacrilege, and yet the impact this has on the game itself is fascinating. Your team will be new. No matter what, you will have a team of all new Pokemon. For people that haven't dabbled much in team building before, this pushes them outside of their comfort zone and asks them to make new favorites. I know that a lot of my favorite Pokemon are from Unova precisely because of this. I had to catch new ones. I really appreciate that I can only use new Mons because that's my favorite way to play the games, constructing a team of Pokemon from the generation and shying away from old favorites. See, I think what using Gyarados and Gengar over and over does is subtly expose a weakness in Pokemon's core formula. Using the same Pokemon will get really boring after a while, without the player even realizing that's what's happening. Whereas being forced to use new ones injects a lot of life into a formula which had been, up to this point, wrung a bit dry. It isn't just your team building options though, it's also the trainers and gym leaders you go up against. The only Pokemon they can use are the new ones, which means the gym leaders and Elite Four members are finally going to be able to use new Pokemon. So even if you decide not to use Emolga or Zebstrika, you'll still get to see them used to great effect in the battle against Elisa. You won't just see a Magnemite and immediately recognize how to deal with it. You'll have to learn what Emolga and Zebstrika are capable of. It makes practically every gym battle memorable because of that, even if not all of them are super difficult. Then, once you've seen all the Dex has to offer, the post-game drops in the National Dex, and you suddenly have access to this huge roster of previous Pokemon to spice up your post-game adventure. The old Pokemon didn't just up and vanish, they were put in the post-game where they could be used much more effectively to spice up the new trainers you meet and give you more options for the battle subway. While I know in my heart of hearts that this probably won't ever happen again, this is the way I'd love for each Pokemon game to be structured. An entirely new set of Pokemon for the regional decks, and all the old Pokemon in the post-game. Though that would require the series to introduce more than like 60 new Pokemon each generation, and for them to actually have post-games, so yeah, probably never gonna happen again.
It's a whole new game with amazing new ways to play. With exciting new triple battles and rotation battles. You'll have to be a powerful Pokemon trainer to master both. Start from a new beginning. Pokemon Black version and Pokemon White version only for Nintendo DS systems, rated E for everyone. You can catch Victini, the first Psychic and Fire-type Pokemon, only until April 10th.
Unova is as seamless as it is brutal, in the sense that it has removed a lot of the tedium associated with older Pokemon without eliminating the inherent challenge that they provided. The presence of HMs have been massively reduced, the speed of battles has quickened substantially, and most important of all, TMs are now infinite use. While I do understand the value in making TMs single use, it has always made team building more of a nuisance. Even if you're making a balanced team, many Pokemon can learn moves that aren't of their type. Having to pick which Pokemon on your team could learn Work Up, for instance, would have been pretty frustrating. It's given to you in the early game to promote the use of stat boosting in battle, but if you accidentally gave it to a Pokemon that you later ended up boxing in your PC, you will have wasted an entire move. I do understand that moves like Thunderbolt are incredibly powerful, and maybe an element of challenge is lost by allowing the player to use it an infinite number of times. However, I believe the remedy for this should be where and when the player receives powerful TMs. Often in the Pokemon series, you can find TMs by talking to optional NPCs or by exploring optional areas and dungeons. Sure, you'll get TMs along the main path from characters or gym leaders, but the most powerful TMs are gained via exploration. In Black and White, I'd argue this is more true than ever. Despite the main story path being more linear than it has ever been, various distractions pop up along that path. It might be as simple as exploring a dungeon. You don't actually need to visit every room in Twist Mountain to get through, for instance. If you know the way, you can quite reliably reach the exit. However, if you decide to go off the beaten path, you can collect TMs like Flash Cannon and Substitute. Depending on your team composition, these moves could be extremely useful, and you won't get them unless you explore everything. Outside of the main path, though, there are several optional dungeons to explore for legendary Pokemon that often house powerful items, like the TM for Rock Slide and Mistralton Cave. You have to wait quite a long time before you can even access these strong TMs, and you need to remember that there are places you can go back to explore with Surf or Cut. Black and White takes this backtracking much farther than previous generations, with 2 entirely optional routes near the starting town, with tons of optional trainers to fight, new Pokemon to find, and housing useful moves like Thunderbolt and Waterfall, among other treasures. The first couple times I played Black and White, I never even found these moves, and seeing as a lot of moves like Psychic and Earthquake aren't available until the post-game, I'd say infinite use TMs are a perfectly fine concession which don't impact the game's difficulty in any meaningful way, at least not in a way that isn't effectively counterbalanced by the convenience this feature provides. As a result, the core of the battling is as difficult as it's ever been. There's certainly room for debate here, but I've always found Black and White to be one of the harder games in this franchise. Certainly, it's still true that you can trivialize some fights if you have the right tools. A fast water type will brutalize Clay, and an electric type will destroy Skyla. However, I find that these gym leaders are more threatening than not. Right out of the gate, Lenora's normal types are a force to be reckoned with. Herdier will intimidate the first Pokemon you send out, and Watchog will use a stab-boosted Retaliate after Herdier faints. Retaliate is a move that's boosted in power if used directly after one of your other Pokemon faints. Watchog's attack and speed are also nothing to sneeze at for the second gym battle, making it hard to avoid losing Pokemon. Hypnosis can also severely complicate this. I've lost many a fight to Lenora, I am not ashamed to admit. Elisa has a pretty devastating setup, and even though it requires her to use 2 nearly identical Emolga, I can't give her too much shit just because I admire her strategy so much. Not only does Emolga provide a natural resistance to ground types, their naturally high speed stat allows them to make effective use of Volt Switch. The move is essentially an electric type U-turn, where the user switches out after using it. It's 70 base power with stab. Not only that, they each have static, meaning there's a good chance you'll be paralyzed when trying to inflict damage. Finally, Zebstrika is the ace of her team. Zebstrika is pretty frail usually, making up for its lacking defenses with its high speed and attack. Hard switching in a Zebstrika is ill-advised most of the time. However, in this case, Zebstrika is going to come in via a Volt Switch. It has access to Flame Charge, Spark, and its own Volt Switch to move over to Emolga whenever it wants. Given that Trainer AI almost never switches Pokemon in these games, this is quite a uniquely frustrating fight that almost always offers up a challenge. While leaders like Berg and Bryson are fairly easy to take down, I would argue that the other leaders have something up their sleeve if you aren't prepared. There weren't many times I saw my opponent's team and scratched my head, because they all have intelligent choices given their type and regional limitations. Though, another thing about Pokemon that I love is that you can easily enhance that challenge with self-imposed restrictions. I play the Pokemon games unset, meaning I won't be asked to switch Pokemon after I defeat one. Additionally, I played these games using a few rules. All of my Pokemon must be single type, and I'm not allowed to use any items in battle. You can use these rules in any of your Pokemon adventures, and it made Unova much more challenging than it otherwise would be. There's a much more layered discussion to be had about self-imposed challenges and difficulty in general, but we will be saving that for the X and Y video where I believe it's the most relevant. For now, I will simply say that these rules wouldn't be nearly as effective if Black and White didn't already offer so much in the way of opponent teams and movesets. Usually, the reason a person would find a Pokemon game easy is if they construct a team of only the most powerful Pokemon available, and in that case, it obviously doesn't mean the game isn't difficult. As I've said many times before, there are an almost infinite number of variables to consider which affect the ease at which you can complete a Pokemon game. All you can really do is observe an opponent's team and movesets, which I think are pretty competent. In the last video, many commenters expressed an interest in my team. I felt like it didn't have much to do with the video, so I omitted my team description from my Gen 4 script. But seeing as so many people wanted to know, and seeing as team building is such an important part of Pokemon for me personally, I may as well go over my teams and discuss not only my thought process in constructing them, but also how they performed. For Pokemon White, my Hall of Fame team was Superior, my favorite Unovan starter. I've always been a fan of its more defensive playstyle, using moves like Coil and Giga Drain to keep itself alive, while not lacking in powerful options like Leaf Blade and Solar Beam. It can learn a decent variety of TMs, and is always an asset in any team I've ever built for this generation. And that's before it got Contrary as a hidden ability. Stoutland. Stoutland is a pretty standard normal type powerhouse pick. It can learn the elemental Fangs, plus Bite and Crunch, as well as the usual normal type moves. However, with the introduction of Retaliate, which you get after the second gym, this Pokemon becomes a force of nature when used as an after feint switch-in. You can even pivot out to a defensive Pokemon once Stoutland gets a boosted Retaliate off and do it again later in the battle. Wide type coverage, good 100 base attack, and a reliable pick overall. Sawk. A solid fighting type option. It has access to Sturdy to survive its lower defenses, it has decent coverage with access to Rock Slide, Poison Jab, and Bulldoze, and of course, it learns heavy hitting fighting type moves. Again, a simple role, but performed admirably. Basculin. I think Basculin is pretty underrated, honestly. At first glance, it looks like your average fish Pokemon you get every generation, but I really like the toolset it has. 92 attack and 98 speed is a pretty decent combo, and with access to Aqua Jet anyway, it can outspeed even the quickest Mons in the region. It has access to good physical water type moves like Waterfall and Aqua Tail. It doesn't have a lot of coverage, but it does have adaptability, which raises stab from a 1.5 times boost to a 2 times boost. Slap a Mystic Water on this thing and set up a Rain Dance, and though it might only be able to hit things really hard with water type moves, it will also hit things really hard with water type moves. Honestly, a perfect Pokemon for the single type restriction I'm working with. Cofagrigus. After falling in love with its Galarian form, I decided to try out the original. It filled a bit of a niche role, getting off Will-O-Wisps, removing the opponent's abilities, and basically stalling the fight out with status moves, throwing out the occasional boosted Hex. It was never going to be the star player, but again, it fulfilled its role admirably. Electros. A slower electric-type mixed attacker is certainly strange, but its ability makes it quite unique. Levitate essentially nullifies its only weakness, meaning it won't be taking super effective damage. It's pretty easy then to mitigate that lack of speed with moves like Volt Switch and Wild Charge. It can learn Acrobatics, Flamethrower, U-Turn, Flash Cannon, Dragon Tail. It can deal a lot of damage and get out of the fight fairly easily when it needs to. I really enjoyed this team. Lenora and Clay were pushovers, but I struggled against Berg, which almost never happens. Iris was a bit of a challenge, and the final gauntlet was pretty damn close. I was satisfied with every member of my team here, though Cofagrigus died a little too much for my liking. It is a shame then that my team couldn't have been even better. See, Black and White was a pretty ambitious game with a ton of new features. It had triple and rotation battles, changing seasons that affected the environment, fully animated Pokemon sprites in battle, essentially a fully 3D world with stylish camera angles, and an expansive post-game which serves to wrap up a few loose ends from the main game and lets you explore the second half of Unova. They crammed a lot into these cartridges, and one of those additions, the Dream World, is no longer available. Once upon a time, you'd be able to access a browser-based game that could connect with your cartridge. Through this, you could unlock a lot of neat stuff, including Pokemon with their hidden abilities. If you're playing Black and White nowadays, you'd be forgiven for not even knowing that hidden abilities debuted in this game, since the only way to access them is now permanently shut down. I had a lot of moments building my team where I had to stop and remind myself that Superior doesn't actually get Contrary, or that Stoutland can't get Scrappy, or that Liepard doesn't get Prankster. Hidden abilities aren't some innovative new feature or anything, it's basically just another ability you can pick if you want to, but even just having another ability can make a huge difference. A Swoobat with the ability Simple, which doubles all stat changes, would have been rad. A Scolipede with Quick Feet, which increases your speed by 50% when inflicted with a status condition, might have made the difference, given its other two abilities are kinda bad. There's already a pretty big problem with some Pokemon evolving too late. I mean, good luck using Hydreigon, Bisharp, Mandibuzz, Braviary, Golurk. You'll pretty much be stuck with their pre-evolved forms until you battle the Elite Four. So to see the hidden abilities locked out of it as well is pretty disheartening. Just goes to show, though, that even without these features, the game still has a wealth of content to sink your teeth into.
It's a new world filled with over 150 never-before-seen Pokémon. You can assemble your ultimate Pokémon team and set out for adventure in the Unova region. Take on Team Plasma and uncover the secret of the legendary Pokémon. Start from a new beginning. Pokémon Black version and Pokémon White version only for Nintendo DS systems. Rated E for everyone.
The Unova region is loosely based on New York City, which rests between the states of New York and New Jersey. If the 5 colossal bridges didn't clue you in, maybe Castelia City's towering skyscrapers will. I say loosely because Unova is still a fictional region. As far as I recall, there's not a desert in the middle of Manhattan. But I think more than simply capturing the essence of New York City, Game Freak looked to this metropolis as a microcosm of the larger country, a melting pot full of diverse nationalities and cultures. As Junichi Masuda put it, a world without borders. So I find it more helpful to think of the Unova region as an encapsulation of the United States, using New York City as its focal point. Castelia City alone embodies this spirit perfectly. It's the biggest city the series has seen yet, with one of the most over-the-top introductions as you cross Sky Arrow Bridge. The streets are bustling with activity, busy workers on their commute, street dancers, people lined up waiting for Castelia cones, shady back alley thugs, foreign foods, tourists, traveling artists. You see it all, and everything is always moving. It is the heart of the Unova region's business and economy, a city of grandeur. To its north, the polar opposite, Nimbasa City, the heart of leisure and entertainment, lit by the flash of lightning. Here we see our penchant for sporting events, our sprawling theme parks, and our love of the dramatic arts. When we aren't working, we love to be enraptured by all manner of spectacle to distract ourselves from the more mundane aspects of our day-to-day work lives. Much like Black and White were chosen as titles because of their polarity, I think Castelia and Nimbasa work to represent the polarity of American life. Though they're both opposed, American life is as much about its business as it is about its entertainment. Often, they're inextricably linked. They can be found in the two cities which both represent Manhattan, two sides of the same coin. Driftvale City is used as a hub for freighters and fishing boats to trade and sell their goods at the market. Nakreen City captures the creativity and imagination of its citizens, a home for bustling artists with living spaces made out of abandoned storehouses. Mistralton is not only the center of agriculture due to its abundance of rain, but it's also used as the hub for airborne trade. And just to its north is Isurus City, a settlement known for its snowy, dry climate, representing the frantic oscillation of seasons we experience in the northern United States. No matter where you turn, the Unova region has surprise after surprise in store for you. No city is quite like the last. It's home to different people, ideologies, and ways of life. Yet, at a distance, those differences become meaningless, for they're all part of the same picture, the same vision. Thus is the origin of the Japanese name Ishu, derived from the word meaning one variety. Despite their differences, all Unovans strive to better understand each other, to help each other, and to live together in harmony with one another. What better way to create conflict in such a region than with a team which seeks to sow the seeds of discord amongst such diverse populace, to convince Unovans that people and Pokemon are not meant to be together. Team Plasma's mission statement is to free Pokemon from their perceived oppressors, in this case their trainers, standing against the idea that we should embrace our differences. Nay, people and Pokemon can never live together in harmony, for we are two different species that can never truly understand one another. At the heart of this toxic idea is the underlying message that differences are not to be embraced, that we should all keep to ourselves, keep to our own kind, because really, that is the root of their rhetoric. What I tend to see a lot in discussions of Team Plasma is how they raise a good point. Maybe capturing Pokemon and Pokeballs, claiming them as our own, and having them participate in battles is unhealthy. Perhaps trainers should rethink their relationship to Pokemon. And sure, if you don't think about it too much, their arguments are convincing at face value. They're appealing to the assumed best interests of Pokemon, implying that there's rampant abuse and unhappiness between Pokemon and their trainers. We don't want Pikachu to be sad, do we? So we should probably stop that. Looking more deeply into their philosophy, however, their entire argument begins to fall apart. It is true that some trainers don't treat Pokemon with respect. Team Rocket are a group of thieves that steal Pokemon from their trainers, sure, but it's not as if society accepts or condones their activities. It took a trainer and their Pokemon working together to drive Giovanni out of Team Rocket, leaving the rest of the team scrambling in the wake of his departure. Team Galactic is in pretty much the same boat, and those are the only instances I can find across this series where that relationship between people and Pokemon is ever strained. Trainers like Blue and Silver, who are far more focused on using their Pokemon as tools to get stronger, eventually realize through their bonds with their Pokemon that power isn't everything. Pokemon are here to help us, and we often return that favor by returning that affection. They help us build things, and we protect their habitats. They battle for us, and we give them a home. They love us, and we love them. It's a give and take relationship. In truth, the only significant problem that's ever resulted from this relationship is when that empathy was taken too far, as was the case with Team Aqua and Magma. Where Team Aqua and Magma genuinely cared about saving the world, you can tell that the argument Team Plasma is making just isn't reflected by reality in the slightest. At every turn, you see the impact that Pokemon have on people. Sharon and Bianca are both changed by their journeys as trainers. Bianca is eager to leave home and set out on an adventure, but quickly finds herself falling behind you and Sharon. Her continual losses eventually make her realize that maybe she's taking the wrong path. Maybe it isn't in her nature to be on top of the world. Not even her dad wants her to go. She's a pretty big klutz. She isn't really meant to become the very best trainer there ever was. Yet, through that relationship she has with her Pokemon, she gets to see more of the world and learn more about it. The bond she has with her Pokemon was what allowed that journey of self-discovery to happen in the first place. It's much the same with Sharon, a boy obsessed with power, someone who seeks to climb every mountain he comes across in pursuit of the peak. Through your various battles with him, his frustrations become more visible, and with it, his flawed outlook on success. It takes the man who managed to reach that peak, the champion of the Unova region, to help Sharon. Through this, he realizes that there's more to being a trainer than raw power. Though he can't give Sharon those answers, he prompts him to find his own way through life with his Pokemon, so that they perhaps might find that answer together. Two trainers invariably changed for the better by their Pokemon. Every single trainer you meet treats their Pokemon with love and respect. Seldom do you find a strained relationship. Team Plasma grunts seem to be the only ones making Pokemon unhappy. I've seen criticisms that right after their speech about separating Pokemon from people to make them more happy, some Team Plasma grunts start beating up a Munna to collect its Dream Mist. I thought Team Plasma was supposed to have a point though. Aren't they supposed to be morally gray? If so, why do they look so evil? Isn't that the irony though? Almost none of the main characters ever believe a word Team Plasma says. In pretty much every scene, they call them out on their bullshit ideology. At the end of the day, the stuff they're saying is weightless propaganda. I find it very interesting that Team Plasma takes their aesthetic inspiration from the Knights Templar. I'll just leave you with that thought. You can do whatever you wish with it. At no point does the game ever paint Ghetsis' ideas as if they make any sense at all. Only through N is the heart of the argument given consideration. Yet, it's clear to me that N has been brainwashed by Ghetsis into believing that the world is a much harsher place that needs fixing. He keyed in on N's ability to communicate with Pokemon, and used it to take advantage of that bond. He put N on a throne, made him into a king, and convinced him that trainers are evil. You can talk to various NPCs which explain that Ghetsis deliberately only showed N Pokemon which were unhappy in order to warp his view of the world. In order for Pokemon to be happy, they must be free from this tyranny. We must liberate Pokemon. It sounds ridiculous when you say it out loud, doesn't it? But N believes in this. He might be one of the only people in Team Plasma that genuinely believes this. Because of this, though, we're able to sympathize with N. He genuinely wants the best for Pokemon. It's just that Ghetsis has only laid out a world for him in which Pokemon across the world are unhappy, that the relationship between trainer and Pokemon is toxic, and that the only way to make them happy is to separate them. He makes for an excellent rival, someone who is so steadfast in his beliefs that he is able to tame one of the region's legendary beasts. It recognizes his pure heart. his unwavering commitment to his ideals. Your player character, meanwhile, presents that same steadfast commitment to their beliefs. Their truth is strong enough to tame the other dragon, and mirroring the legendary beasts themselves, they represent two sides of the same coin, opposing forces which are much more alike than they might realize. Really, both you and N want the same thing, for Pokemon to be happy. For a long time, I always wondered what it meant when N said he wanted to pit together truth and ideals. What does that mean? I think the answer is that despite their perceived differences, they're both linked. N represents the ideal of Pokemon being happy. That is what he wants more than anything. We represent the truth, that Pokemon are happy. You cannot follow your ideals if you can't also acknowledge the truth, and you can't acknowledge the truth unless you follow your ideals. Team Plasma is founded upon the lie of its true king, Ghetsis, a man who only cares about himself and the power he could wield by using his Pokemon as tools, by manipulating N. N's entire ideology is founded upon a false truth, which is why he inevitably loses. No, Team Plasma doesn't have a point. They're trying to convince you of a problem that, in Pokemon's veritable utopia, simply does not exist. They have crafted a useless panacea. This is a beautiful message for a kid's game, teaching them the power of propaganda, how words can be used to manipulate people into believing lies, and how our differences can end up bringing us together. We should come to accept each other even if we don't understand each other right away, because eventually, with enough work and compromise, we will begin to understand one another. We'll start to realize that perhaps we aren't so different after all. I love how the game sets this up as the biggest climax any of the games have yet seen. Not only do you not fight the champion, you also don't catch your legendary Pokemon until you reach the battle with N. There, Reshiram and Zekrom do battle to decide the fate of the region. I love how Ghetsis loses his shit and fights you after you think it's finally over. I love how all the gym leaders come together at the end to help out. They feel like prominent characters now. You often go to them not just for a battle, but to seek their help with a particular problem. Even Bryson, perhaps the most disconnected feeling gym leader, has a part to play after you battle with him. I love when Berg visits Lenora. I love that Elisa has the drawbridge lowered so you can get to Driftvale City. In past games, the main story would usually take a backseat, and development would only happen occasionally. Sometimes you'd just be drifting from badge to badge until suddenly some big thing happens which takes you away from it all briefly, before going back to the League Challenge. Here, they're more intelligently threaded together. Team Plasma is doing bad stuff pretty much everywhere you go, so while the gym battles do happen, they usually happen around your efforts to resolve Team Plasma shenanigans. What they've basically done is written the game around Team Plasma, instead of writing Team Plasma around the League Challenge, like the previous games did. It's no small wonder the game has, in my opinion, the best pacing in any of these games. One moment you're dealing with N, the other Sharon, the other a gym challenge, the other Team Plasma, the other Bianca. There's never a dull moment, and it's probably why it's the story that I've replayed the most. I might have more hours in Gen 4, but that's mostly from a single playthrough. Black and White are easily the most replayable for me. All of these reasons and more are why I still hail it as the peak of Pokemon storytelling, a bar Game Freak arguably would never meet again. And this, my friends, is only part 1 of Generation 5. When I said that Generation 5 is the peak of the franchise, I meant it in earnest. Black 2 and White 2 are sequels just as deserving of the moniker. There's a lot of discussion surrounding which game is better, which is understandable. Our culture is built on relativity and ranking. I technically have my preference, but having that discussion here might be missing the forest for the trees. The fact that Black 2 and White 2 stand on their own enough to warrant such a debate is impressive in and of itself, and I choose to simply see it as the generation's second half. Consider this a part 2 of 2. Let's jump back into Unova.
In Pokemon Black 2 and Pokemon White 2, there are new powers to unleash and new challenges to overcome. The new Pokémon Black version 2 and Pokémon White version 2. You can discover the new in 2. Playable on Nintendo DS and 3DS systems, rated E for everyone.
2 years is a long time. Inevitably, things change. You visit many of the same cities, fight many of the same gym leaders, and catch many of the same Pokémon. However, you start in a new set of cities and routes on the opposite side of the region. It's a second adventure, a distinct one. You have a new rival, Hugh, set to take the journey with you, ushered into the journey by the 2 previous rivals. It's interesting to see what 2 years has done for these characters. Sharon's a gym leader, still a beacon of resilience, but he's the first gym leader. His role isn't necessarily about power, it's about being the gatekeeper for prospective trainers. It's about being there to guide them through their first steps into the Pokémon world, no doubt inspired by what Alder did for him. Though he's still adjusting to his new job and is clearly not used to it yet, he seems genuinely happy. He's found his true purpose. It's the same as Bianca, now Professor Juniper's assistant. She's there to give you and Hugh your starter Pokemon. She may have given up on becoming a master trainer, but she's still helping out in a way that lets her continue to interact with Pokemon and learn more about them. It's doubly great that they're able to accompany you throughout the story. Sharon may have settled down in recent years, but he's still a noble and powerful soul, ready and willing to help you in any way he still can. Team Plasma have returned to wreak havoc once again, though their facade has long since been brought to light. They're no different these days than a gang of sky pirates. It seems as though Unova has mostly moved on from this perceived moral dilemma. It's strange. Their presence feels pretty desperate, and as a result, the story template is far more standard. They openly steal Pokemon and commit acts of terrorism. The group feels as though it's in its death throes. The most interesting admin there, Colress, doesn't even seem to care one way or the other what happens to the organization he's part of. His fights with you feel more like a game he's playing to pass the time. You get the impression that although Getsus gave him his mission, he's basically doing whatever he wants. Most of the sages left Team Plasma during the post-game of the original, so it's basically just Getsus and the unhinged grunts that remained. That more hostile, violent approach ends up affecting your rival, Hugh. Now, I'm not going to pretend his dialogue is perfect. The game lays it on pretty thick that there's something up with his sister's purloin. Man, I wonder if something happened to it. He's only made it clear to me about 10 times. He's also going to let you know when he's really angry. I don't know, it's a little too much for me to handle sometimes. But honestly, when you learn more about what actually happened to this purloin, it's pretty damn sad. This Pokemon is completely unrecognizable come the end of the game. It's evolved into a Liepard, and Hugh has to simply accept that it's going to take a long time for a full recovery, if at all. It's quite rare that we see abuse or neglect towards Pokemon addressed, and it makes his story stand out. That Hugh is able to soldier on in spite of it all is admirable. He isn't meant to push you to become stronger, nor does he have a super meaningful character arc. He serves a much more minor role in illuminating how truly evil Team Plasma is. There's a particularly tough scene where Hugh has to reconcile that not everyone who joined Team Plasma 2 years ago are still bad people, and there might not even be anyone to seek revenge on. A lot of them left when N did, and the sycophants that remained make up the new organization. Hugh can't just point himself at all of Team Plasma and give them his ire, because it's more complicated than that. There are no easy answers. I see it said a lot that Black and White have better stories, while Black 2 and White 2 have the better gameplay. I suppose, in a vacuum, this is true, but it also feels like a fairly reductive way to treat each of them, that assumes this is a zero-sum game where one game has a good story, which means the other must have a bad one, and vice versa. While this story isn't as salient on its own, it's also doing stuff that only a sequel can. Characters are able to grow, to reflect on the events of the original, and to change. Without these games, we would never have gotten another confrontation between Getsus and N. Getsus has changed so little since the original. Some might argue he's become even more unhinged. even more spiteful, even more sadistic. N's journey was an enlightening one, and the pieces definitely seem to be lining up for him. It's immensely satisfying to watch N roast his abusive father after his plans are once again ruined by a child. While the game's script might not be as meaningful as the originals at face value, I think this is the true strength of it being a direct sequel. That it's able to feel new by simply switching up the way in which you explore the region. Black 2 and White 2 resemble Gen 2's return to Kanto, but with a far stronger effect. The first two gym leaders are Normal and Poison, and they reside in entirely new cities on the west end of the region. Returning gym leaders like Clay, Berg, and Elisa have had their teams shaken up. When you reach Mistralton City, they fly you straight to the new desert city, Lentimus, which spits you into Undella Town, a post-game exclusive city in the original, as you make your way to Opelucid City for the 7th gym battle against Drayden, no matter your version, and an 8th in the newly added Humilau City, with the new water gym leader Marlin standing before the Elite Four, which Iris now stands on top of instead of Alder. My point in saying all of that is that a lot has changed in only 2 years, and it is incredibly satisfying to uncover that change. It makes a second trek through the region much less exhaustive, especially when you take note of the new regional dex, which has added a ton of older Pokémon. I believe this to be about as genius as the decision to exclude old Pokémon from the original, which might sound a little paradoxical at first, but allow me to explain. As a direct sequel, there's only so much that can be done to change the raw feel of what you're seeing. Sure, now there's a big dungeon in the Castelia City sewers, and the gym's been given a new look with new puzzles and a new team, but at the end of the day, it's still Castelia City, and it's still Berg, the bug-type gym leader. The biggest change that you're going to feel then is a sudden infusion of old Pokémon on top of all the Unovan Mons that are already there. Now you get to make a much more diverse and varied team to take on the main adventure. It also makes it much easier for gym leaders to swap out Pokemon on their team. Elisa swaps out one of her Emolga for a Flaffy, Skyla replaces her Unpheasant with a Skarmory, pretty Chad-like swap if I do say so myself, and Drayden replaces Haxorus with Flygon. You could argue that a lot of these changes don't add much to the teams, and in some cases don't even make a lot of sense, such as Clay replacing his Palpitoad with a Sandslash, but what it does is give you and the gym leader more to work with. I don't think one approach is necessarily better than the other in this case. Black and White are better games for making the decks more restrictive, and Black 2 and White 2 benefit from a more expansive decks because they needed to stand out as direct sequels. I took advantage of this when making a team for Black 2. Gavin the Superior performed essentially the same role it did in the original game team, bulky grass type. Blaze the Chandelure is also a fan favorite of mine that slotted in pretty well with the rest of the team, with her Fire Ghost typing and massive special attack output. Other than those two, though, I was pretty excited to broaden my Unovan horizons, as it were. Laura the Lucario fit a fairly standard mixed attacker role with the Steel fighting type. I still think it's so cool that you're actually able to catch and use a Riolu for a while at the beginning of the game. Really let her fit in with everyone else. Vinea the Flygon, one of my favorites from Gen 3. Her Dragon Ground typing helped a lot for coverage and some good resistances. Baby Raikou the Jolteon is a Pokemon I haven't actually used in a very long time, probably because it was easily the best of the original trio of evolutions in battle, but I felt like it was finally time to adopt another speedy boy, and he did pretty much exactly what you'd expect him to. Volt Switch is an incredible new addition to the type as a whole, and he made great use of it. Finally, we have Chester the Walrein. I actually didn't like this mon much until I put it on my water monotype for Gen 3. After using it there, I kinda fell in love with this bulky water ice type and its versatility. Served a similar function to Superior, essentially, while also being my designated water type since HM still exists somehow. Really cool team, by the way. The battle against Iris was a nail-biter. This is turning into a bit of a ramble, but since I already basically talked about the Gen 5 mythical Pokemon, there's another gift-like edition which is infinitely cooler in pretty much every way imaginable. In the original game, N would use Pokemon that were only obtainable in the area you fought him, after which he would release them. You'll see that his rival teams are pretty random, and he swaps the entire team out each time. This was a neat little detail in the original, which allowed N to be a competent Pokemon trainer without sacrificing his core character conflict. If you're playing Black 2 and White 2 and memory link with your completed Black and White save file, you'll be able to meet and catch the specific Pokemon that N used. They're a 1% encounter, but also they're N's fucking Pokemon. They even give you N's Zorua through the main story. Not only is it a guaranteed Zorua, so you don't need any event bullshit, it's also N's Zorua. You unlock various cutscenes that fill in the gaps between games. Did you ever wonder why the Striaton Elemental Trio never showed up at N's castle? Well, there's a cutscene you can view through Memory Link which shows that they didn't feel like they were strong enough to assist everyone, and vowed to split up and become stronger individually, rather than as a unit. Makes their appearance at the World Tournament later feel all the better. This Link feature is unfortunately a tad convoluted, but there's a lot of cool stuff packed in there. Instead of having Sharon or Bianca vaguely reference the player character from Black and White, now they'll actually use the name of your player character on your save data. The unlockable hard mode will give gym leaders an additional Pokemon, have them hold items occasionally, and raise their levels. It's unfortunate that accessing this feature is ridiculously dumb, requiring that you first beat Black 2, then communicate with someone that has White 2, which unlocks a key or something that unlocks the hard mode. I don't know. It's dumb. I emulated the game so I didn't have to worry about it. Emulation's the future, baby! I don't see the Pokemon Company offering any alternatives, so fuck them. The fans are usually the ones that have to compile all this shit anyway. I mean, look at Cerebi, look at Bulbapedia, look at all these Pokemon fan sites dedicated to documenting each and every facet of Pokemon. The fans love these games. The franchise's legacy is being held on their backs. These videos wouldn't even be possible without community contributions. I still think Gen 5 is the best Pokemon has ever looked. Okay, it's the best mainline Pokemon has ever looked, which I'm sure is crazy to say right before the generation that would usher the main series into the third dimension. But hey, I don't say Gen 5 is the peak for no reason. I've always loved the look of this generation. The 3D stuff they were toying with in Gen 4 takes its next step here, and it's gorgeous. The bridges are all really extravagant, and the camera changes its angle depending on where you are. The camera in general does a lot of the heavy lifting, making the experience feel much more cinematic than Pokemon has ever felt before. I'm convinced it's part of the reason the stories in the Unova region land the way they do, because there's this epic undercurrent to your adventures there. This feeling that you're on a larger-than-life quest to see the Unovan sights. There are unique animations for every in-battle sprite, including enemy trainers and all of their Pokemon, and the quality of those sprites and the way they move are frankly ridiculous. The season system, paired with the time of day, can make one jog through a route or city completely different one month to the next. Honestly, even just little things like the over-the-top battle intros, the last Pokemon remaining theme that all the gym leaders get, there's this exciting energy to getting to run around in Unova. But who am I kidding? It would be a moot point without these two soundtracks, wouldn't it? Both of these soundtracks are certified bangers. A lot of fast-paced, electronic-y, techno-y beats. Gold and Silver were more adventurous. Ruby and Sapphire were more bombastic. Diamond and Pearl were pretty laid back. Every generation has a unique vibe, or sometimes even a prominent instrument used as a leitmotif. In keeping with the inspiration for the region, the sounds in Unova are larger than life. They're frantic, idealistic, fierce. You feel that in the evolution of N's battle theme. You get the feeling this guy is completely out of your reach. His headspace is so far beyond anyone else's, he's like an alien. Over the course of the game, you begin to understand him better. His weaknesses and his strengths, what gave him his unusual conviction. When you're both at the apex of the Pokemon world, the both of you have to come to an understanding. Only through a final bout will the both of you reach an answer. Ghetsis' theme, which comes right after, also feels quite foreign, perhaps even a little creepy. The mastermind steps out behind the curtain, and he's ready to greet you even if his plans are falling apart at the seams. So too does the song. Driftvale City is a bop and a half, perfect for a bustling shipyard that houses the American stereotype ground user. The Elite Four battle theme is suitably gritty and dark in a way that I adore. I'm trying to refrain from just dropping all the tracks I like, you get the point. What I'm trying to lead to here is Black 2 and White 2, specifically its approach to the soundtrack. Many of the city, route, and dungeon themes are the same. Though they've been given a very slight remix, the gym, trainer, and wild battle themes are so similar that they may as well be the same. Some of them, though, were remixed. The Team Plasma theme was always a good one, the perfect anthem for a group of maniacal radicals. The remix for the sequel really fits their new loud and proud MO, less of a sinister evil lurking in the shadows, and more of a holy shit there's a pirate ship shooting at the city. I love how the remix for Getsus being more chaotic represents his devolution into a madman. Even the little things, like every gym having a full-on remix of the regular gym theme, fit with a visual makeover, really helps freshen up the second journey. Of course, there are new tracks as well, but not quite as many. Iris's champion theme is certainly different, but I like what it's going for a lot. It has "this little girl could destroy the world" energy, and the fight certainly fits that mood. Hugh's battle theme is a standout too, though I think everyone else likes it a little more than I do. But of course, Colrus. I am not exaggerating when I say that Colrus's battle theme is one of the best in Pokémon. His battle theme is extraordinary. I listen to it often. Allow me one gripe, though. The fact that this theme only plays once, and the rest of your battles with him play trainer or world tournament music, is a sin. There's not even a pared down remix for his initial fights like for N, nor is there the beefed up Team Plasma remix. It's just the regular battle theme. I mean, you really only get to hear the souped up version of N once too, but it just feels like a missed opportunity to do something more here. Stuff like this just makes walking into a new city, dungeon, or fight all the more exciting. And with these games already making significant quality of life changes, like having infinite use TMs, and a hub where you can more quickly get a Pokemon ready for competitive play, I don't think it's a coincidence that this is the generation where competitive play really took off in a big way. Or at least, it's when I started seeing a lot more officially sanctioned tournaments and Wi-Fi battle videos. I have no doubt there existed competitive communities even since the first generation. Any game with multiplayer PvP will have those communities, but as far as when it really took off onto a grander stage, the introduction of Wi-Fi connection on the DS really paved the way for this format to become more accessible. Talking about competitive Pokemon is sorta like opening Pandora's box. There is so much to discuss here. I've already talked about the mechanics of making a team, getting their EVs and IVs in order, getting the right nature, etc. That stuff is still mostly the same, although it's been made quicker and more convenient than in previous games. I also don't really have the perspective to talk about what competitive Pokemon was like back in the day, because while I was around to notice, I also didn't really watch it very much. I watch Wolfie for that. So let's talk about something I'm actually equipped to discuss. Pokémon Showdown. Thank Arceus for this website. As you might imagine, each generation brings with it a litany of changes. The competitive meta can shift on a dime, depending on what each new game introduces. And since each new generation will always at least introduce new Pokemon, but usually also introduce new moves or a new mechanic or whatever, basically every generation has a distinct meta. And it's a little sad that you can never go back and experience even a simulacrum of what it may have been like back in the day. With Pokémon Showdown, you can battle in whichever generation you want, bound by its strengths and weaknesses. God help you if you play Gen 2 competitive, please go touch grass. I do think they've made it easier to create a team for Pokemon, but having any barrier to entry always sucks. So what I like to do a lot is test out a team I'm making in Showdown before committing to making any long-term changes to my actual team. After a battle or two, you can switch out your items, switch out your moves, adjust your EVs, whatever. And then, once you have everything perfect, you can make the team for real. It's both a tool that players can use and a historical document where you're able to see how the scene has changed and evolved. It's not exactly a perfect site in that regard, since each generational meta is currently playable. They've all evolved accordingly with the passing of time. But it's a tool that I desperately hope the Pokemon Company never nukes out of existence. As I said before, Pokemon fans carry parts of the franchise on their backs, and this is no different. Using Showdown, I've been able to understand and enjoy competitive battling during any time period I want. Love him or hate him, I think Smogon has done a remarkable job vetting the singles scene, at the very least. Although it does present a unique challenge. Smogon is not an official Pokemon entity. They make rules for Showdown. They don't make rules for the games. This is something I was confused about as a kid when I heard people throwing around terms like OU and Ubers, wondering what they even meant. Supposedly you couldn't use higher tier Pokemon in lower tier battles, but there has never been an in-game system to reinforce those decisions. In the games, you can basically use anything that isn't outright banned by the facilities you enter, usually just mythicals. The official competitive Pokemon standard is also doubles. This puts Smogon at odds with the Pokemon Company in certain respects because the way they run their show is only enforced on Pokemon Showdown, and I have very little doubt that a good chunk of people use Showdown instead of playing the games. However, the actual registered Showdown users are probably 0.1% of Pokemon players anyway, and I doubt it's realistically had any impact on the sales of the games. At least, that's what I tell myself every morning, hoping Showdown still exists. And I do think there's a value to Showdown that you will immediately lose when it's shut down, because again, they basically run singles. I consider the Weather Wars singles meta of Gen 5 to be a fascinating part of the generation as a whole, where there was an increased focus on weather, since in this gen, abilities like Drizzle and Drought set weather permanently. So you saw a lot of Pokemon like Politoed, since it gained Drizzle. I don't know, I'm growing increasingly impatient with the crowd of people that are only willing to support something if it's officially endorsed. Fact of the matter is, Pokemon is as powerful as it is for a lot of reasons, and the Pokemon Company, nay, any of these major companies, are not solely responsible for that. The sooner we all recognize that, the better.
In Pokémon Black 2 and Pokémon White 2, there are new areas to explore. And new gym leaders to battle. The new Pokémon Black version 2 and Pokémon White version 2. You can discover the new in 2.
A lot of the things I said in part 1 apply here. The dungeons and routes are large with lots to do and see, the journey itself is decently challenging, it's paced very well. There isn't much to comment on in that regard. The new desert area is pretty neat, though it's a bit small. The haunted house is a nice touch, the Castelia City sewers is a fantastic addition, and the fact that it leads to a patch of grass with a wild Eevee is just... I love when Eevee isn't this ultra rare gift Pokemon. I want to make an Eevee team in this game someday. Since I don't have much to really add, let's move instead to the post-game. The original's post-game is pretty decent. You get to collect a bunch of old Pokemon, explore the other half of Unova, fight Alder, lose to Cynthia. You also get to round up the sages and learn how they're all dealing with the Team Plasma fallout. A few of them renounce Team Plasma, a few of them show remorse. It's pretty great. Feels less like a story and more like a world when you get to see this much after the credits. Saving so many routes and cities for the post-game and loading them with old Pokemon, powerful TMs, and harder fights makes for a pretty decent post-game as far as I'm concerned. Black 2 and White 2 have a flat-out better post-game. Since you explore post-game cities in the main adventure, this time you save locations like Dragon Spiral Tower, Twist Mountain, and Isra City for the post-game. So it has the same general structure, but with its own original flair. You encounter Team Rocket as you're exploring your old home. You can battle a gauntlet of tough trainers in Black Tower or White Tree Hollow to get a shiny Dratini or Gibble respectively. You can even battle N in his castle, and upon defeating him, he will release his legendary and you can go catch it, which is just It's shit like this that makes a sequel really special. You can also rebattle him every Friday, where he switches out his team based on what season it is, and uses the appropriate weather team to match. Rain team for spring, sun for summer, sand for autumn, and hail for winter. You can just do that every Friday at the fucking Ferris wheel. And team building now, it's great. It's remarkable to me because as much as the black and white post game was decent, especially compared to the nothing we get nowadays, there were several things that really bothered me about it. Black City and White Forest are version-exclusive post-game zones. In the original, you went to White Forest to catch new, rare Pokémon, and you went to Black City to buy evolution stones and other rare items. They also obviously have drastically different vibes, kinda like future versus past Opaloosid City. You can guess which one fits me better as someone who loves the Soul series, mains a Dark Knight in Final Fantasy XIV, and considers Shadow their favorite Sonic character. It all started with you, I know it did. You're what made me so edgy, you fucking asshole. So yeah, I love Black City conceptually, and it's a damn shame that White Forest is blatantly better. You can actually get Pokémon there, there's no contest. The items you can eventually buy here are obtainable elsewhere, so the only thing you can really do is battle Pokémon. You can eventually buy heart scales, but only if you manage to wrangle the correct NPC from White Forest via Entralink, which is a local multiplayer feature where both cartridges have to interact. It's a huge pain in the ass these days, and there's pretty much no reason at all to even go to Black City. Not only do you need to own 2 DS systems and 2 different versions, you also need to stay on top of it, because if you wait too long, people will just leave. Why would this even be a feature? What exactly is the punishment here? Not playing the game literally every day? You basically just end up with a barren city that will probably become even more barren once you drop it like a hot rock. Which is why it's amazing to see that this whole black and white city thing was overhauled in the sequels. What they lose in their distinction, they gain in a more coherent and less frustrating experience. Both cities have a battle tower mechanic, where you go into a big tower and fight a bunch of tough trainers. As I said before, the reward for completing this is not only a shiny Gibble or Dratini, but in the case of Black City, you also get more and more residents the further you progress. White Forest has kinda dropped the find Pokemon angle, but it has instead taken some of the rare items that were previously in Black City. Bam. Now, the aesthetic of the area is more of a concern than its mechanical identity. So picking the wrong version doesn't feel nearly as pronounced, and both games get to interact naturally, since they both have their strengths and weaknesses. Another gripe I have with the original post-game is that it feels like there's a scarcity of things to do and Pokemon to find. You can only catch the Unovan legendaries, and besides doing the championship again to fight Alder, your only real post-game battle hub was the Battle Subway, which is, you know, the battle tower that's in every game. Like, yeah, I think it's really cool that Cynthia is just hanging out in Undella Town ready to battle you, but it also sucks that none of the gym leaders have rematch fights, something I thought was starting to become a bit of a staple. So now, we have all of that stuff from the original, plus battling N, doing the new battle towers, catching the new legendaries, battling your rival in Colress again. They added an Achievement-S system where you get little medals for doing certain tasks. There are medals for completing the Elite Four with different monotype teams, or even just with a single Pokemon, reaching the final floor of the Abyssal Ruins, finishing Pokestar Studios. Oh yeah, that's another thing. It isn't technically a post-game feature, but I usually save it until then anyway. Pokestar Studios is this movie set where you get to do battle with aliens and giant robots. You select moves in a more puzzle-like fashion rather than a straight-up duel, since you're aiming to make an entertaining movie. It's nothing huge, just another cool thing you can sink some time into if you're bored. That isn't to even mention that some Pokemon have hidden grottos where they'll have their hidden ability when caught, or Join Avenue, where you can build up an area of NPCs based on your in-game progress, and can even unlock shops where you can pay to increase EVs and buy a bunch of berries. There's so much to do and see, and if you've played the game before, there's one more feature I have yet to talk about. A feature that is so beloved by pretty much everyone, and is one of the primary reasons these sequels rank so highly for people. Before we talk about the World Tournament proper, let me discuss the team I've built for it. This facility is where the best Pokemon trainers in the world come to compete, so I decided I needed to craft a team that I'd feel comfortable using as a champion. And, as Karen expertly said so long ago, just try to win with your favorites. So, I did just that. Gavin the Superior. He's evolved since defeating Iris, and has now achieved his perfect form. a light clay dual screen synthesis Giga Drain set, because Superior still does not get contrary in this game. Even without it though, Gavin is a master of the long game. He can stall out pretty much anything, especially if you give him Giga Drain, a true leech and a proper annoyance for anyone to contend with. Deluxe Ray the Luxray. Deluxe Ray runs Flame Orb and Guts with Crunch, Facade, Wild Charge, and Ice Fang. Basically, he can get in and wreck some shit, especially if he has a good opportunity to use Guts boosted Facade. Ice Fang is great for some of the dragon users, though you do kinda have to hope he survives long enough to get them off. Usually though, if he hits the opponent, they're going to die, or be close to it. Xenos the Absol. Xenos is probably the weakest link of this team, but there is no way in hell I'm making a champion team without my favorite Pokemon. I tried my best here. Super Luck to raise crit chance, Salac Berry to raise speed at low health, and a moveset of Baton Pass, Night Slash, Swords Dance, and Psycho Cut. The idea here was to make it so that it would likely outspeed whatever it's fighting if it gets to eat its Salac Berry, and then it can Baton Pass out if it manages to get a Swords Dance or two off. Great idea, but more often than not, it just kinda died. I experimented with a Focus Sash set for a while before kinda just giving up. I still love you, Absol. I just wish your speed wasn't base 75. Oh well, 'tis merely a test of his reflexes. Eggle the Empoleon. Eggle is another bulky set. His steel typing, mixed with his naturally good bulk, defensive EVs, and a rocky helmet for good measure. No sword will cut deep enough. His moves are Scald, Flash Cannon, Stealth Rock, and Toxic. Scald is a fantastic move that has a decent chance of burning the opposing Pokemon, cutting their attack in half. Stealth Rock and Toxic are pretty self-explanatory, and Flash Cannon is there for the stab coverage, plus the occasional special defense drop. Eggle was one of my best Pokemon, able to soak up most heavy-hitting attacks and resist the Dragon type, which is one of my team's more prominent weaknesses. Doesn't help that the Dragon type teams are naturally much harder than most of the other types. Blaze the Chandelure. Blaze was created for one purpose and one purpose only, to hit stuff really hard with special attacks. Calm Mind, Hex, Psychic, Flamethrower with a Life Orb, giving her Flame Body for the occasional clutch burn. Admittedly, her 80 base speed can sometimes be extremely frustrating, but more often than not, she just eviscerates whatever she's up against. The Queen, in more ways than one. And now, a returning favorite, a reliable Pokemon that has smashed up more than one post-game gauntlet, an iconic Pokemon which towers above all the rest. Fuck Lance returns for one more bout as part of my champion team. I don't think I need to explain to you why Fuck Lance is busted, especially if you watched the previous videos. I didn't even really change anything. Intimidate, Choice Band, Outrage, Stone Edge, Aerial Ace, and Brick Break. It hits stuff like a truck, and for the first time ever, it can even take advantage of its nickname. It is worth noting, I think Gen 5 prohibits swear words in nicknames or something, so like, I hacked it in. We have one last hurrah with Fuck Lance, and then we'll move on. Alright, so that's the team I'm rolling with. The Pokemon World Tournament is better than the Battle Frontier. Just ruminate on that a little bit. This is an event hosted below Driftvale City. You first visit it in the main story, as Clay introduces you to how the brackets work and you fight Colress. It's essentially like the Battle Dome, without all the extra mechanics. You can enter a single, double, triple, or rotation battle, giving triple and rotation battles especially much more prominence overall. While it isn't quite as cool as the Battle Factory, there is an option to do this using the rental mode, where you're given random Pokemon, inheriting its spirit. You also get a new mode called a Mix Tournament, where you swap one of your Pokemon with one of your opponent's Pokemon. You get to choose after they do, so it's not just a game of luck. It's a pretty cool shakeup on the traditional format, and you can even run into Bianca sometimes if you're lucky. This alone is more than enough to keep players occupied for quite a while, but we honestly haven't even scratched the surface. After beating the game, you unlock the Unova Leaders bracket. The attendants, as you'd probably guess, are the Unova Gym Leaders. All of them, including the ones that weren't in this game, like Bryson, Lenora, and the Elemental Trio. You get a set of them at random, and you fight 3 of them per entry. As with most post-game battle facilities, these teams will have a competitive-ready Pokémon. Of course, they're gym leaders, so there's only so much they can do to overcome their weaknesses, but I think they have some pretty damn awesome monotype teams anyway. Sharon's team is pretty brutal. The normal typing gives him quite a bit of coverage, as well as access to many heavy hitters like Bouffalant and Zangoose. Stoutland, Cinccino, and Lopunny offer a lot of coverage in the form of rock, bug, grass, electric, dark, fighting, and ice. He even reps a cast form, though it usually doesn't get to do very much since he doesn't have a weather team. Props for the attempt though. Every single one of them carry appropriate items too. A lot of berries that raise specific stats at low health, and type gems which increase the base power of whatever move you're using a single time. It's funny because you'd think Sharon and Lenora would be painfully similar, but they're actually completely distinct. She uses a Clefable with a steel gem, packing Meteor Mash, Cosmic Power, Thunder Punch, and Wish. Her signature annoyance makes its return, and she actually, unironically, genuinely puts a Dunsparce on her team. It is admittedly weird that Dunsparce could have either Serene Grace or Runaway. I would honestly prefer these teams having locked abilities to make them more deadly. Still though, pretty cool to see a Coil, Roost, Glare, and Rock Slide Dunsparce with Serene Grace potentially in the back pocket. I think it's the most interesting with early game gym leaders. You get to see this massive glow up for their teams. It's fun to fight them, yeah, but the reason I love gym leader rematches is because it makes them feel like the master trainers that they're supposed to be. I'm glad they reincorporated the gym leader rematches into these sequels. When you don't get to see these master teams, it's kind of hard to imagine them doing very much when they come in at the end of the originals and help you out. And the game seemingly agrees with me, since Memory Link confirms it. So yeah, you get entirely new competitive level teams for every single Unovan gym leader from both games. That's pretty damn cool on its own. Seeing as you can enter this tournament in single, double, triple, rotation, rental, and mix, yeah, that'll keep you occupied for a good bit. But it's not over. When you finally beat the Unova Leaders bracket, you unlock the Kanto Leaders bracket, then the Johto Leaders, then the Hoenn Leaders, then the Sinnoh Leaders. You heard me correctly. This fucking video game has every single gym leader across the entire series, including Juan and Janine. Think about that. Every single gym leader that has ever existed is here. All of them have competitive level monotype teams, and the gym leader themes get a unique remix for every region. You thought that Cynthia was the only one getting a remix? No, 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 you get more. More bangers, please. I don't think I have the proper words to untangle why this is the coolest post-game feature we've ever had. Sure, the Battle Frontier had at least 5 facilities in past games, each with their own unique gimmicks and frontier brains. Some of those were really cool, but I think it would be helpful to remember that a lot of them, especially in Emerald, were pretty frustrating and kinda redundant. While the facilities were better in Platinum, I also wouldn't say any one of them stood head and shoulders above the rest, except for maybe the Battle Factory, which is in part here, by the way, just a reminder. It also didn't help that in most of these facilities, the streak system meant that you had to win like 40-some battles in a row sometimes, and most of those early trainers are scaled lower, so their teams aren't nearly as threatening as the Frontier brains. Well, in this case, every single fucking person you battle is a Frontier brain, and not only that, they're gym leaders from previous games. Granted, Heart Gold and Soul Silver offered these same kinds of rematches for Kanto and Johto, and Platinum did it for Sinnoh, so some of these teams look a little similar. However, Hoenn's teams are mostly new, since the rematch system in that game was a little strange, and 2 whole generations worth of Pokemon were added for them to play around with. But it's kind of a moot point anyway, since all of them benefit from the new Pokemon moves and items added in Gen 5. Let me run through some of my favorite new teams. Blaine isn't messing around this time. He's got a Life Orb Charizard, a Choice Scarf Magmortar, Flame Orb Rotom Heat. It isn't phenomenal or anything, but it's enough that he's at least decently threatening, depending on what team you bring. And that isn't something Blaine has ever been able to say for himself. Giovanni appears in his Sunday best, sporting many of his iconic members from back in the day. His team is less important than the fact that he's here at all. I actually didn't think they'd even want to include him, because I mean, he's Giovanni, ex-leader of Team Rocket. I don't know who co-signed some of these contestants, but I'm not complaining. It's pretty damn cool that he's here. My man Bugsy feels like a Giga Chad now. He rocks Okaberry Scizor, Kobaberry Heracross, Chartyberry Yanmega. He's got Shuckle and Fortress on the defensive and Pinsir to round out the team. It's not exceptional or anything. Bug is never going to be, but it's a competent team full of bug Pokemon that I really respect and love. Morty is surprisingly annoying. His signature Pokemon, the one he leads with every single time you battle him, is a Gengar that has Shadow Ball, Focus Blast, Dark Pulse, and Hypnosis. Gonna key in on Hypnosis there. Other moves split across his Pokemon include Perish Song, Pain Split, Curse, Will-O-Wisp, Sucker Punch, Recover, Confuse Ray, and Foul Play. Morty was always a challenge, and I started sweating buckets whenever he was one of the leaders in the bracket. Winona has always been one of my favorite gym leaders. It felt like she really understood her typing and took advantage of its wide type coverage. So many Pokemon have flying as their secondary type, and Winona utilizes that to great effect. Altaria, Pelipper, Swellow, Skarmory, Tropius, and Honchkrow. Not a single shared primary type. Her fights were similarly brutal, depending on the 3 that she decided to use for singles, and that went doubly so if I decided not to pack Deluxe Ray or fuck Lance, because then I just had very few options against her beefy Altaria with Cotton Guard, Roost, Sing, and Dream Eater. She is a force to be reckoned with, and she has one of the coolest monotypes of all time. Tate and Liza kinda fascinate me. Tate uses Solrock and Liza uses Lunatone. But aside from that, their teams are identical. Xatu, Chimecho, Grumpig, Claydol, and a 3rd evolution of Ralts. However, the sets they use are different. Most of Tate's Pokemon, for instance, use Trick Room, and so that's what his team is primarily built around. Liza has a lot more Calm Minds and Cosmic Powers, so she'd rather set up and sweep. Then there are the individual differences. Tate's Chimecho runs Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Energy Ball, and Trick Room, assumedly to synergize with the Rest Sleep Talk Grumpig that he also has. Liza's Chimecho runs Light Screen, Psychic, Yawn, and Reflect, offering more defensive utility, helping the Grumpig in other ways, which instead has Psyshock, Focus Blast, Power Gem, and Calm Mind. Tate runs Gallade for physical coverage, and Liza turns Claydol into a physical attacker so her team isn't entirely special. She also uses Gardevoir, the opposite evolution. It's just a cool idea to split the twins up like this. Maylene is a monster. Pure Power Metacham with Bullet Punch, Zen Headbutt, Brick Break, and Bulk Up. Lucario with Cross Chop, Bone Rush, Extreme Speed, and Swords Dance. Infernape with Close Combat, Mach Punch, Fire Punch, and Bulk Up. Like, sure, you could just bring a physical wall or something, since she doesn't have any special coverage, but man, if you don't have an immediate answer to her Pokemon, she will wreck your shit in. Pretty much every team here is cool. They get a little weaker when they share a type with another gym leader, especially the Rock type. Brock, Roxanne, and Rourke share many of the same Pokemon, and the Rock type in general just isn't very diverse at this point, so they can be a little bland and pretty easy to take down. For the most part though, these brackets are a blast, and once you complete them all, you gain access to a bracket where every single leader from every region can participate. And you can enter it in singles, doubles, triple, rotation, rental, and mix. Just think about how much content this actually is. You can go in with any team you want, meaning you make a bunch of teams for what is essentially Gym Leader Greatest Hits. No matter what team you build, you're going to struggle and triumph against different people. You will forge new adversaries and retire old ones. Not only that, you can enter with a rental team, and you can actually use one of their Pokemon. You can use a Gym Leader's Pokemon. This is so much that you can do, and it's only one small part of the post-game. And I'm not even done! You thought I was done, didn't you? If you win the All Gym Leaders bracket 10 times in a row, you unlock the champions. Every champion! I can use Fuck Lance to fight Lance, and he actually has a good team now. You can fight Blue and Steven, and Cynthia, you can fight Red. Red shows up, and he puts the ellipses down. Oh, this is a lot. As much as I love playing the main story, seeing how everything's changed, I think my favorite part of it all is right here. This mode they created with almost limitless replay value. I unfortunately skipped out on these games at release, so my first playthrough was a lot more recent than the other games. But I have a feeling that if I had played this at launch, it would be my most played Pokemon to date just because of how fun it is. They crammed so much into these sequels, and it's sort of bittersweet. Generation 5 is the peak. It's the moment in time where I considered Pokemon in its bag. Across these two games, we get an enthralling tale filled with compelling heroes and villains who go through meaningful arcs, grappling with their purpose in life. We get a region full of diverse individuals trying to get along despite their differences. We get the most new Pokemon we have ever gotten. We get the best post-game to grace the franchise with meaningful story content, solo challenges, and multiplayer components. We got a stunning visual showcase for the DS, a game that still stands as an absolute triumph of sprite work. We got a banger of a soundtrack full of original and remixed tunes. When I think Pokemon, I think Unova, the most ambitious, passionate, and creative region yet. In my opinion, mainline Pokemon has struggled since these two games, and in retrospect, it marked the beginning of a turning point for the franchise going forward. It cast a shadow over it that has still yet to dissipate. This generation is an absolute triumph, and I sincerely hope this franchise will once again reach those same heights.